Penguin Random House Australia Audio proudly presents 5 Bush Weddings, written by Clare Fletcher, narrated by Cassie Howarth and Cameron Robbie. All rights reserved. We at Penguin Random House Australia acknowledge that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples are the traditional custodians and the first storytellers of the lands on which we live and work. We honour Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people's continuous connection to country, waters, skies and communities. We celebrate Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander stories, traditions and living cultures, and we pay our respects to elders past and present. For Madge, Beck, Em and Pi. It's no regrettable bridesmaid's dress, but I hope this finally makes up for me running away to get married. You'll always be my bridesmaids in my heart, if not a photo album. In loving memory of Barry Scott and Peter Hackett, the best afternoon tea hosts of all time and lovers of a juicy morsel of gossip. 1. Queensland, 2019. 6 twangy notes of guitar were all it took for every man in a 100-metre radius to unbuckle his belt, drop his pants, and do a dumb dance in his undies. Stevie Jean Harrison sighed and clipped the lens cap back on a camera. She'd shot enough country weddings to expect this response to Eagle Rock. While she loved collecting colour from the dance floor, this was a sight that every Queenslander of a certain age already had burned into their memory. The happy couple's parents wouldn't be interested in seeing it immortalised in the wedding album. Under an endless inky sky crumbed with stars, the groom's brother and his best friend swayed in their boxes with their arms around each other, bow ties unclipped and collars loosened. Their eyes were closed in ecstasy as they sang along with Daddy Cool, a cigarette dangling from one's lip. At 31, Stevie had seen this scene play out at weddings and wakes, 18ths, 21sts and B&S balls since she was old enough, legally or not, to hold a stubby. But it still brought a smile to her face. The literal abandon of men, young and old, dancing a shuffling two-step hobbled by the pants spilling over their boots. Stevie recognised a cousin of the bride racing away from the dance floor. Near the portaloos, she stopped to grasp her mother's shoulder, her face sunburned under a fascinator. Her eyes filled with tears as she inspected her feet in their strappy designer heels, now caked with red dirt like chocolate truffles. Not a local, then. "I don't know what the hell is going on over there," she wailed, her fascinator pointing back at the dacked denizens of the dance floor. "But I've got to get out of here, and there's no phone service, let alone an Uber." Stifling a laugh, Stevie swung her camera strap around her body and followed, maintaining her eyeline strictly above the men's chests. In her summer work uniform of a long, sleeveless black dress and bloodstone boots, she was glad she'd pinned up her frizzy dark blonde hair. The sun had long set, but the heat of Queensland in late January lingered. There was barely a breath of breeze to stir the leaves of the eucalyptus, or the strings of coloured light bulbs stretched above the hired dance floor. The band were clambering back onto their stage, the back of a hessian-draped flatbed truck parked on the bride's parents' property. Floodlights beamed down over the Lions Club Run Bar, where clusters of people were chatting and drinking. A few kids were still racing around, hiding from their parents' attempts to put them down to sleep. Beyond the hallowed lights was a darkness so thick you could almost touch it, alive with unseen creatures and swallowing paddocks and trees and channels and dams and tracks into one unfathomable expanse. Stevie looked down at the boots she'd polished before leaving Brisbane the previous afternoon. Now they were covered in dust after a long day's work. Stevie had been on location from the first bridesmaid's blow-dry and ill-advised early rounds of Prosecco. She'd slunk around the cottage while the women were made up, captured the delivery of bouquets, the arrival of wedding cars, and caught the father of the bride's first look at his daughter, which had everyone welling up. She'd shot the ceremony from dearly beloved to the last handful of confetti, and deployed her bawdiest jokes to keep the bridal party smiling through a series of poses. Then it was back to the reception, with barely enough time to snatch a canapé before she had to work through dozens of configurations of family photos. Then race off into the paddock for kissy portraits of the newlyweds as the sun set. As the guests filled into the marquee and sank into hired chairs for a 3-course meal, Stevie had no such respite. She shot the speeches, the cake cutting, the couple's first dance. Most other wedding photographers she knew ducked out after the first dance, but Stevie stayed to capture raucous scenes from later in the night. It was something she'd started doing when she was learning the ropes. Often she was shooting for friends and dancing around with her camera in one hand and a drink in the other, a tangled, glorious mess of business and pleasure. She'd caught some hilarious moments over the years, and now her clients expected it. Having photographed more than 100 weddings, Stevie barely had to think about her checklist of images anymore. She was pretty sure she had it all, which was lucky given the flasks of Bundy rum now being passed around with increasing frequency. The Eagle Rock moment usually heralded a turning point of sorts, after which her camera lens was less welcome. But she'd do one last sweep. She ducked under the marquee, where empty wine glasses littered the long dinner tables. The candles had burned down, wax pooling amid scattered gum leaves and forgotten place cards. And Stevie clocked a quiet moment that made her lift her camera and inch silently closer, like a nature documentarian who'd spotted a big cat. Red, the burly groom, was trying to feed his famished, tipsy bride a piece of wedding cake. It was a classic, old-school fruit cake rendered with a sturdy facade of fondant, a sign that this family was ruled by a powerful matriarch with a love of tradition and an iron fist. And Janelle was not interested. Stevie knew this was their first moment alone as a married couple, and she also knew that Janelle's untouched plates had been cleared while she'd been circulating among the guests, downing bubbly. She was now perched on Red's lap, a generally capable and no-nonsense woman reduced to a giggling heap of tulle skirts. As Red tenderly nudged a forkful of cake between Janelle's teeth mid-laugh, Stevie snapped a frame that said more about their relationship than any of the shots they'd posed for earlier. Satisfied, Stevie made 2 milky cups of tea, grabbed a piece of wedding cake and pulled up a chair next to the bride's great-aunt Mabel. Mabel had proven herself an ally earlier in the day when she deftly helped Stevie avoid a family faux pas while setting up the group portraits. But Stevie had recognised Mabel's role as the family fixer as soon as they arrived at the church. Mabel was the sort of woman who carried an arsenal of floral hankies to hand out at the first sign of a sniffle. She'd headed off renegade relatives as they entered the church and guided them towards neutral pews with a kind but firm hand. At the reception, she had stocked the ladies' bathroom with baskets of tissues, deodorant, hairspray, and perfume. She made sure the waitresses knew that Red's grandma needed a tender piece of meat and to take their time topping up Uncle Tony's drink. She knew everybody's business. There was something familiar about her. Stevie wasn't sure if they'd met before or if she was just such a staunch archetype of a bushwoman of a certain age. "Aw, thanks for the tea, love," Mabel said. She was ensconced in a plastic chair, a hefty woman stuffed into a taut jacquard skirt suit like an upholstered front rower. From the set of her curls, it seemed she was single-handedly keeping Elnett in business. "You've been working hard today. Have you been a photographer for long?" "You know, I just realised this week it's been 5 years since the first wedding I shot," Stevie said, blowing on her tea. "It was always meant to be a temporary thing before the next proper job. I dipped a toe in with a few friends' weddings, and here I am, still doing it years later." Mabel patted Stevie's arm. "You seem like a natural. I don't have much of an arty eye, but I can see the way you see people. You have a knack for spotting the little moments that mean a lot. And you're one of us. You know the land, not like some city blow-in who'll flinch at the first bit of red dust on the wedding dress and a cry over a dead kangaroo on the side of the road." Stevie laughed. I guess it's one of the few times being a hopeless romantic comes in handy. Hopeless, eh? Mabel echoed, her voice rising with intrigue. Do you have a partner? Mabel, you might think you know about drought in this district, but I haven't had a boyfriend in 6 years. Well, in the year of our Lord 2019, I worry for the men of this country if you can't get a date with an ass like that. Stevie wasn't sure she'd heard that right. I promised myself after that breakup that I'd hold out for a grand, glorious, perfect love story, she added dryly. Still waiting. Mabel set down her cake fork, and Stevie, anticipating a lecture about being picky, prickled. I've put myself out there. I've dolled myself up. I've tried everyone's advice and met all the nephews and friends they wanted to set me up with. I swear I've met every eligible bachelor on the eastern seaboard. When you're single at a certain age, everyone thinks it's because there's something wrong with you, but so much of it is just luck. Stevie jabbed at a slab of fruitcake with her fork. Maybe it's time to give up on the big love story and just embrace spinsterhood. Mabel huffed. Why is spinster such a dirty word when bachelor is practically a compliment? You're preaching to the choir, doll. In that moment, Stevie felt the weight of all she'd done since 5 a.m. pressing down on her. Not to mention all the all-nighters and dud dates and solo Sunday nights she'd endured for years. I think maybe I've been waiting for my real life to start once I found the person I'd spend it with. And he's not coming. Time to back myself. You could do a lot worse, Mabel said gently. And not just in a you'll meet the love of your life when you least expect it way. Be the love of your own life. If you're still treating this job, which you're obviously great at, like a temporary gig, maybe that's a good place to start. Am I going to have to start acting professional? Stevie moaned. Get a proper website and start using hashtags on my Instagram posts, stop dancing at wedding receptions and say no to the after parties? Mabel, this doesn't sound like much fun. You've got to have a bit of fun in your life, but stability, security, contentment. They don't get enough credit. They're too important to leave to chance or to expect the husband to sort out for you. You're sounding a lot like my mum. Point taken. But while I'm giving out advice, I'm a bit of a connoisseur of love stories myself, even if I am an actual old maid. If you're looking for perfect, you'll always find a reason to give up on people. And that includes yourself. Everyone deserves a second chance sometimes. Stevie swallowed a yawn and sipped her tea. Well, I could chew your ear off all night, Mabel said, but I think there's someone else who'd rather be talking to you. Have a good night, love. Stevie looked up as Mabel heaved herself out of her plastic chair, and there was Johnno West. She had thought she'd spotted him in a back pew at the ceremony, but it had been so long she didn't quite believe it. G'day, stranger. His voice was low, his face cracking into the grin she remembered. The chipped front tooth was still there, a curl of dark brown hair falling into his eyes as usual, but this Johnno seemed somehow more at ease in his skin than the rumpled friend she'd known at university. You rascal! I thought you were in London! She scrambled to her feet. Got back last week. Time to face the future at Mum and Dad's. If you ever posted anything on social media, I'd have known to look out for you, she said, punching his arm. Nah, I like to keep you on your toes. Come here. He put down his beer and wrapped her up in a bear hug. Stevie sank into it. I can't even remember the last time I saw you, she exclaimed, breathing in cedar against his neck. Glad to see Johnno's finally graduated from Lynx body spray. I remember exactly the last time I saw you, Stevie Jean. 6 years ago at the Black Dog Ball at the St. Lucia Golf Club. You must have just got your camera. You were taking it everywhere then. Just about flew across the room when Hey Ya came on. That brought the memory rushing back. The camera was her best friend Jen's get-over-it gift after Stevie's atomic-level breakup. Well, I get paid to take pictures now. She raised the camera to her eye and he pulled a James Bond pose. You're doing well, Stevie. I love following your photos. You're on Instagram? Just a creep on a select few. I don't have your thousands of followers, that's for sure. You've always had a fun way of seeing things. That photo you got of the couple in the cotton field with the emus popping up was amazing. Oh, that's all good lighting and great timing, Stevie laughed. But it was definitely one of the shots she was proudest of. Who knew you were so into weddings, Johnno? Are you back at your folks' place? How are Penny and Rod anyway? They're good, ready to put me to work on the place. Mum's relieved I didn't bring a pommy girl home, but I reckon she's already putting together my application for bush bachelors. You know they're desperate for you to settle down when they turn to reality TV girls. That's desperate, all right. So, no bloke on the go for you either? Johnno fished. Nope. Give it another year and I'll have to remind you of the pact we made at uni to get married if we were both still single at 32. You mean that night we broke into every pool between RE and college? Stevie feigned forgetfulness. They both knew exactly the night he was referring to. A classic, steamy Brisbane pre-dawn, after their favourite pub had shut and they'd somehow lost all their other friends. It remained a confusing memory for Stevie, who still wasn't quite sure who'd initiated the kiss at the second pool. She'd put it down to a moment of madness, and they'd wordlessly decided it was better to keep it between themselves, particularly given Johnno was best friends with Stevie's on-again, off-again boyfriend at the time, Tom. Have you knocked off yet? Johnno asked, 'cause that dance floor is calling. Stevie had already spent much of the night there, capturing candid moments. Red and Janelle had been bashful for their first dance, but they loosened up once everyone else spilled back onto the dance floor. Stevie had ducked and scooted her way in between spinning couples and high-kicking, rum-junk yahoos, her camera strap wrapped around her wrist, allowing her to shoot one-handed. She had kneeled for low angles and shimmied out of the way just in time to avoid a zealous young man dipping his nervous partner dangerously close to the floor. In the slow numbers, Stevie hovered around the edges, waiting for tender moments between the bridal party and parents, grandparents, and little kids. But now, with her work well and truly done, all it would take was the opening bars of some B-52s or Neil Young to get Stevie on the dance floor in seconds. No matter how compelling the conversation she was in, no matter how hard fought the spot in the bar queue, certain songs begged a response. I took the liberty of making a request, Johnno said, as Love Shack started up. Stevie grabbed his beer with one hand, his hand with the other, and ran towards the music. The drink in her hand might spill. Let it. She shook her hair, whipped her skirt around, gyrated briefly in an attempt at sexiness. In the end, she just jumped up and down, shouting all the words. Ah, you don't see moves like that in London, Johnno beamed, before breaking into a series of school dance specials. The sprinkler, the shopping trolley, the lawnmower. The years fell away. 6 years of separation, overpowered by a cover band playing the hits of the 90s. And once again, they were just two kids who were really, really bad at dancing. The Bush Telegraph added you to the WhatsApp group, Neighbourhood News. Bush Telegraph. Toodaloo, my gossips and gadabouts. After the recent disappointing news that the Darling Downs Sentinel won't be renewing my column contract, something about defamation risk, I've decided to take matters into my own handheld device, thanks to my young nieces for helping me set up this group. I'll be sharing my usual tidbits of news here, and I welcome your tips. Please invite your friends to join the group and follow along. You know the drill. Keep it clean and respectful, please. Everyone knows everyone in this small world, and the person you're sharing about will probably see what you post. That's what DMs are for. I met a lovely young photographer at a wedding outside Dalby last week. Can you believe she's giving up on men at the ripe old age of 31? Something tells me our single snapper won't stay that way for long. Check out her Instagram at Stevie Jean Love Stories. LOL, Mabel. 2. Stevie's eyes cracked open. There was light streaming in through an unfamiliar set of blinds. A pounding in her head resolved into a shrill point of focus. Her phone alarm was bleating. Everything felt foreign. Stevie tried to piece it all together. Single bed, cheap sheets, undies on. Phew. Mouth like a desert. "For the love of God, make that stop!" A voice came from the neighbouring single bed. Stevie added that to the spluttering aircon unit and terrifying carpet. They'd made it back to the pub in town. Phew. "What time did we get back here?" Stevie asked the voice, which she eventually recognised beneath the panda eyes and moaning as belonging to one of the bridesmaids, Ali. "Girl, I couldn't tear you away from the dance floor in time for the courtesy bus, and then Heath brought out a bottle of scotch that you had to partake in. You were on the verge of walking the 17 Ks back to town when an angel appeared in the form of Red's Auntie Kim and her Toyota Corolla. She drove us back here about 4. Stevie tried to tally the number of drinks she'd consumed around the campfire after her dance-off with Johnno. She wasn't going to be able to drive home until she'd killed a few hours, showered, and found a greasy breakfast. "I need bacon," Ali bellowed. "No, a Bloody Mary. Not sure they know how to make them here, but recovery starts at 10 a.m, thank God." Stevie gave a silent prayer of thanks to bush tradition. For those hungover after a bachelor's and spinster's ball or a wedding in the sticks, any host worth their salt also offers a recovery the next morning after a remote event requiring hours of driving. From a barbecue breakfast to another full day's partying, recoveries ran the gamut to get you safely on your way home again, even if it wasn't until the following day. In this case, Red and Janelle had booked out the closest town's single pub for their guests and had organised a big fry-up breakfast rolling into lunch. They'd even made space in a bee garden for musical family members to jam. Stevie dragged her weary bones and her toiletry bag to the shared bathroom. As she creaked along the hallway, she heard the moans of sore heads and a cacophony of farts greeting the morning. The hot water was life-giving. Shampoo and soap erasing hours of campfire smoke and dust, and the ghosts of cigarettes and spilled drinks. The hotel towel was scratchy, but clean. She combed her wet hair into a thick, messy bun and pulled on a well-worn pair of Levi's and a Holy Magic Dirt t-shirt. She felt much better, though when she unfogged the mirror, she was reminded, "You're not 25 anymore, Harrison. Where's the bloody eye cream?" Another job, another hangover. Much as she might have felt 19 again doing the nutbush with Johnno at 1 a.m, these mornings after were getting harder. And right on cue, here comes the self-loathing. How much has really changed since the old days of sessions with Johnno, she thought, except the wrinkles. 10 years ago, Stevie had imagined herself as a professional success by 31. Published author, perhaps, or award-winning filmmaker, with a serious haircut and, let's face it, a husband. The reality was much more thrown together. Both job and hair, and a lot more single. What am I doing with my life? I dreamed of big love and telling big stories. The best I'll do today is a big sandwich. Life goals notwithstanding, the thought of a big sandwich was encouraging, and Stevie resolved to tackle the day. Backing out of the bathroom with her hands full, Stevie collided with a hunched form, clad in footy shorts and little else. "Johnno, I didn't see you there. Get a bit of sun yesterday, did you? You'll have to invest in some sunscreen now you're home, my delicate English rose." "Give a bloke a break, Stevie," he muttered, rubbing his red nose. "I'm a bit fragile today." He seemed dazed, but she took in the bloodshot eyes and sleep-mussed hair and chalked it up to a hangover. "You staying for the recovery?" he asked. "See you down there," she said, drifting back to room 24. Already thinking about which of yesterday's shots to focus on for the first Instagram post. There was so much editing to do once she got home, and a 3-hour drive before that could start. She was too lost in her thoughts to notice Johnno scratching his head in her wake. Stevie glanced at her watch. She should kill another hour before fueling the Pajero and hitting the road. Considering how many kilometres she had to cover to do her job, it wasn't worth the risk of losing her licence for blowing over the limit. The breakfast barbecue had hit the spot, and even if the coffee was instant, it had helped. Stevie's bags were packed and her car was parked on the main street outside the shady Victory Hotel. She pulled up a stool in the front bar and asked the publican if he'd charge her phone. "How'd it all go last night?" he asked, plugging in the battered iPhone and introducing himself as Bluey. "Big night, but the ceremony was lovely and the party was fantastic." "Glad to hear it," he said. "We sent 6 kegs out and I don't expect there was a drop left over. Even today we've put on an extra staff in the kitchen and the bar to cater for everyone recovering." He gestured at the dining room, a hub of activity, and continued. "You wouldn't believe the difference a party can make for the town. Visitors drinking our beer, staying in our rooms, eating our food, fueling up at the servo. Do you know, that's the first wedding we've had in that beautiful church since about 1992. Stevie was surprised. Given how picturesque the little church was, neat red brick with white accents, like a gingerbread house of God. She'd taken some shots of all the guests outside it that she couldn't wait to see on her big desktop screen. But then again, she'd seen many times how a wedding could wake up a town, bring it to life. People prepared for months to get their lawns green and gardens perfect. Everyone pulled together, stocking the caterers with local meat, donating the best blooms from their gardens to decorate the tables, assembling teams of local teens to serve drinks and help with food. It was hard work, but rewarding for the families who made it happen. It happened enough to keep Stevie in business, shooting country weddings mostly in Queensland and New South Wales, but she was surprised more people didn't go the country route for their big day. She supposed the dominant trends on Instagram and in the wedding magazines looked pretty different. Rows of perfectly matching chairs, gauzy white fabric drapes, immaculate flowers, rolling green lawns and ocean views. A far cry from the red dirt, flies and whatever glassware could be supplied out here. Stevie had shot plenty of those perfectly symmetrical city and coastal affairs, but they almost felt too easy. To her, there was so much more heart in a wedding that guests had to plan and drive for, where things quite often went pear-shaped, and the only option was to improvise with what was on hand. Stevie felt lucky to be a part of that. She ordered a chicken palmy from Bluey and another ginger beer, and walked out across the lawn of the beer garden where Red's little sister Grace was singing a Fleetwood Mac song, accompanied by her acoustic guitar. Toddlers twirled, and more than one grown-up might have been snoozing behind their sunglasses. She made eye contact with Johnno, who was looking much less dishevelled in a striped shirt and his akubra. He smiled and patted the empty seat next to him. He stood as Stevie reached the table, and she caught a breath of his smell, soap and sunshine, as he pulled out a chair for her. "How can you possibly be drinking beer, Johnno?" Stevie asked. "Stevie Jean, a hair of the dog is saving my life right now, and I urge you to do the same. It's science." "No way! Some of us have a long drive ahead today." "You still living in Brizzy?" "Yep. Jen and I are firmly in old married couple territory. Except now she's stepping out on me with a man. Good thing he's boring, or I'd worry it's getting serious." "Good old Jen. Say good day for me." "Well, I have a long drive too, but I, at least, have the promise of one of Mum's famous Sunday roasts at the end of mine." "You'll need a nice long stick to beat away the girls when they find out you're living with your parents," Stevie said sweetly. Yes, all the gorgeous single ladies tucked away across the Darling Downs who've been waiting patiently for my return. Much as Mum wants to start planning my wedding, I think Dad and Kate have some more pressing jobs they want me to do around the place. "That's right, you're a farmer now," she teased, and he let out a sigh. Another one bites the dust, literally, Stevie thought. I hope he can keep that sense of humour intact. So, you're taking over from Rod? She asked. I can't quite imagine him lounging by a pool in retirement with his holy old Akubra and his socktan. Right? Johnno laughed. He set this deadline so long ago. If I had $1 for every time I heard him say, John, I am retiring the day I turn 65, I'd be rich enough to hire someone else to take over. As Johnno explained, it wasn't enough to just turn up on his dad's 65th birthday either. A year earlier, Rod had begun needling Johnno about the handover process and whether he had his flight home booked. There's power in getting to choose when you step down, Stevie said. Look at all the best rugby league retirements, and the worst. Or Mum. How is Paula? Johnno asked. She's good, Stevie sighed. Better, but she never got to choose when to say goodbye to our property. Given the choice, she never would have left at all. So what does retirement look like for her? Johnno asked. Oh, a little flat in town, lots of trips to the library, a dog-eared meals for one cookbook, Stevie said breezily. She didn't mention the laundry drying on a folding rack in the living room, 1/10 the size of the Hills hoist it had once flown on. All the looks Paula got from other women her age while serving at the grocery store checkout. Or the fact that Paula wouldn't be retiring from that job anytime soon. Last I heard she was considering a pottery class. Actually, I can imagine Rod up to his elbows in clay, turning out some nice chunky mugs. I'll let you know if that's what he's plotting, Johnno smiled. In the meantime, all roads lead to the lawyer's office on November 12th to sign the succession papers. It's all in red on the kitchen calendar. Haven Downs, the next chapter. And now you've got the rest of the year to prove yourself. Johnno shrugged. Truth is, he said, my old boss in London already emailed begging me to come back. Said she can keep a role for me until the end of the year, so at least I have a backup option. Typical Johnno, Stevie thought. One hand on the escape hatch in case things get too hard. Last night I felt like we were 19 again, but this morning I felt so old. Can you imagine what our 19-year-old selves would make of this? Stevie said, gesturing between them. I would have been pretty happy to know I'd still be spending hungover mornings with you more than a decade later. And we've only gotten better looking. Stevie laughed. But we had such high expectations for ourselves. And here we are, both single. You're living with your parents. If you'd asked me at 19, I would have said I'd have knocked over a masterpiece and a marriage by now. Johnno said, swallowing his beer. And how is the masterpiece going? Non-existent. Can't fail if you don't try. But you're capturing love stories for the ages. It's hardly great literature, is it? I don't know. I just thought I had a big story in me. But if I was really any good, I wouldn't have kept giving up, would I? Looks like it's time to knuckle down for both of us. Actually, I'm pretty sure we did have this conversation when we were 19 and hadn't studied for our exams. We're not great at adulting, are we? Stevie moaned and buried her head on her forearms. Johnno clapped her on one shoulder. All right, Stevie, I'm going to the bar. Beer? Nah, mate, I'm trying to sober up here. Go on, just one Goldie won't hurt you. It's basically beer-flavoured water. Stevie thought about how cold and fizzy that one harmless little schooner of 4X gold would be, how she could make it disappear before the glass even stopped sweating. Grace was singing a Courtney Barnett bridge with her eyes closed and her toes curled in the grass. Home and work felt a long way away. Just one then, you bastard. Stevie caught her eyes wandering from the road and cursed Johnno and his harmless little schooner. The sun was low enough to blind her in the rearview mirror. She'd barely snatched defeat from the jaws of the Victory and had set out for home much later than her best-intentioned plans. Her ringtone suddenly cut through the music she was blasting. Stevie! Speaking? Who's this? It's Alex. Alex! What's on your mind? I don't have you and Steph in my calendar for a few months yet, right? Yeah, not till August. Don't fret. But we've had a bit of a development on the wedding and I wanted to run it by you. You got a second? Shoot, Stevie said, welcoming the distraction. This last stretch of the drive home, highway stuttering into suburbs, was always the worst. So, I know we talked about a low-key wedding at Mum and Dad's, but Network 6 dangled a carrot too big to turn down. They're footing the bill for the wedding of Steph's dreams, in return for full access to shoot a reunion special. Stevie laughed. I thought you'd had enough of the spotlight. The BB dream wedding, Alex said, groaning. So you need me to bow out and let the pros do their thing? Stevie asked. Well, that's what the network wants, but we really want you to do it. Stevie and Alex had been friends since college, and she had ribbed him mercilessly a few years earlier when she found out he was going to be featured on a new reality television show called Bush Bachelors. But the joke was on her. Alex had met his fiancée and become one of the few enduring success stories of BB, which was now a flagship Network 6 program. In season, BB was appointment viewing for bush and city girls alike, who tuned in to see a cast of daggy farmers paired off with potential wives. The blokes ranged in age and looks, but they were all as hapless at romance as the boys Stevie had grown up with. The women were another species, selected by the producers for maximum drama, so the less they knew about life on a property, the better. Over a series of challenges, the number of women was whittled down to the final contenders, supposedly soulmates for the bush batchies. Exotic dancers would strike out with steely potential mothers-in-law. Squeamish vegan dental nurses would drop out when required to go roo shooting. The bachelors, from Tasmanian oyster farmers to top-end ringers, pig breeders and wheat barons, would try to cop as much action as they could along the way. Each season would climax with an emotive finale as the farmers chose between their final fillies, egged on by producers to drop a knee for a rash proposal to boost ratings. These unions would eventually fizzle out, and the gossip mags would reset for the next season, while the bachelors would slink back to their local pubs and try to live down the ridicule of their peers. As the seasons progressed, the producers had to work harder to find the unpolished gems that had made the show's debut season such a hit. There were still plenty of mums nominating their oblivious sons, but there were an equal number of fame-hungry bounders eager to grab their 15 minutes in the spotlight. Before season 1, Alex's sister had sent in his application, and the producers couldn't believe their luck. Alex's property, Atherton, was a remote and vast far north Queensland cattle operation, complete with helicopter mustering, weekend polo matches and tennis tournaments on the ant-bed court next to the stately homestead. Plenty of babes had vied to go home with strappy Alex, whose collars were always snug around his rugby-formed neck. But from the premiere, Alex only had eyes for Steph, a nurse from Melbourne who'd also been dobbed in by her sister. It had been increasingly excruciating for the other girls as Alex and Steph fell in love on camera, the producers working overtime to create plot lines to keep the other girls from walking. To their despair, Alex didn't propose in the finale. Instead, he and Steph waited for the camera crews to decamp and then attempted to date in a vaguely normal way. She found she loved the endless vistas and the aching greens of the wet season. He let himself believe it was really real, and when they did get engaged, they called Stevie to shoot the wedding. Look, Stevie, Alex was saying, as part of the deal, Ladies' Day has the rights to publish the first images from the wedding, but we have a bit of leverage. We could go into bat for you to still be involved. You just have to work around a bit of showbiz silliness and a bit of paperwork. Stevie had a feeling Alex was underselling both the amount of silliness and the paperwork, but if this was her time to back herself, she wouldn't get a better opportunity to raise her profile. So it could be my shots in Ladies' Day? She asked. I don't see why not, Alex said. You're not even properly trained as a photographer, Stevie's brain taunted her. You think you can haggle with magazines and TV networks and do a better job than the professionals they work with? Then she thought of her bank balance, or lack thereof, of how many people would see those photos and what opportunities it might bring. Back yourself. Fake it till you make it. I'm in, but I don't want to be tripping over other photographers while you're walking down the aisle. I want to be the main photographer. All right, Alex said, sounding pleased. Let's make it happen.
3. The red dust kicked up in the Land Cruiser's wake as Johnno steered through the gates onto the straight-shot driveway to the Haven Downs homestead. The sun was low, blinding him, and it had to take the last 100 kilometres at a crawl, as kangaroos massed thick and unpredictable at the sides of the road, nibbling the green pick in the cool of the evening. He'd had one too many beers with Stevie and left the recovery far later than he intended. He caught himself dreading how disappointed his parents would be, and then reminded himself he was a grown man. No point going with your tail already between your legs. He checked the dashboard clock. 6:30 p.m. Cutting it close. His mother would be taking the Sunday roast out of the oven any minute. His sister, Kate, and her husband would be there for dinner too. Johnno was looking forward to catching up with them properly. After a week of distracted snippets of mid-work chat, he decided he'd breeze in and get everyone swept up in conversation and gossip before they had a chance to rouse on him. As the veranda-wrapped house came into view, nestled within Penny's beloved garden, Johnno turned down the stereo. He met his own eyes in the rearview mirror. Not as bloodshot as he worried they might be, but he was no oil painting. He felt suddenly self-conscious, thinking of how he had bailed up Stevie at the recovery, all fresh and glamorous in her sunnies, while he was slouched under his hat with a sunburned face. Oh, pick your battles, Johnno. There was a tougher crowd waiting inside. He straightened his collar, ran a hand through his hair, pulled in around the back of the house and shut off the engine. "Ah, the prodigal son returns," came Cameron Stone's warm, throaty drawl, along with a backslapping hug that left Johnno slightly winded. Kate's husband was a bear of a bloke, as tall as Johnno and twice as wide, especially since Johnno had taken up running. Cam was still in shorts and socks, his filthy work boots shucked off on the veranda, but he had donned a clean checked shirt as a concession to Penny's hostessing. Penny would no doubt have words with Kate at some point about it being unironed. Cam flicked the cap off a frosty stubby, and Johnno took it gratefully. "How's the forecast looking, Cam?" he asked. "Beautiful one day, perfect the next. Dry as a bloody bone." Johnno heard his father clear his throat before he emerged through the screen door, ruddy and freshly scrubbed in one of his good shirts. Cam wordlessly handed him a beer. Rod would never admit it, but Cam was much more like him than his own son. "Bit late, isn't it, mate?" Rod needled Johnno, who cursed himself for not getting on the front foot. "Yeah, too many people to catch up with," Johnno said. "Mabel Peters sends her regards to you and Mum. And Stevie Harrison too." He willed his voice to remain casual, distracting himself with pulling off his boots. Cam tousled Johnno's hair on his way inside, and a waft of roast lamb drifted out of the kitchen, rich with rosemary and garlic. "You better get in and wash up," his dad said. "Your mother's just about ready to serve." Johnno washed his face and hands in the bathroom, still steamy and Old Spice from his father's shower. In his room, he threw down his bag and surveyed the damage. Decided his jeans were clean enough for dinner. "You right, Johnno?" Kate asked, her blonde ponytailed head peering around the doorframe. "Yep, just changing," he called, not turning his eyes from his closet. It offered only checks, stripes, and old rugby jerseys. "Kate," came a voice from the kitchen. "Mum's getting fidgety. Get your ass into gear, eh?" "Bloody hell, you need to clean up in here. It's like a museum of your awkward years." To give themselves some space, Kate had renovated the cottage that had once been their grandparents', when she and Cam moved back to Haven Downs after their wedding 3 years ago. She'd chosen neutral colours that echoed the red dust and the warm wood of the land. When he was given the tour upon his return, Johnno hadn't missed the details, particularly the spare room off Kate and Cam's master bedroom. What used to be an office was now full of soft fuzzy rugs and a restored rocking chair, cleared for the potential additions to the family. "I'm getting to it," Johnno grumbled. "I've only been back a week, and Dad had me straight to work. Interior decorating wasn't quite on the agenda. Kate snickered. Interior decorating is an extremely generous way to describe all the bar mats and glasses you flogged from the pubs when you were 18. Kate, can you set the table, please? Her mother pleaded. Kate rolled her eyes and threw a shirt at Johnno as she left the room. He almost missed her muttering, "Nothing ever changes here." When Johnno West arrived into the world in a small-town hospital ward in 1987, he was the answer to his parents' prayers. A longed-for son after 3 girls in 6 years. He was their golden child, their future. But the crown never quite sat right with him. Faded photographs on the top of the piano showed Johnno and Kate, who was just 18 months older, forever side by side in childhood photos, with matching grins that made their eyes disappear. While their elder sisters, Emily and Sandra, played with Barbies and left for boarding school, Johnno and Kate caught tadpoles and yabbies in the dam. On swim club nights, they raced goggle-faced until the lights were turned out at the town pool, then fell asleep on each other's shoulders in the back seat on the long drive home. They'd slept out in their swags under the stars in the backyard, planning the horses and the cattle they'd have when they were grown up. They were inseparable, equally matched in strength and stubbornness, a dynamic they'd never outgrown. And while Kate had the edge on him in a foot race, Johnno had a lifelong trump card. He was the baby, he was the boy, and one day, the property would be his. At 17, he'd known Penny and Rod would indulge him in a certain amount of mucking around. Now, he had tested their patience through a protracted degree and then all the way to London and back. But it had been made very clear that it was time for him to come back to Haven Downs. He pulled on the polo shirt Kate had pegged at him, a Christmas gift from his mother that he knew she thought brought out his blue eyes. Yep, breaking out the big guns. Johnno sauntered into the kitchen and kissed his mother on the cheek. She flushed and shooed him to the table, untying her apron. Kate was setting out the last of the cutlery around the heavy farm table they'd eaten from their whole lives. "Turn off that TV, would you, John?" Penny asked. There was a day-night match underway, and Johnno found the remote and turned down the volume while leaving the screen on. Cam shot him a thumbs up. Penny set down the roast and handed Rod the carving knife and fork. Kate took her place, Cam beside her, Johnno opposite. There was a flurry of napkins shaken into laps and the squawks of chairs pushed back on polished floorboards, all of them unconsciously performing their steps in a dance they'd perfected over many years of Sunday roasts. As Rod sliced the meat, Penny set out steaming bowls of crispy roast spuds, burnished pumpkin slices, and peas flecked with mint from the garden. There was a jug of gravy, a pile of buttered white bread. Cam uncorked the bottle of Shiraz and poured it around the table, one eye on the cricket. Johnno met Kate's gaze, and they grinned at each other. "Bet you missed this in London," she said, passing the peas. "Like you wouldn't believe," Johnno said. "A pub roast just doesn't compare, although I'd take a bit of snow over this heat today. Mum, this looks outstanding. Thanks so much." "Best Childs came over from next door for a cuppa this morning," Penny said. "I wish you could have been here to say hello, John. Young Sarah was looking lovely, and she's been such a help around the place for them." "Managed to complete an ag science degree and bring her skills back to the family business as soon as she graduated," Rod said gruffly. "Point taken, Dad," Johnno said. "To be fair," Kate interjected, "I studied agribusiness at the same uni as Sarah, and from personal experience, I reckon she probably got all the hijinks out of her system there that Johnno had to go to the UK to seek out." Cam added around a mouthful of potatoes. "Johnno definitely spent his university days focused on academia. He failed those units on purpose so he could spend a couple of extra years in the Hallow Halls." "But we're so pleased you're here now," Penny said, smoothing things over. "Could have used another pair of hands fencing the east paddock earlier," Rod said, uninterested in being smoothed. "What's the plan there again, Rod? Win a crop of barley?" Cam asked. "Only with steady rainfalls in the next couple of months, I'd imagine," Kate said. Johnno let the work chat wash over him. He'd barely been back at Haven Downs for a week, and while some of the rhythms hadn't changed since Johnno was a boy, he was still settling in, particularly with Kate and Cam on the place. He was getting used to their role and wanted to make sure he didn't disrupt their systems. As well as helping out Rod and Penny, Kate was managing the books and wages for her and Cam's earth-moving business, which took him away more often than he was at home. But what they really wanted was land. their own patch of country to develop. Johnno knew it grated on Kate that, for all the work she did on the property, all that she and Cam invested into it, Penny and Rod had never even considered authoring their mistake or factoring them into the succession plan. There wasn't enough to split. It was all Johnno, signed and sealed when he was delivered, screaming, red face, with a penis. "What do you think, Johnno?" Kate's voice interrupted his thoughts. He had no idea what they were talking about. "Yeah, sounds like a great idea," he said, hoping it was. "I'd be waiting for the agronomist's advice, Dad," Kate frowned. "If the weather's like last season, we'll spend more on spraying than the crop is worth." Rod grunted into his wine glass. Underneath every conversation, Johnno could feel them all holding their breath, waiting to hear his plan for their future. And he just didn't know. As far back as high school, when he tried to picture his future as the master of Haven Downs, it had stayed out of focus in his mind's eye. Now here he was, a big lump of a man, as his mother would say, 32, single, and with little more to show for the past decade than some stamps in his passport. His mind went to Stevie again. She knew what it was like to live in this world without the expected partner. She was the first to joke about it, not bitter but weary, determined to get in first with self-deprecation before anyone could judge her. That judgment was partly what had kept him in London so long. But he just delayed the inevitable. "So, how was the wedding, John? Hope you gave our best to Janelle," Penny said. "Of course," Johnno answered. "She sends her love. It was a great ceremony." "Heard your old girlfriend Stevie was there," Kate smirked. Johnno kicked her shin under the table. "She was looking very well when I saw her a few months back," Penny said. "Easy, Mum. We're just mates." "Duh," Cam laughed. "She's got better options than this clown." "Well," Penny fussed, "that's her loss." Which only made Cam and Kate crack up more. This was not turning out at all the way Johnno had hoped. For a moment, he had imagined the next 10 years stretching ahead of him. Nothing but monotonous farm work, watching the weather forecast and enduring merciless ribbing from Cam. No, he needed more than that. His boss's offer felt like a sweet escape compared to the expectation in this room. He hadn't told anyone but Stevie about it. He still had time to decide. Better to give things here a real go first. He'd have to get established in town again, join some committees, get involved with the rugby club. There'd be social events to look forward to. He had 4 mates' weddings to attend before the year was out. No doubt Stevie would be at a few of those too. He liked seeing her shooting, lost in her work. She moved with a lightness and purpose that made him happy to see, especially after how she had been in the later years with Tom. She still held some of that self-doubt, never quite carrying her tall frame and broad shoulders with the pride he thought she should. But he found her as beautiful as ever. He'd forgotten how he was always somehow aware of where she was in the room, the way her cheeky smile could light him up. "How's the Cockies pre-season going, Cam? I thought I might drop in this week and put my name down," Johnno said, hoping to steer the conversation in a different direction. "Can always use an old boy," Cam answered. He never really missed a chance to niggle. "You can show the young blokes how it's done. Probably going to be a rough season. A lot of first-timers now the Bakers and the Campbells have left the district. Greeny's the president now. I'll let him know to expect you." "Thanks, mate. Dad, I thought I might offer the Rotary guys a hand. Maybe the tennis club too." "Just don't be in and out of town every night, John," came Rod's stern reply. "Fuel's not cheap."
4. The evening sky was just turning pink over the jacarandas as Stevie's Pajero rattled down her gravel driveway. The car panted with heat even after she killed the engine. Lugging her bags up the stairs to the Queenslander's latticed front door, Stevie ran a mental inventory of where her keys might be and came up blank. But she was in luck. The lock rattled from inside as her best friend and housemate Jen opened the door and their mutt Fred waggled past her to jump up on Stevie. "Sorry I couldn't take you this time, Fred." Stevie knelt down to scratch all around his face, and Jen sniggered as his eyes rolled back and his tongue lolled in pure pleasure. Stevie was flooded with the same feeling she'd had when they'd gone to the shelter to adopt him, as a wonky little pup a few years earlier. My family. "Stevie Jean, I was just about to open a bottle of wine," Jen said. her red hair dishevelled and her petite figure swamped by a worn university jersey that indicated she'd spent her Sunday cleaning. Got time to debrief, or are you straight into it? Lots to discuss, but I do need to smash out a post first. I'll meet you on the veranda? Jen nodded. I'll feed this guy. Dropping her gear bag on her desk, Stevie unpacked the bare minimum, putting her battery packs onto charge and arranging her lenses on a shelf. As well as her workhorse camera bodies, she had a small collection of second-hand film cameras. A beautiful silver Leica, a Polaroid, and even a Holga, and some plastic cameras from an experimental phase. She avoided eye contact with the 12-month calendar pinned above her desk. With upcoming weddings and their associated travel blocked out with highlighter, there wasn't much white space to be seen. Even if Stevie didn't take herself seriously as a photographer, the quality of her work was enough to deliver a steady stream of word-of-mouth inquiries. Which had landed her here, staring down the barrel of working almost every weekend for 6 months straight, and a weekday shoot most weeks as well. Shooting a wedding was only half the job. What the calendar didn't show was the clients whose images Stevie still had to finish editing, upload to websites, and package into albums. Photoshopping flies off brides' faces was a part-time job in itself. Her heart rate quickened as she wondered how many of those sweet brides were arriving home, newly tanned from their honeymoons, and barraging her inbox, wondering when they could expect their full set of photos. She shook off the thought, planted herself at the desk, powered up her computer, and opened Lightroom. She wouldn't tackle the full set tonight, but she could earmark the highlights and pick one for a first look on Instagram. Stevie's follower count had been steadily growing, and half her client inquiries now came from the platform, so she knew she should be posting more consistently. She also got a kick out of sharing the first image from a wedding and imagining it, instantly curing the bride's hangover. She scanned the options. Janelle and Red facing each other on the railway bridge. It was nicely composed with the creek running below. The couple under the string lights for their first dance. Janelle's back was to the camera, and Red's hand was at her waist protectively, their faces turned towards each other with a smile, as he whispered something funny in her ear. The faces of the crowd around them weren't in focus, but you could tell they were all grinning. Mabel, sneaking some cake. Stevie would save that one for later. Johnno, posing with finger guns. She should send that to him. Aha, that's the one. The couple kissing outside that adorable little church. Janelle's veil catching the breeze as Red dipped her, and the air festooned with confetti frozen in flight as all the guests cheered. Stevie was impressed at how symmetrical she'd caught the moment. She imported the image and applied a preset that would give all the photos a uniform palette, in this case accentuating the blues of the skies and Janelle's eyes. She pumped up the saturation on the reds just slightly, so the confetti and the church's bricks popped against the cloudless sky. Then she straightened the horizon, adjusted the white balance, and opened Instagram. Time to make some magic. Janelle and Red. She typed into the Instagram caption. Stevie padded out to the back deck, where Jen had her feet up on the wooden table next to a half-full glass of wine and her phone in hand. Finally, the pic looks great, Jen said, passing Stevie a glass of wine. It was a kind of unconscious gesture that came with more than a decade of friendship. I've got to stop doing this, Jen muttered to her cigarette as she lit it. But it makes you look so cool, Stevie said. Would we be here together today if you hadn't been a rebellious teen smoker? Stevie and Jen had attended rival girls' schools, but had crossed paths at sports carnivals, dances, and debating competitions. They were both overachievers who were too cynical and socially functional to go full nerd, and Stevie would never forget their first non-rebuttal interaction. Stevie had wandered out the back door of the St. Mary's Auditorium during a break between debates and spotted Jen leaning against a brick wall. Jen had lifted her head, red curls escaping from under the brim of her straw boater, and blue eyes sparkling. She then reached behind the ornate crest of her blazer and pulled out a crumpled pack of Benson and Hedges, wordlessly offering one to Stevie before lighting her own. They'd smoked in silence for a minute. Stevie pulled up her long socks, something she seemed to spend the entire 5 years of boarding school doing, like a tick. "Why don't any hot boys ever do debating?" Jen had finally asked. "Rugby," Stevie had grunted in response. "All we get are the dweebs building their extracurriculars and the flamboyant boys in search of an audience." They'd laughed together, made a bet on whether any of the St. Mary's boys were straight, and then gone back inside where Jen had demolished Stevie's team in the debate. "You didn't fall for me straight away though, did you?" Jen said. Stevie shook her head. "Too intimidating." Grudging respect at school became obsessively close friendship when they moved into the same residential college at university. But for the first few weeks they were prickly, each thinking the other was too cool. Finally, they'd been seated next to each other at an inexplicably Mexican-themed formal dinner. Together, they polished off 2 bottles of wine under their sombreros and fake mustaches while bonding over music and judging people. And the rest was history. Tom had made his move on Stevie not long into that first year. She never thought she'd be one of those girls who'd coupled off straight away, but Tom had rolled straight into boyfriend behaviour. Stevie had liked the way all their friends saw them as the perfect couple. Classic college sweethearts who were going to get married, take over his family property, and have a brood of cute, gingham-clad kids. Jen, meanwhile, was terminally single, narrating every disastrous hookup for Stevie's entertainment. Quite the contrast to our current dynamic, Stevie thought, with a pang of nostalgia for the days before it was her own tragic love life they laughed about. Jen had studied social work at UQ while Stevie went to QUT for her business degree. After graduation, Jen had moved into volunteer work and clinical placements, while Stevie followed Tom out west and picked up work in a bank. In the years that followed, they'd have blowout weekends when Stevie visited, sleeping head to toe in Jen's bed after devouring greasy pizza slices on the stagger home from the valley. After Stevie broke up with Tom and blew up her life, she'd turned up on Jen's doorstep. Jen had taken her in like a stray puppy. And when Stevie finally emerged from her depression doona with a sudden energy for reinvention, Jen had surprised her with her first DSLR camera. Stevie had scraped up enough for a round-the-world ticket and skedaddled. 18 months later, she returned with a swag of stories and a mountain of credit card debt. When Jen's flatmate kicked up a stink about Stevie still sleeping on their couch 4 weeks later, Jen had reminded him that it was her name on the lease, and he'd given notice. They'd been living together ever since. In the midst of a shared man drought, Jen had finally capitulated to Stevie's begging that they should adopt a dog. "You have to promise to walk him and feed him and pick up his poo, Stevie. God, listen to me. What am I, your mother? You'll be a wonderful mother to our dog, and I promise you, you won't have to do a thing. Please, 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 please." "Fine. Just promise me never to call him a fur baby." They called him Fred. "So, how was the wedding?" Jen asked. "I know you have gossip because you were supposed to be home much earlier than this." "It was fun, but I did stay up a bit too late." "You sly dog. Get a pash? What are we, 14? Neither of us was pashing anyone when we were 14, so no." Stevie had to concede this was accurate. "No, I did not get a pash, but Johnno West was there." "Johnno West?" Jen sat up a little straighter. "I thought he was in London." "Yeah, I think his folks were putting the pressure on him to come home," Stevie said nonchalantly. "Interesting," Jen said, drawing out each syllable as she studied Stevie's face. "Oh, stop it. You know nothing ever happened with Johnno," Stevie muttered. "How was your weekend?" "Quiet. Andrew booked our Europe flights, so we've been planning out the trip." "Good old Andrew. How many spreadsheets has he made already?" Stevie teased. "Just one," Jen said, before adding quietly, although it does have multiple tabs and colour coding. They burst out laughing, and Jen topped up their glasses. Checking the reaction to her Instagram post, Stevie noticed a direct message request from an account called @BushTelegraphMabel. Stevie, it's Mabel. Great to catch up at the wedding. Photo looks great. Keep in touch. LOL Mabel. Something about being over a certain age led people to text like they were shouting a telegram, all capital letters and no punctuation. But Stevie's favourite touch was always when older people thought LOL stood for lots of love. She flicked through to Mabel's profile, a prolific record of weddings, christenings, race days, wakes, and school fetes around the state. She replied, "Great to see you on here, Mabel. Now I can keep up with all your adventures." Almost immediately, Stevie saw that Mabel was typing a response. "The girls at Bingo got me on it. Love seeing what all the young ones are up to. Much better than Facebook. You going to be at the Mace wedding in March? Get a deposit up front. I heard there's trouble in paradise." Old Mabel was quite the social media butterfly. And Stevie was indeed booked for the Mace wedding. She'd have to check over the paperwork. Trust Mabel to have the juicy goss. "Got a hottie sliding into your DMs?" Jen asked. "Nah, my new friend Mabel. She knows the dirt on everyone. Check it out, the Bush Telegraph." Jen peered at Mabel's profile. "Stevie, I've heard of this lady. Celeste said when her sister had that terrible affair with the married farmer near Thuggaminda, her parents found out about it from some nosy old lady and shamed her into breaking it off. She spends all her time volunteering and going to social events, a one-woman rumour mill. Apparently she's quite the matchmaker too." That rang a bell for Stevie. But all those times her mum had told her to rein it in at the races and rugby days with threats that the Bush Telegraph would trash her reputation, Stevie had assumed it was just a figure of speech. Scrolling back through Mabel's posts, Stevie realised what a boon technology was to the ancient art of gossip. From carefully worded insinuations about suspect fashions on the field voting, the only competition more plagued by corruption was the Roma Agricultural Show's Best 6 Classic Scones category, to baby bumps and punch-ups. It appeared no shotgun wedding went off without Mabel knowing every scandalous detail. The Bush Telegraph knew about every estate sale before the bankruptcy had been declared. She knew about every highway prang and drug bust. But what she seemed to love more than anything was weddings and matchmaking to make them happen. The posts spanned Queensland and delved into New South Wales. One old lady couldn't be covering all this ground, Stevie thought. She probably had a network of contacts sending tip-offs and photos. "Gossip girl, eat your heart out," Stevie said. It might seem like trivial meddling, but there was an element of it Stevie respected deeply. She'd seen how small communities live and die by the next generation of young people who commit to them, so often at the whims of whether the right person meets and falls in love with a local. She gave me some good advice, actually. "Mabel?" "Yeah, we were talking about how you can't wait around for a man to make your life perfect. She said I should be the love of my own life and start taking my work seriously." "Stevie, I've been saying the same thing to you for years. But hey, I'm glad the message is getting through, even if you had to hear it from some random old lady at a wedding. So, what's the plan? Get a business coach, a financial advisor to sort out your credit card debt, freeze your eggs?" "I'm still figuring out the finer details, but I'm going to work on growing my profile, see if I can build more momentum on my Instagram. And Alex and Steph's wedding in August is going to be on national TV, so I'm going to make the most of that." Jen nodded. "Sounds like a good start. You've got so much talent, Stevie. I reckon once you start actually trying to make a go of it rather than just letting things happen, you'll be amazed what you can do. I'm glad you're thinking about the future. We're not teenagers anymore, you know." A possum squawked in the jacaranda tree above them, showering them with mauve blossoms and prompting a growl from Fred, who was keeping vigil below. Stevie's rapidly disappearing glass of rosé was sweating a ring onto the wooden tabletop, and Jen blew smoke from her rolly absent-mindedly into the sky. Stevie's phone didn't ping, but some ominous instinct made her look over at the screen face up on the outdoor table as a new email preview flashed up. Lily Taylor. Why was that name so familiar? Stevie clicked on the email and a flash of recognition opened a trapdoor in her guts. She let out a groan. What is it, babe? Jen blew a nonchalant smoke ring, but she sniffed drama. Stevie handed the phone over, draining her wine glass in one gulp and reaching for a refill as Jen read out loud. Dear Stevie, I hope this finds you well. We haven't met, but I think you know my fiancé, Tom Caruthers. We literally got engaged an hour ago and I am desperately hoping we can book you in to shoot the wedding. I'm a huge fan of your Insta and I know you do such a perfect job of making us look beautiful with no cheesiness. Whatever it costs, we'll pay it. The date we have in mind is coming up fast. We want to get married at the property on Tom's mum's birthday, October 10. Can you fit us in? Please, please, please say yes. Lily Taylor. I suppose I should be grateful she didn't touch a photo of the ring, but I bet that rock is huge, Stevie said. Bet she just happened to have a fresh manicure too, Jen egged her on. Stevie wasn't sure how she'd momentarily forgotten her ex-boyfriend's new girlfriend. Picture the platonic ideal of the last woman you'd want your ex to date after you, and Lily was worse. A gorgeous 22-year-old law student and part-time yoga instructor. She followed a photogenic daily routine, working out in matching activewear with her abs bared, a green smoothie, studying with other overachievers with rich girl hair, and a procession of cocktail parties. Stevie knew all this because she'd spent a night, or 6, tumbling down Lily's Instagram grid. She'd once scrolled so far that she drifted off into a self-loathing sleep and accidentally double-tapped a picture of Lily from 3 years earlier on a yacht somewhere. A deep like of deep shame that she had hastily undone but felt certain Lily had noticed. God, she makes me feel like such an old heifer, Stevie moaned. She's so perfect and tiny and dainty. It's just rude. I know she's awful, Jen started, but you were so much happier after you broke up with Tom. Eventually. And, obviously, you don't have to shoot their wedding. It's not that I want Tom back, I just hate being followed by a literal younger model. And it's the sliding doors thing. If I'd stayed with him, my life would be totally different now. We'd be married, with kids on the property. Yeah, but that doesn't mean you'd be happy. You were together, 6 years? The relationship peaked when you were at uni. You're both different people now. Never forget Celeste's wedding. Stevie inhaled sharply. Jen was invoking the bleak memory of a friend's nuptials in 2013. Their college friends were going down like dominoes. It was the 5th wedding she and Tom had attended that year. They had the routine nailed. Dress up, church, drink, dance, recovery. But Stevie still felt like she was play acting at being a grown-up. Sweating in the church, Stevie had found herself doing the equation she always did at weddings. Celeste had met Rob in their 3rd year at university. After 3 years of dating, they took the standard trip to Europe and Rob proposed in Paris. 9 months to plan the wedding, and there they were, right on schedule. Stevie steeled herself for the inevitable patronising "you'll be next" comments. It drove her crazy. The uncomfortable looks as other people did the maths and came up short with her. 6 years and still no ring? I'm only 25, she'd thought. But a voice inside her did wonder. Even if she couldn't actually picture herself and Tom living together as a married couple, what was holding him back from asking? You knew that night it was over with Tom, Jen reminded her. After the wedding, Stevie had lain next to Tom, his rummy breath smelling like Christmas. Tom? Her voice was small. Do you ever think about getting married? There was a long pause. Yeah, sure, he'd finally said. And the silence had stretched out again, growing louder with every second until Stevie's ears rang with it, hanging heavy over the bed, suffocating her. What was he thinking? Why couldn't she think of anything to say? She became aware of Tom's slow breathing. Was he asleep? While she was having some kind of panic attack? Night, babe, Tom muttered, rolling over already half asleep. patting her hair limply. Is your face wet? Is your face wet? Stevie mimicked to Jen back in the present. Ugh. Emotional intelligence wasn't his strong suit, Jen allowed. But you were only in it for the college sweetheart storyline, and that's not enough to sustain a relationship. You freed each other to find better partners. Stevie snorted. One of us is still searching. But her brain was already flicking through her mental calendar. She'd felt a ping of recognition at the date Lily mentioned, because a client had cancelled for that date only 2 weeks ago. Very juicy, classic broken engagement with a twist, the groom had discovered that his fiancée's newfound commitment to shredding for the wedding was motivated by an unusually close relationship with her personal trainer. Lily did say she'd pay whatever it cost. Stevie could get that new drone she'd been eyeing, set up some gorgeous sweeping shots in the long paddock at sunset. She knew that property like the back of her hand. Even with it so dry, the colours would be achingly good. Back yourself. Could she really shoot her ex's wedding? Shall we go catch up with Jessica? Jen offered. Stevie nodded, and they headed inside to curl up on the couch. They'd been watching Murder, She Wrote together since college, enough to know all of Jessica Fletcher's sassy quips by heart, but they continued to choose it over newer series. Jen was asleep before the first twist, while Stevie's racing thoughts kept her awake. She threw a blanket over Jen and switched off the TV. The usual comfort she found in neatly solved murders was no match for the Lily conundrum. Instagram post by @StevieJeanLoveStories. Janelle and Red, January 2019. These two know how to party. I should know. I was there until the bitter end. But the joy in this image is an instant hangover cure. Right, Janelle? I've noticed some new followers, so I wanted to say welcome and introduce myself. I'm Stevie Jean Harrison. I live in Brisbane, but I shoot around regional Queensland, where I grew up, and beyond. I have a great dog called Fred, and I'm single. But don't let that put you off. I know weddings, especially bush weddings. I've been photographing them for 5 years, and we've been in drought the whole time. There's something profound about being there for the rare chance people get to let their hair down. It's a small world, which has its pros and cons, but I feel lucky to be a part of it. This year, I want to take my career to a new level, so I will be posting more yarns here, both the picture-perfect moments and the behind-the-scenes, which can be less glamorous. Thanks for following. Buckle up, it's going to be a big year. XO Stevie. 5. Stevie was sneaking a beer from the fridge when she heard Jen's keys in the door. Jesus, Stevie, it's a brothel in here, Jen called before she'd even kicked both shoes off. Her cheeks were flushed after a hot commute, her Q suit looking worse for wear. Shucking off her jacket, Jen threw a manila folder of client notes on the table and asked, "Are you going to get me one of those? Man's not a camel." Stevie sunk a stubby into a holder and passed it over. "I was just about to tidy up, honestly." "Sure," Jen said. "Big day of editing?" Stevie had got distracted, writing a vignette of all the Chinese restaurants she'd tried in small towns. Ubiquitous and idiosyncratic, but posting it to her Instagram had left her with enough momentum to tackle some actual work. "Finally finished off a few jobs. I just have to package up the printed albums tomorrow and mail them out. Get a few newlyweds off my back." Stevie sighed, straightening the chairs and folding some laundry. Jen was shuffling through a pile of mail Stevie had been ignoring and handed her some envelopes that looked worryingly like speeding fines. "I'll put these new bills in the spreadsheet, Stevie. Just transfer me your share by the end of the month. We have rent next week too, remember?" "Yes, boss," Stevie bowed, trying to lighten the mood, but she caught a split-second wince from Jen. They'd lived together for 6 years, so long Stevie couldn't imagine living with anyone else. But, increasingly, domestic resentment was simmering on a back burner under their old married couple dynamic. She changed topic. "Jen, it's time." "What time?" You told me to tell you whenever the situation arose again, and I'm telling you, the situation has arisen. It's all hanging out. It's time for action. In the bathroom, Jen tilted back her head as they both peered at the mirror. Oh, God, Jen said. How did it get this bad? Sorry, mate, it's on me. I'm just not often at an angle to see your nose hair. I've never regretted having a tall best friend more, Jen lamented. She took the nail scissors from the cabinet and thrust them at Stevie. Help me! Are you sure you don't want to try doing this yourself? I get too nervous. My hands get shaky. It's a vicious cycle. You have to do it for me. There's a part of me that loves that you'll always rely on me for this, Stevie said, placing one hand at the back of Jen's head for steadiness. Now hold still. She went in for the trim. To distract Jen, she continued. No Andrew tonight? He's got a games night with his boys, Jen answered. Finally got him to stop insisting I come along and watch them play stupid board games. Both girls laughed. Why don't you try online dating again? Jen asked Stevie. Look, just because it worked for you and Andrew doesn't mean I'm that basic. Thanks a lot. You know what I mean. Where's the story to tell your grandkids about how you met? Where's the grand romance? I'm remembering why I dreaded telling you I was dating Andrew. Yeah, remind me of the fireworks of those lustful early days. Stevie teased, knowing full well that Andrew had taken Jen to a dinner at a restaurant too fancy for a first date. She remembered Jen's ambivalence after she got home and how he'd rambled about his accounting job, misunderstood Jen's literary references and sharp jokes, and administered a dry kiss on the cheek to end the night. Stevie had assumed that was it for Andrew. If there was no chemistry at the start, why bother wasting a minute more? She only realised Jen was still going out with him when he turned up for dinner weeks later. When Stevie answered the door, he introduced himself and handed Stevie a mid-range bottle of red wine before taking off his boat shoes and lining them up neatly at the front door. A year later, Stevie still fought the urge to yawn when he tried to make conversation, but she had to admit her best friend seemed happy. He irons his own shirts. He can cook from a recipe, even if he gets hung up on following every instruction to the letter, Stevie interrupted. I don't think he's ever improvised a thing in his life, Jen. Probably not, Jen conceded. But he's punctual. He's polite to my parents. He plans things. He talks about our future instead of pretending nothing exists beyond the present moment, like every other bloke we've pashed in the past decade. Stevie knew Jan was increasingly ready for that future. Dreaming of her own practice, buying a big Queenslander, a couple of kids, all the cliches she'd joined Stevie in mocking over the years didn't make her laugh anymore. I'm going to stay at Andrew's tomorrow after work, Jen told Stevie, brushing nostril trimmings off her blouse. When I get back, this place better be ship-shape. Stevie saluted. At midday the next day, Stevie rinsed the last wine glass and snapped off her rubber gloves. Every utensil they owned was dripping and gleaming on the drying rack. Stevie's approach to cleaning was much like her approach to everything. All or nothing. She liked to think of it as binge cleaning. She barely had a chance to exhale and admire her handiwork when the music in her headphones gave way abruptly to her ringtone. Mum, I was just about to call you, she answered. Of course you were, darling, came the response, laced with a sardonic smile Stevie could actually hear. Just when she was starting to feel like a functioning adult. What's for lunch? Stevie asked, flopping onto the couch and scratching Fred behind the ears. She'd got into the habit of making sure Paula was eating after her dad left. There had been a lot of long calls with not much said in the early days, long silences where Stevie could hear the tears rolling down her mum's cheeks. Now that Paula and her appetite had bounced back, Stevie asked the question more out of curiosity. Well, I have all this fennel coming up in the garden, so I had a very fennelly salad, which really just leaves one looking for something else to eat. Stevie pictured Paula leaning against the kitchen counter in baggy linen pants, taking off her glasses and rubbing the bridge of her nose with her eyes closed. But darling, there's something else I wanted to talk to you about. Stevie tensed. She could hear that Paula was nervous. Oh, God, there's no easy way to say this. I set up a profile on eHarmony. Mum! Stevie cracked up out of sheer relief. Send me a link right now. I hope you used a good photo. Is that safe? Paula asked. I haven't actually added a photo yet. I don't want some psycho to hunt me down and kill me in my bed. Mum, they can't find you from a photo. Besides, no one will go on a date with someone who doesn't put a picture up. They'll assume you have a deformity. A date? Darling, I never even went on a date with your father. I wouldn't know what to do. One step at a time, hey? First you have to start talking to someone, and that's not going to happen until you have a picture, Stevie said. What about the picture from Stacey's wedding? Come on, Mum, you can't use a picture you have to cut Dad out of. Tell you what, Stevie offered. If you can wait to meet your Prince Charming, I'll be coming through town in a couple of weeks after the Mace wedding. Get lots of wine, I'll sleep over and we can workshop this together. Paula murmured her assent. By the time I'm done with you, the eligible men of the region will be beating down your door. In a non-home invasion way. The next day, Stevie was 1,000 miles away, her eyes drinking in the azure waters of Greece, when Knuckles rapped on the other side of the glass. In a daze, she looked up from a travel photography book to see Johnno, grinning through the bookstore window. Fancy seeing you here, he boomed, striding into the tiny shop. Broke hipsters paused reading the imported magazines to scowl at him over their glasses, and the clerk huffily rearranged the architecture titles. Keep it down, champ, Stevie said. She'd been so deep in her reverie, she still felt a little bit entranced. She held up the page she'd been looking at. A far cry from the old brown snake, isn't it? Bloody oath. Are you getting itchy feet again, Stevie Jean? Always. Holding out hope for some good destination weddings for the European summer. You never know. Did you ever get to the Mediterranean? Of course, he said. Did my Croatian sailing tour, like any self-respecting expat. You've probably seen more of Europe than me, though. I bet you've seen more culture than you're letting on, Stevie replied. But what are you doing here? I feel like it's 12 years ago and you've busted me wagging a lecture. I would have been the one wagging, not you, he laughed. You managed to actually graduate on time at least, unlike me straggling back after you and Tom had moved on. He looked at his watch. Bugger. I'm on a strict timeline of errands and I'm late for my suit fitting. Keen brothers? Stevie asked. Johnno nodded. And if I don't get there soon, the old bastard will definitely stick me with the pins accidentally. Want some company? Stevie offered. Yes, please. They strolled through the city laneways, out of pace with office workers scurrying about on their lunch breaks. Thought you were in a rush, Stevie said. This is me rushing, Johnno said. Can you imagine racing around like a blue-assed fly every day in between sessions in the fluoro-lit cubicle? City life is not for me. Stevie had been thinking the same thing. There's a lot to be said for living outside the 9 to 5. Weren't you an office drone in London, though? Technically, yes, but I managed to get into one of the forgotten departments with a few crusty old researchers in a suburban branch. They still had a tea lady bringing around sandwiches on a cart. It was like going back in time. Stevie could just imagine him, in his element with a cohort of crotchety old blokes in elbow-patched tweed, flirting with a pensioner pushing a tea trolley. I can see what you're thinking, Stevie Jean, and I'll have you know Doris was the one flirting with me. She was still laughing as Johnno grabbed her elbow to guide her into the narrow shopfront of Keane Brothers Tailors. It was 10 degrees cooler than the baking city streets, all dark wood with rows of hanging blazers and stacks of shirt boxes. You're late, John. The old tailor was scowling, but his face lit up when he saw Stevie. Oh, pretty lady, you sit over here. At least someone will appreciate my craftsmanship. Nudging Stevie into a velvet armchair, he pushed Johnno into a dressing room with a suit and whipped the curtain closed. A minute or two later, Johnno pulled the curtain back with far less energy. Let's get this over with, he muttered. Stevie had forgotten this quirk of Johnno's. He'd had no shame in making himself the clown of any situation, but as soon as he was the centre of attention for anything serious, he was desperately uncomfortable. Like someone gritting their teeth through a crowd singing them happy birthday. Stevie thumbed through one of her new books as the tailor began his work, measuring and pinning the hems of Johnno's suit. She pretended to read but couldn't help noticing how much leaner Johnno was. He was surely subsisting on a healthier diet than he'd favoured at uni, the unholy trinity of beer, 2-minute noodles and hotbox fried foods. That Johnno would have looked ridiculous in a tux. This one, though, could wear a suit. After years of rentals, this tight ass is finally buying a proper tuxedo from me, the tailor teased, giving Stevie a lopsided grin around a mouthful of pins. I've got that many weddings this year I'd be mad to keep renting, Johnno fired back. Although what you're charging me for this is still daylight robbery. Stevie, do these shoulders look right to you? She looked up from her book. Shoulders look good. You should try the pants taken in a bit. I told him this, the tailor agreed. Dad'd have a heart attack if I started swooning around in tight duds, Johnno said, shaking his head. Got to give the family jewels room to breathe. You hurt my heart, John, but the customer is always right. I will finish these adjustments in 2 weeks. Can you pick up the suit? I don't think the couriers deliver to your country house. Johnno was back behind the curtain. Stevie could hear him pulling on his boots. I won't be able to get back, mate, he said. I'll be home for a gig in a couple of weeks, if you could get it from me there, Stevie said. She is an angel, the tailor said. I'd better take you for lunch then, Johnno said. You free? I should be doing some work at home, but how often do I get shouted lunch? Let's do it. Oh, no you wouldn't, Stevie squealed as they approached Harry's fine food, the site of many a greasy 3 a.m. D&M. I've never been inside Dirty Harry's in daylight and I don't intend to start now. Easy, Tiger, we're not there yet, Johnno said. Counter lunch at the Caco? Classic, Stevie nodded in approval. The Caxton had had a much more chic fit-out since the days Stevie and Johnno had frequented its dance floor. My shoes are barely even sticking to the floor, Johnno said in wonder as they found a table. We're moving up in the world. As they waited for their steaks and chips to arrive, banter again flowed like no time had passed. How come we never crossed paths in London? Johnno asked, slicing his steak. You were in Europe more than once. Well, I try to get off the beaten track. I was looking for adventure, not half my graduating class, so London was a bit too obvious. Oh, so you think I'm basic? Johnno laughed. Completely. But I did try to meet up with you once, remember? You were supposed to meet me at the mummies in the British Museum. I can't believe you're bringing this up, Stevie. I did go, and you weren't there. You were late. How was I to know you were going to turn up at all? So when a very handsome Spanish backpacker invited me for jamon sandwich, what was I supposed to do? I was hungry. Ah, Alejandro, Stevie thought wistfully. A few weeks later they'd reconnected in Barcelona. A rapid-fire montage of memories surfaced. Whizzing through back lanes on the back of a Vespa, eating pinchos and drinking vats of cheap wine, making out on cobblestone streets. That was a more fun flashback than remembering the protracted email row she'd had with Johnno, trading blows every time she had some Wi-Fi. I think we'll have to agree to disagree about that again, he said. How'd you get into wedding photography anyway? When I last saw you in Brisbane, you just got your camera and you were about to leave the country. That was my first trip overseas. A glorious year, but I came back with a massive credit card debt. So I bunked in with Jen and kept on with the hodgepodge of jobs I'd been scraping by on overseas. Bar work, nannying, bits of freelance writing and photography. A friend asked me to take photos at her wedding. I gave it a go and realised I had a knack for it. Word got around. I got busier. Somehow it became my full-time job. And are they always bush weddings? Well, I get a lot of gigs through personal connections, and people seem to like the stuff I shot in the dust. And people definitely know how to have the most fun at a bush wedding, so yeah, mostly. Living the dream, he said. Am I? I just kind of fell into it, and now it feels like a ride I can't get off. You were always going to be a storyteller, though. He said it like it was obvious, but it had taken Stevie years to come to the same conclusion. I thought I'd be telling bigger stories by now, she sighed. Don't you feel like this switch flicked when you turned 30? All these decisions I made in my 20s about who I am suddenly feel like a trap. Everyone else has settled down, and that kind of life feels so far out of my reach. Ah, you're feeling like an old maid. She threw her napkin at his head. No, I know what you mean. I've been dragged back by my parents to face reality, and all my mates are getting married this year. We're not as young as we used to be, but we're not dead yet. Is it really what you want to be doing, though? Haven Downs? Got to grow up sometime, I suppose, he said with a shrug. I don't really know what I should be doing. Why not be a farmer? Kate can't wait to see me stuff it up. It was classic Johnno, joking around about the stuff expected of him. Only it wasn't a missed assignment or a failed exam, it was his family's livelihood. Stevie's mum's voice rang through her head. Land is a privilege, Stevie. The only way to live on the land is to give it your whole heart and ask for help when you need it. They'd seen what could happen when someone didn't take it seriously. Like he was reading her mind, Johnno asked, How's your mum going? She's good, Stevie said. It was a big adjustment for her, getting used to living in town, but she's okay. I'm glad to hear it. I remember how hard it was on you, your dad walking out, he said gently. Ancient history, Stevie said, keen to change the subject. Now, more details about your romance with the elderly tea lady, please. The beers were flowing as easily as the conversation, and Stevie felt the warm glow of effortless chat with an old friend. She was unravelling the parts of Johnno's life she'd missed. And the years of shared jokes and history before that meant there were plenty of mutual friends to gossip about and nostalgia to bathe in together. The afternoon sun was dipping low across the beer garden. Stevie caught herself drinking in the sight of Johnno, the planes of his face softened in the golden hour light. His hands not yet tattooed with dirt from farm work, his shirt sleeves rolled up at the elbow and his bare, capable forearms on the table. She felt like she'd never looked at him straight, never let herself really see him. All those years when he was her boyfriend's best friend, it wouldn't have been right. They trafficked instead in sidelong glances. Next to Tom, he had always been out of focus. Just as tall but never as trim or well-groomed, Johnno was always a bit untucked and woolly around the edges. In those uni days, blokes could get away with scruffiness. But this Johnno had finally started to take care of himself, learned how to iron his own shirts and get a decent haircut. And this haircut, she had to admit, was decent. It made the most of his neck, a little bit pink from the sun against his shirt collar. It was just long enough at the front that he occasionally had to nudge a strand out of his eyes. Stevie caught herself wanting to do it for him. And suddenly, Stevie realised she was staring. As if floating above the scene, she saw herself. Was she actually crushing on Johnno? Could she just brush a hand across one of those forearms, leaning closer to that neck? Oh boy, Stevie Jean, time to sober up. Granted, you're in a hell of a dry spell, but this is still Johnno, the scruffy bogan who's never taken himself or his future seriously and who's seen you at your absolute worst. Your ex-boyfriend's best friend, and he's just given up life in London to move in with his parents in the middle of nowhere. Nup, no way, can't happen. No more thoughts about kissing Johnno. You okay there, Stevie? You've gone a bit quiet. Fine, she said. It's your shout, you tight ass. Some time later, Jen strode in, jingling her car keys. I thought thought you were going to meet me outside, Stevie Jean, she said, rounding on the table as Stevie dimly recalled texting Jen to pick her up. Jennifer! Johnno sprung up and tackled her in a hug. After a minute, Jen pulled back. Let me get a look at you, stranger. She shot Stevie a meaningful look, along the lines of, you didn't mention this glow-up, over his shoulder. Wait till you see my new suit, he said. You're looking well yourself. Now, Johnno, as much as I'd love to catch up, I'm illegally parked. Has your mate here told you I'm taking her home, or is she leaving you in the lurch? I should call it a night anyway, Johnno said. Or will you have one more drink with us for old time's sake? Stevie could see Jen was tempted, but before she could agree, an unholy shout rent the room. As I live and breathe, the salmon has returned! A small but very loud man Stevie had last seen doing a keg stand at St. Leo's College some 8 years ago was advancing towards them with a manic glint in his eye. I can't remember the last time someone called me that, Johnno said, but he was already in a mismatched hug with their old friend Agro. Nothing good ever comes of it, Stevie said. I can't believe you're here, you bastard! Me either, Agro, how are you? You missed my wedding, and I have 2 daughters now. You have been busy, Johnno said, as he and Stevie exchanged a look. Forget that. It's time for one of those legendary salmon sessions. Let me get you a drink. Hang on. Let me see if they have a beer bong behind the bar. Oh, no, that's our cue, Jen said, pulling Stevie behind her. See you next time, Johnno. Agro, always a pleasure. Give my best to Marie and the girls. Stevie stumbled into the hallway behind Jen and sat down to cuddle Fred, trying to make it look intentional. Stevie Jean, I do believe you have a wobbly boot on, Jen teased. To what do we owe this luxurious return to the land of the long lunch? Jennifer, roll me a cigarette and I might regale you. Jen dutifully produced her tally-hose and pouch of tobacco as Stevie uncapped 2 stubbies. Leaning across the overflowing ashtray on the back deck's grotty table, Jen proffered the rollie. Quid pro quo, madame? Look, don't be weird about it. I ran into him while I was shopping in the city and he took me to lunch. Stevie tried to get this out in an uninterested monotone, but she still felt that weird fizzing in her stomach. She kept sneaking glances to gauge Jen's reaction in a way she hoped was subtle. Oh, Johnno took you to lunch, Jen repeated nonchalantly. How nice, she continued, her voice slowly building in intensity and volume. Why would I be weird about you having a friendly catch-up with the recently returned from overseas, long-lost enigma from our salad days, whom you were clearly destined to marry? Stevie choked on her beer. Jen, I knew you'd do this, you maniac. Johnno and I are mates. Have always been mates. No one's marrying anyone. Jen puffed on her rollie like a modern-day ginger Sherlock Holmes. Are you maintaining your story that you've never touched Johnno West's penis? Christ! I can categorically deny any contact with that specific dick. But can you be as emphatic in denying that he has ever touched your boob? We've played unprofessional team sports together and done a lot of sloppy drunken dancing, so there's probably been some incidental contact, Stevie admitted. Look, are you going to go through all of the body parts? I'm telling you, like I've always told you, nothing ever happened. The fact that you've always told me this merely corroborates the undeniable sexual tension that has always existed between you two. I know you've never given me the full story. Jen, I dated his best friend for 6 years. Even if there was a tension, it could never withstand that. Maybe not for you. Stevie wasn't quite sure what to say to that. So, how was today? No dick touching, I take it? All pants stayed present and correct, Stevie said. He bought me a steak at the Caxton. We talked about old times, got a little tipsy. He's going to be the best man at half the weddings I'm shooting this year, so please don't make this awkward. Jen put up her hands in surrender, and they drank their beers in silence. So Johnno's home for good then? Jen asked. At Stevie's nod, Jen said, "You seem disappointed." "No, it's great that he's back. When we're talking, it's like no time has passed. I just don't know if the whole Haven Downs legacy is for him." "What does he say about it?" "He's cagey. I don't think he knows what he wants to do." "But it's clear what his parents expect him to do. And then there's his sister, who's been putting in the work at the property all this time he was away." "Kate?" "Yeah, apparently his old boss in London is begging him to come back, so he's got that option in his back pocket. I don't reckon he'll last out there." "Would be a big change from London," Jen agreed. "I don't know how anyone could go back to that life after living in a city like London. All that culture and action, so many choices you can make all day, every day, and then suddenly you're stuck out in the middle of nowhere. No one to talk to but your parents and some dumb cows. All your choices made for you by the weather and the bank. It's a recipe for disaster." There was a long silence where Stevie could feel Jen psychoanalyzing her. "Just because it was a disaster for your dad doesn't mean it will be for Johnno," Jen finally said, carefully. "That's not what I meant," Stevie started. But the thought of Johnno forcing himself down a path he wasn't sure about left her with an uneasy feeling. 6. "I've been thinking a lot about Arcadia lately," Paula said. Stevie had called her mother to plan a visit and could tell there was something on her mind. Arcadia. The name still held a mythic place in Stevie's heart. The first home she ever knew, in retrospect, perhaps the only one. A name that, when she learned its meaning, now seemed a little on the nose, but as a kid, it was just home, hope, everything. The word after her name when her friends addressed postcards and birthday cards to her. "You know, I joined that online workshop about genealogy," Paula was saying. "I've been working on a proper history of our family, and so much of it goes back to the property there." "Of course," Stevie said, wondering where this was going. "I took what I could after the sale and the old ledgers and maps, but I wasn't in the best state then." "No, you weren't," Stevie thought dully, "which is why this doesn't seem like a good place to revisit. But I'd love to go just one last time for my research. There are still old graves out there, and the original homestead was built by my great-grandfather. There are lean-tos and sheds that date back to when the family first took ownership. I don't know, Mum. This seems like it could be all very painful. Is it the best project you could be throwing yourself into? We could go together, Stevie. You could take some photos for me. Just once, a proper goodbye." "I'm pretty busy," Stevie hedged. "We can do it whenever it suits you." "Next time you're out. Only, I've heard on the grapevine it's going on the market soon, and you never know what the new owners will do to all those little bits of our history." Stevie could hear in her mother's voice that this was a plan she wouldn't let go of easily. "Okay, sure. Can I stay the night after I do the portraits for Joe and Connie next week? We can go out the next day." Stevie had a midweek family portrait session for an old friend from her hometown. Joe's wife, Connie, had recently had their second child, and since she was adamant their family was now complete, Joe had booked Stevie to immortalise the moment. Stevie and Joe had crossed paths in overlapping social circles at boarding school and university, then lost touch after Joe finished his degree and moved to the UK. Given he'd worked in finance in London, Stevie had been surprised he and Connie had settled down in town rather than taking a lucrative job in Riverside House in Brisbane. Joe answered the door with baby Gus on his hip, and 3-year-old Susie raced up, twirling to show off her fairy dress. There were toys everywhere, sunlight streaming in. Fred's nose sniffed at baking smells wafting from the kitchen. Susie grabbed him for a hug. "Could you take Fred out to the backyard for me?" Stevie asked, and Susie nodded solemnly. Joe kissed Stevie on the cheek. "Can you go talk to Connie? She's having a bit of a meltdown." Stevie found her in the bathroom. "Stevie, this house is a tip. Connie was wild-eyed, frantically trying to straighten her hair and apply eyeliner at the same time. I had grand plans of the kids dressed in earth tones like those Byron Bay mums on Instagram. I even bought a white silk blouse, which already has Susie's breakfast on it. This is a disaster and we haven't even started. Connie, breathe, Stevie laughed, taking the straightening iron from her hand. First, screw the Byron Bay Instagram mums. They're full of it. We're going to take some photos you can pull out at Gussie's 21st and not see dead-eyed robots in matching outfits like a boy band. I want you to be able to look back at these pictures and remember how your life was right now. Chaotic and colourful and full of love. So finish your makeup. I'll grab you a cup of tea. Connie exhaled. You sure? Absolutely, Stevie said. We'll get some standard pose pictures in your backyard. But I was also thinking we could get action shots at the store. Let's capture everything that makes this time in your life so good. Connie wrapped her in a grateful hug. You're mad, but I trust you. An old-fashioned bell tinkled as Joe guided Stevie through the door of their store on the main street. This was the fruit shop when I was a kid, Stevie marvelled. You still have the old scales. Joe smiled proudly and lifted Gus onto them. Susie was sneaking cherry tomatoes from a basket, and Connie was pretending not to notice. Stevie shot a few frames before directing Joe and Connie behind the counter for some action shots. So how do you go from London to this? Stevie asked. After we'd moved back to Brisbane, it started just with weekend visits, Joe explained. I was filling in on the rugby team, wanted my folks to get to know Connie. Joe had convinced his parents to trial some different food crops in one of their fallow fields, blueberries, gooseberries, kiwi fruit. The locals loved them, so we agreed to move out for a year or so to scale up the operation. He continued, checking the display produce. As he dealt with the town shops to set up distribution, they'd met other small-scale growers. There were guys with blocks of pumpkin vines, hobby gardeners with zucchini gluts, people growing more garlic and tomatoes than they could eat. It just seemed crazy that quality local produce was being given away, while locals were paying inflated prices for watery tomatoes and limp lettuce delivered to the grocery stores 3 times a week. Meanwhile, Connie had volunteered and charmed her way into the local social scene. She won over Lorraine from the town cafe by cutting her produce costs by 1/3, after supplementing her orders with local fruit and vegetables. We've been in town for 12 months, and I felt a reckoning coming, Joe said, glancing at Connie, who was wiping Gus's face. I kept waiting for Connie to get bored of small-town life and say it was time to get that city mortgage and settle down. Instead, she had presented him with a hastily sketched business plan. I told him we should invest in this town, Connie said. Why blow your savings on an apartment in a city when we could get a beautiful big house here for half the price and start a business the town was crying out for? 9 months later, we had the shop. And Susie. Along with Lorraine's cafe, they had become part of a growing string of small businesses that appealed to grey nomad tourists caravanning through town. After great success selling a local artist's work displayed in the store, Connie had encouraged some friends from the arts club to set up a small gallery, and they'd been pleasantly surprised by the number of local makers and artisans who had come out of the woodwork with crafts, paintings and ceramics to sell. She's trying to talk me into running for council now, Joe teased. He put his arm around Connie and Stevie snapped another portrait. It's funny, isn't it? I thought I'd escaped this town as a teenager, came back grudgingly in my 20s, and now it's the place I can see us growing old together. Scores of weddings had toughened Stevie's hide, but this comment from Joe pierced right through to her heart. Back in Connie and Joe's backyard, Stevie was perched on the trampoline. She was taking overhead shots of Joe and Susie and Gus in the grass when the side gate creaked open. "Uncle Johnno!" Susie squealed, racing over to tackle his legs. Johnno winked at Stevie as he tumbled over. "Help! I've been attacked by the Susie monster!" He writhed around in the grass while Susie, giggling, jumped on his stomach and Fred howled. "I'm so weak I can barely summon the strength, but I must tickle my way out." Even little Gus was enthralled by Johnno's antics, Commando crawling across the lawns towards the melee. Stevie took a few quick shots of Johnno with the kids, and Jo reaching down a hand to pull him up, then snapped the cap back on her lens. "You're lucky we were just finishing up, Johnno," Stevie said, packing up her gear. "Wouldn't dream of interrupting your work," he replied, throwing Susie over his shoulder. "To what do we owe this pleasure?" Connie asked. "And how long can you keep this up? I'd love to chug a glass of wine without a child holding on to me for a few minutes." "I'm collecting my new suit from your photographer," he said. "I'm free all afternoon. Why don't you and Jo go to the pub for lunch? Stevie and I can handle things here for a couple of hours." "Excuse me?" Stevie raised an eyebrow, and Johnno beamed back at her. Connie's face had lit up, and Jo was already pulling on his shoes. "Hell yes," Jo said, grabbing Connie by the hand and sweeping her towards the front door. "There's express milk in the freezer, bottles in the dishwasher. Gus should go to sleep shortly, and he'll need a feed when he wakes up. Susie will just talk your head off until we get back. Are you guys okay with nappies? Great. See you soon." Connie gave Stevie a little wave as she and Jo raced towards the pub, hand in hand. "I've seen Olympic walkers move slower than that," Stevie said. "Are we okay with nappies?" "How hard can it be?" Johnno said. In a show of comic timing far beyond his tender months, Gus chose that moment to audibly fill his nappy. "You're about to find out," Stevie said with a smile. "Susie needs to show me her treehouse." Stevie was surprised how quickly Johnno had managed to deal with Gus's blowout. She'd barely finished the cup of her flower tea Susie had served her. They spent the afternoon rolling around the lawn with Susie after Johnno put Gus down for a nap. Johnno's goofy personality made him irresistible to kids, Stevie realised. He had always been shameless in debasing himself for a laugh, and he had found his perfect audience. "Thanks again for bringing the suit out for me," he said as Susie cast spells on Fred. "I wasn't quite sure how detailed a plan we'd made after our session at the Caxton." "How did things end up?" he groaned. "Aggro called in the cavalry." "And you went full salmon?" Stevie asked. He nodded. "Regret it?" "I don't know. The boys were all egging me on, and it felt like it was going to take more effort to explain that I've grown up a bit since the old days than to just step into that character again. And, people love the salmon." "Yeah, but it's a bit tragic." Johnno lay back on the grass, arms draped across his face to block out the sun. Stevie found herself mesmerised by the wiry blonde hairs on his tanned legs. Once she would have known the story behind every scrape and scar. Now they were a mystery to her. "Stop checking me out, you perv," he said. Stevie snorted. "You've got old man legs now." "They'd still scrub up all right with the right treatment." "Bloody hell, how long did it take you to shave them that time?" Stevie laughed. It was a perfect metaphor for Johnno's university career. He'd never found time to do any homework, but at the suggestion of donning a netball skirt for a college review sketch, he'd gone full drag and choreographed a dance routine. "About 3 hours, by the time I'd mopped up all the blood. It was like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I don't know how you girls do it." "That's why I like winter so much. No one sees under your jeans, so you don't have to bother." Johnno sat up and raised an eyebrow. "There must be plenty of people who'd want to see under your jeans." She threw a toy at him. "Why isn't everyone hounding you to grow up? I can't walk into a room without people speculating about my ovaries." "I don't have any ovaries, for start." "I hate that blokes get it so much easier. You can take the piss for another 15 years, then turn around and decide you're ready to have a family and find some fit younger woman. I don't get a second chance." "You've got plenty of time, Stevie." "That's what I thought. 27, 28, sure. Most of them were married, but I could still pull a group of girls for a big night out. Then the 30th birthdays start and see you later. One by one, they're pregnant or breastfeeding or too tired out with the toddler. And when I dare to want to have a good time, everybody's judging me. It's not like I made an active choice that I didn't want to settle down. But I'm suddenly on a different path just because I haven't met the right guy." And on these Saturday nights when there's no one keen to go out, you have a bit too much time to go through all the past decisions you got wrong that landed you here. You know, if I'd never broken up with Tom, we'd probably have 3 kids by now. You wouldn't have much time for soul searching then. The worst thing is Jenny's getting sucked into it too. She's settling for the most boring man on earth just so she doesn't get left on the shelf. I thought she seemed happy with Andrew. I've met socks with more personality than Andrew. No one's asking you to go out with him. Fred wandered over, and Stevie scratched behind his ears. Are people really that invested in your choices? Johnno asked. Or is it possible you're the one judging yourself? Before Stevie could figure out how to respond, Susie was screaming across the yard to crash tackle a groaning Johnno. Good thing I worked out there's no romantic possibility here, Stevie thought to herself, watching Susie ride Johnno like a recalcitrant pony. Or this might have been a bit confusing. An hour later, Stevie watched Johnno change Gus's nappy and give him a bottle after he woke from his nap. There was still no sign of Joe and Connie. Better get some dinner for these kids, eh? He said. Should I order pizza? Stevie asked. I'm sure we can rustle something up, Johnno said, rummaging through the fridge. Can you put Gus in the high chair and wash Susie's hands? Stevie followed his directions and got the kids settled as he scrambled eggs, cut the crusts off toast and sliced fruit. Fred loitered, sensing food. That's bloody teamwork, Johnno cheered as Stevie caught the banana Gus launched from the high chair. When Joe and Connie returned hours later, cheeks flushed and arguing about who had won a game of pool, they found Johnno asleep on the couch, Gus napping on his chest. Stevie was sporting a face of dramatic makeup applied with Susie's heavy hand and 6 glittery barrettes clipped throughout her hair. Connie laughed. I love this natural look for you. I think I've aged 10 years since you left, Stevie said. Looks like you managed okay? Actually, I can't take much credit, Stevie admitted. Who knew Johnno was such a baby whisperer? Oh, he's obsessed, Connie said. He's here all the time. We can't get rid of him. I think he'd take any excuse to get away from Haven Downs, Joe interjected, stumbling a bit as he pulled off his shoes. Stevie raised an eyebrow. He's figuring it out, Connie said, shaking her head. Why is it so hard for you to believe our Johnno just loves kids? The weight of precedent, Stevie said. The loosest unit in the history of St. Leo's College doesn't change his spots just like that. Johnno gave a loud snore which startled Gus awake. Gus farted so loudly he scared himself and burst into loud wails. Stevie grabbed her gear bag and beckoned Fred as she backed out, waving as the house went from silence to chaos in 10 seconds flat. Okay, Mum, I'm nearly done editing these pictures. I'm going to give you 6 options and you have to choose 3, okay? Stevie was spending the night at Paula's before shooting a wedding in Inglewood and had finally taken the portrait she'd promised to shoot for Paula's online dating profile. Fine. Should I get some more of that cheese out? As she got up, Paula dug out Tusk from her shelf of vinyl and leaned it against the stereo in readiness. Stevie cropped an image of Paula in a white linen shirt in front of pink and mauve sweet peas, straw hat and secateurs clasped in her hands, and a smile on her lips. Stevie also had one of Paula gesticulating with a glass of wine in front of the bookshelves. It was darker, but lively. And one sitting on the veranda with a hat-clad head down, reading. Now Stevie crept out towards the kitchen and caught Paula shaking her hips and assembling a cheese platter. I'd date that. Darling, should I put on more lipstick? Nope, you're perfect. I'm done. Get in here and pull up your profile. Let's get to work. Together, they workshopped a version of Paula that was single and ready to mingle. Trying to get Paula to sell herself was like pulling teeth, but Stevie hoped her temperament would show through in the way she talked about her love of gardening, books, and life on the land. They gossiped as they worked, but they pointedly didn't talk about Mark, Stevie's dad, or the latest girlfriend to move into his bachelor pad in Brisbane. Paula ticked the boxes, narrowing down the men she was interested in to those who were regional or rural. "Are you sure you're looking for someone that old, Mum?" Stevie asked, trying to get Paula to be a bit more specific. "Oh, I don't mind, darling. I really just want someone to chat to." Stevie couldn't decide if it was sweet or tragic, but either way it seemed important to top up their glasses. The next hour flew by in a haze of giggles and wine as they filled out Paula's profile. What was she looking for in a man? Conversation, an open mind, and I quite like a solid set of forearms. It was eye-opening for Stevie, not just to see her mum as another single woman looking for companionship and comfort, but to consider the strength it took for Paula to open up to the possibility of meeting a nice stranger. To put herself out there after 30 years of marriage and another few of being dumped, divorced, and dissected by the town gossips. Stevie felt a rush of love and reached over to hug Paula. Why was it always the women who ended up alone in their later years, while the blokes all seemed to take up with younger women or die from heart attacks in their 50s? Late the next morning, Paula turned her car off the highway and idled at the gate. Out of habit, Stevie was already unclipping her seatbelt and opening her door to jump out when she heard Paula utter a shocked, "Oh!" She took in her mother's face, drained of colour, and followed her eyes to the gate. "Oh," she said to herself. "They've put in a new gate. Of course," Paula said, as if convincing herself this was no big deal. It was a shiny aluminium gate, secure and practical, which would no doubt unlatch easily and swing open smoothly. Everything you could want in a gate you had to open every time you left or returned home, and a far cry from the rusted one Stevie remembered, forcibly dragging through the dust. It was the time she most regretted being an only child, the moment the car would slow into the driveway and she had no one to shotgun into opening it for her. The perfect new gate had a shiny new sign, laser-cut metal with lights inside to illuminate the property name for travellers arriving at night. Avalon. Stevie hated it. "Are you okay, Mum?" "I'm fine." Paula took a deep breath. "I wonder if they threw away the old sign," she finally said in a small voice. The old sign had been hewn from a tree that Paula's great-grandfather felled in his first month on the property. He'd cut the wood into planks, cured them, then shaped a piece for the sign. He had painstakingly carved into the surface the 6 letters he and his wife had chosen for their piece of earth. Avalon. White paint following the paths of the letters, rustic and daggy and irreplaceable. When a new baby was born, the family would hang blue and pink streamers from the sign to let the neighbours know the news. There was a photo of Mark and Paula right at this spot, grinning into the glare with newborn Stevie, a bundle in their arms. "Why don't we ask about it while we're here?" Stevie said gently. "But I think you should brace yourself for lots of changes like this, Mum. It's not your place anymore." Paula blew her nose. "Ready?" Stevie asked. Paula nodded, and Stevie jumped out to open the gate. It swung open without a squeak. The bastard. They drove up the driveway in silence, but Stevie could sense her mother registering every new bit of fencing, every cleared patch. If you zoomed up to the clouds and took an aerial view of the property, Stevie suspected it would somehow be a perfect map of her mother's heart. Meandering natural creeks, geometrically carved dams and channels, and the wells of long-ago sunk bores were the vessels that circulated the lifeblood of the place. Even when they dried down to a trickle of a puddle, these bodies of water were ringed with life, the grasses and plants they sustained, and the animals that flocked there. The country was unrelentingly flat, with rocky outcrops here and there. Fence lines and well-worn tracks vivisected the landscape, while trees, gums standing lonely sentry or corpses of scrubby mulga, clouded the land with patches of life-giving shade. It had been a few years, but Stevie had no doubt Paula could still draw every inch of Avalon from memory. I've got to get that drone, she reminded herself. They sat in silence as Paula's tyres ate up the rest of the driveway. Rather than pulling in at the homestead, Paula parked at the work shed nearby where she'd arranged to meet the manager. Stevie had her gear bag open in the boot and was clipping a multi-purpose lens into her camera body when a dusty pair of bloodstones walked up. "You must be Paula," a man's warm voice said. "George, thank you for having us," Paula smiled. "No worries. It's nice to meet you properly." Stevie emerged around the side of the car to see her mother caught in a lingering handshake with a man perhaps 10 years younger. He was stocky, wearing a stained work shirt and shorts. Where he'd pushed back his well-loved akubra, his grey hair was light against his deep tan, and his blue eyes were fixed on Paula's. When the handshake showed no signs of ending, Stevie coughed. "Oh, George, this is my daughter Stevie," Paula said. "She's going to take some pictures for me." "Hi, George," Stevie said. The handshake he gave Stevie was much more perfunctory. "Run me through what you wanted to see again, Paula," he said. Stevie watched her mother fumble with a notepad, then reel off her sites of interest. "You've probably got work to do," Stevie said to George. "You can leave us to it, we know our way around." "I'm sure you do, love, but I've got plenty of time, and the owners would prefer if I stayed with you. Besides, Paula might have questions for me about the work we've done." They walked around the machinery sheds and the old shearing shed and the dongas. Stevie took shots as they went. The juxtaposition of state-of-the-art vehicles alongside archaic old tractors and parts. The ghostly outline of tools drawn on the workshop wall. The windmill lazily turning, looking down over everything. The classing table still stood in the wool shed, even though the shears had hung lifeless for years now. Stevie had seen dozens of sheds like this converted into wedding venues. With a good clean, their high ceilings and rustic bones lent themselves to a romantic atmosphere. But here every surface was faintly greasy with lanolin and dust. Only a faint, musty trace remained of that telltale smell of the shed in full swing. Wool, dust, and shit. As a child, Stevie had found the raucous energy of a shed full of shearers both intriguing and intimidating. The buzz of the shears, the shouts of their sweating men, the sheep scrabbling free down the race after their haircuts. She'd insist on helping Paula carry down the slices and biscuits for the shearers' morning tea, and then hide behind her mother's legs when a kindly contractor tried to talk to her. Soon enough, the break would be up, the shearers and rustabouts throwing the tea dregs out of their enamel cups and heading back to work. Paula would look on, in her element, and sometimes the med would egg her on to get involved. Stevie had a vivid memory of Paula's face alight with pride as she expertly threw a fleece over the classing table. Then she'd shoo Stevie out of the way as the furious dance of shearing, gathering, classing and pressing went on. And to think, in those days they had a fraction of the sheep and shearers that would have passed through Arcadia in the 50s. Stevie remembered playing by herself under the raised floor of the shed long after the shearing teams had moved on. Sometimes she'd find stubby lids and playing cards in the dust and wool fibres that had drifted down. She didn't remember her dad being around for the shearing days, except maybe when the beers came out at the end of the day. Looking up, Stevie realised her mum and George had wandered off ahead of her, and she raced to catch up. They were deep in conversation about boars, from what she could tell. Has anything ever been more aptly named? The homestead was always on the periphery of their view, but George didn't offer to take them in and Paula didn't ask. Too many memories, and Stevie didn't think either of them was up to a chat with the new owners, but she was surprised to feel a dash of disappointment along with her relief. Behind a vast pepperina tree was the little graveyard. Paula had been gathering a fistful of everlasting daisies as they walked, and now she knelt at the newest pair of headstones. George doffed his hat and ducked away. "I'll give you some privacy." Stevie took photos of each of the graves. Her grandparents and their grandparents rested alongside sisters, brothers and cousins, and even some of the most beloved family dogs. Some had lived out their days until old age, while others had been cut down too early. All were reduced to names and dates carved in stone. "It never feels right to leave them here," Paula said. "I'll always feel like I failed them." "Come on, Mum. That doesn't help to think like that." George eventually came back to find them and offer a cup of tea, but neither Stevie nor her mum felt much like staying after that. Paula thanked George and he saw them back to her car, leaning at the driver's side window to say goodbye. "You don't know what happened to the old property sign from the gate, do you?" Paula asked him. "Nah, there's piles of junk all over the place here," he replied. "It's quite special to us," Stevie said. "If it turns up, could you let us know?" "I'll keep an eye out," he said. Instagram post by @StevieJeanLoveStories. Connie and Joe. When I stopped by to take some portraits of this beautiful young family, I was so struck by what they bring to the small community they've returned to. A new shop that has helped other local businesses and provided fresh produce and support for local growers. 2 new kids who will go to local schools. There's a real sense of promise in the air, even as the traditional industries of the town have ground through a long dry spell with the drought. They'd never take any credit, but I don't think it's a coincidence. What a stroke of luck that these two met and decided to try a different path. Some people think weddings and relationships are trivial, but I think they're missing the point. Small communities live and die by the next generation of young people who commit to them, which is so often at the whim of whether the right person meets and falls in love with a local. If that's not worth celebrating, what is?
7. Johnno was in the tractor when the call came through. The Johnny Cash warbling over the engine suddenly gave way to his ringtone and made him jump. "Johnno, it's Tom!" His best mate's voice was all around him on the tractor's Bluetooth speakers. "What's happening, Tomo?" "I'm hoping you might be free tonight, mate. I'm just driving through Bogger and planned on spending the night at the South Star. Can we catch up for dinner, a few beers?" "Mum and Dad would never forgive me if I let you stay at the Royal. Come and stay with us. Join us for dinner and Mum can make you up the spare room at the homestead," Johnno said. "Oh, I couldn't impose. Can you check with your Mum?" "I don't need to, Tom. I know she'll squeal as soon as I mention your name. What time will you get in?" "Around 5:30, Tom said. "We'll see you then," Johnno said, hanging up. Once he finished clearing, he'd call Penny to tell her the good news. She always had a soft spot for Tom. Most mums did. Or perhaps it was just women in general. Back when Rod and Penny had dropped Johnno off at Toowoomba Grammar for grade 8, suitcase full of stiff new uniforms with his name sewn into the collar, they'd shaken hands with Tom's parents. From the earliest, sniffliest nights of boarding school, they were allies. They complemented each other. Tom was serious and studious, while Johnno was the genial class clown. Johnno smoothed the way socially for Tom, whose reserve could read as hostility. Tom kept Johnno in the good graces of their teachers and dorm masters. Tom was the guy everyone picked first for the teams because he excelled at sports, and Johnno was the guy everyone picked second because he was the last person you wanted sledging you. In Year 12, they went through a stage of double dating. The girls always seemed to come in pairs. Tom would flirt with the pretty ones and Johnno would disappoint their friends. At college, when Tom got together with Stevie, Johnno would be left with her on the sidelines at Tom's rugby games or waiting for Tom to get to the pub after matches. Stevie and Johnno spent a lot of time together in her first year waiting for Tom. The next year, Johnno had to pull back. He could sense his crush on Stevie was making him mean, and spending time with either Tom or Stevie made him resent them both. So he buried himself in college life. Johnno became a mythical figure at St. Leo's, his name handed down reverently to later generations of boys as one of the true legends. He could outdrink anyone, played the best practical jokes, told the best yarns, and stayed on a year too long after his contemporaries had moved off campus. That took some recalibration, academically, and so Johnno found himself still trying to graduate while Tom and Stevie moved out into real life. To this day, Johnno felt confident Tom had no idea of the depth of his feelings he'd had for Stevie back then, and Tom certainly didn't know that Johnno's crush might be forming again now. Even Johnno wasn't sure about that. Besides, Tom was dating a knockout babe in her early 20s. Johnno chuckled, imagining what Stevie would make of Lily. Tom had introduced him to Lily over a few beers at the regatta not long after Johnno's return from London. Johnno had watched his friend, smitten and disbelieving, wear Lily on his arm like an expensive watch, sneaking constant glances to make sure she was still there. But Johnno had walked away, impressed with Lily. She was young, but she wasn't silly. That night was an emotional reunion for Johnno and Tom. They hadn't seen each other face to face since a friend's wedding reception in 2013, when Johnno broke a table full of glassware attempting the worm, and Tom had walked away exasperated after trying to reason him into taking some responsibility. Not long after that night Tom and Stevie had broken up for good. From their inseparable school days, they'd drifted apart to the point that Johnno had had to ask a mutual friend for Tom's number when he heard about Tom's dad. Whatever your differences, you reach out to a mate when he loses his old man. Unfortunately, in this part of the world, there were too many men who wandered out to the shed and never came back. After that first stiff phone call, Tom mute with held-in tears, they caught up more regularly over Skype. Johnno told Tom all about the bright, fresh green of London spring and made Tom laugh with tales of terrible dates. Tom reminded Johnno of the landscapes of home, bleached straw in baked paddocks. So, Johnno was glad to have the prospect of a few beers and a catch-up with his mate ahead of him that evening. There was a one-dayer on and they could sit side by side in companionable, almost silence, until Tom felt like talking. If Johnno could get through the evening without dropping Stevie's name, it seemed to be constantly hovering on his lips lately, so much the better. Johnno killed the engine and dialed the homestead. "G'day, Mum. What have you got in mind for dinner tonight?" Johnno was pouring precious grey water over Penny's roses in the homestead's front yard as Tom's Prado roared up the driveway. Johnno hadn't had a chance to shower, but he had an idea. The two men met halfway and squared up into a backslapping hug. "How's your arvo?" Johnno asked. "Long," Tom admitted. "I'm parched." "Damn beers?" Tom matched his smile. "Mum said dinner will be a while, so we've got time. Come in and say g'day." Tom followed him into the homestead, and Penny did indeed squeal, pulling Tom in for a hug. By the time Tom emerged from Penny's cosseting, Johnno was waiting on the four-wheeler with an esky. The sun was just starting to dip, but there was plenty of heat left in the evening. Tom jumped on the back, and they tore off down a track they both knew well for one of their treasured traditions. When they reached the dam, they shucked off their boots, shirts, and shorts, prancing through the mud with beers held aloft until they could sink into the water. The cows barely looked up from their drinking at the sight of the two heads bobbing above the surface. Johnno sunk his toes into the silt to find the cool and felt the glancing traces of yabbies. "This is living, eh?" Tom said. Johnno raised his beer. The cicadas began to strike up their evening dirge. "So, what's the story?" Johnno asked. "Had to check out a harvester down south. They're going to drive it up to us next week. But I was hoping to see you too." As every visible square inch of Tom blushed, Johnno exclaimed, "Mate, what's happened?" "I asked Lily to marry me, and she said yes," Tom said, no longer able to keep a straight face. Johnno splashed him with dam water, the colour of chocolate milk. "That's great news. Congratulations." "I'm gonna need a best man," Tom started. "Is that you asking?" Johnno asked. "You sure know how to make a bloke feel special." "There's no one else I'd rather have there with me, Johnno. Just go easy in the speech, okay?" "I'd be on it, Tom. Hang on." And Johnno raced awkwardly out of the water to fetch a couple of fresh tins. "To you and Lily," he said, and they clinked hands again, before sinking into comfortable silence. The cloudless sky slowly darkened and the stars twinkled on. "When did you know that you wanted to marry her?" Johnno asked. Tom laughed. "You've seen her, mate." "She's a fine-looking woman, no doubt. But seriously, when?" I felt like my life turned some invisible corner after the first time we met, Tom said quietly, and Johnno quashed the urge he felt to make a joke. She's so still, you know? She really listens. I was so nervous that first dinner, but she was so calm. Just kept asking me questions, and before I knew it, the plates had been cleared and I'd eaten the entire meal without even noticing. I don't think I could say the same for many other 22-year-olds, Johnno said. I told her from the start my future's on the property. Mum's been slowing down and I'm keen to take over from the manager. I thought she'd bail when she realised I couldn't live in the city. She didn't, though. I've never been so tired driving up to Brisbane every weekend to see her. But it never felt like a choice. I knew I wanted her as my wife. Wow, Johnno breathed. The real test was taking her home. I figured that would be a wake-up call and she'd realise she couldn't live out of the city. When I took her out to Mossdale and introduced her to Mum, it was the first time I'd seen her nervous. Not that you'd know it, she was cool as a cucumber. She didn't ask me what she should pack or what she should wear, and I know how much she likes to be prepared. But she was watching and listening and learning the whole time. The whole drive out, she was reading a brief, but she kept looking out the window when she thought I wasn't watching, taking it all in. Johnno laughed. I bet you were packing it. Completely, said Tom. Waking up next to her that first morning in the homestead, I was so nervous about whether she'd be able to love the place. I woke up with that feeling, you know, when you're a kid and you have that whole Saturday full of adventure ahead. She smiled and said, show it to me. And I knew I would be asking her to marry me, no matter what Mum thought of her. So, what's the plan for the wedding? Johnno asked. We're going to have it at home, Tom answered. October, around Mum's birthday. I'm stoked Lily's happy to do it there. She's got a whole vision. I bet she does. There's a whole app, mate. Did you know? For girls to save pictures of every tiny thing they've been dreaming about for their wedding. I've learned more about flowers in the last 2 weeks than I've ever wanted to know. Anyway, I'm going to need your help to get through this thing. We'll get some good cigars, a nice bottle of rum, have a great weekend away for the bucks. No bloody cummerbunds. Unless Lily wants cummerbunds, Johnno said. Yes, unless Lily wants cummerbunds, then we'll wear what we're told. Well, I'm in, Johnno said. More beef, love? Penny offered. I've got more than enough here, thanks, Penny, Tom said. What a beautiful meal. Happy silence settled over the table as Tom, Johnno and Rod all tucked into the elaborate beef Wellington Penny had put together that afternoon. What'd you say brings you up this way, Tom? Rod asked. I had to look at some machinery we're keen to buy, Tom said before breaking into a beaming smile. But I also wanted to ask Johnno if he'll be my best man. Lily's agreed to marry me. Penny dropped her fork with a clatter. Oh, Tom, congratulations. I'll get a better bottle of wine out, Rod said, rising stiffly from his seat and clapping Tom on the back before shuffling off in search of an appropriately aged Shiraz. Once he'd charged all their glasses, Rod made a toast to Tom and his bride-to-be. Well, tell us about it, Penny urged him. How did you ask her? It was pretty simple, Tom said. We'd been out at Mum's for a nice weekend. I'd been carrying the ring around for months and I just couldn't wait any longer. Stopped the car halfway out the driveway and went around to the passenger side and dropped to a knee. Penny was beaming. You old romantic. Hardly, Tom said, although he couldn't resist returning her smile. But she didn't seem to mind that it was a bit rustic. Well, your mum must be delighted. Have you set a date? Penny asked. October, at home, Tom said. It's pretty soon, but that's fine by me. Lily really wanted Stevie to do the photos, and she happened to be free then, so we set the date. Stevie's going to be your photographer. The words left Johnno's mouth before he could stop them. Tom shrugged. It was all Lily. She's obsessed with Stevie's photos on Instagram. Emailed her right after I proposed, before she even called her mum. Won't it be weird? Johnno said, imagining what Stevie would make of Tom proposing to a girl 10 years their junior. She wouldn't have said yes if she didn't want to do it. It's been years since we went out. Water under the bridge, mate. You saw her recently, didn't you, John? Penny interjected. Johnno grunted in response. It might have been years, but it would raise awkward questions about a long portion of their friendship. if Tom got wind of Jono's little crush. But Tom, now gathering up the plates from the table to Penny's delight, didn't appear to have noticed the effect Stevie's name had on Jono. "Tom, don't forget your other surprise for John," Penny said. "I've left it in the laundry for you." "I was just about to grab it," Tom grinned, disappearing with the plates. He returned, carrying a bundle of cloth with both arms, and deposited it into Jono's lap. It was an ancient Rabbitohs jersey, somehow warm and squirmy. When Jono inspected further, he realized it was a puppy. She woke groggily in his arms, first one liquid eye and then the other blinked open at him, from a teeny face of soft chocolate brown and tan fur. "Kelpie Border Collie Cross," Tom was saying. "They were just about giving them away when I picked up the harvester, and I figured you could use some company." She'd be a great working dog, Jono thought, although he'd have to spend the next few months training her. He should come up with a serious name that suited the tenacity and intelligence of the breed. But she was far too cute for Jono to have a manly, rational reaction. He called her Rabbit.
8. Stevie was 6 years old when she attended her first wedding. Family friends were getting married in the town's little brick church, and Paula had had a dress made specially for Stevie. It was pink, with a print of tiny flowers, and Paula gathered up Stevie's curls with glossy satin ribbons. Stevie couldn't stop twirling in front of the mirror. On the car ride to the church, she sat carefully, smoothing the skirt in her lap, and Paula glanced back at her from the front passenger seat with a smile. After that, weddings were little Stevie's obsession. At school, the older kids held lunchtime weddings in their sports equipment shed. Chantal Mullins, a leggy blonde who ruled grade 6, was on to her 4th husband of the year. Stevie was a fervent front-row guest at every one, holding a bouquet of weeds from the playground. At home, pushing peas around her dinner plate, Stevie begged her parents for details of their wedding. "What was your dress like, Mum? Did you have a flower girl? Was your priest fat? What song did you dance to first? Were there lots of people there?" Her dad chuckled and shuffled off to his study, saying he had reports to write. Paula pulled down a leather-bound photo album, and Stevie sat on her lap to look at the pictures. Under cellophane were yellowed images of her parents smiling out from the same church steps. "Was it the happiest day ever, Mum?" Stevie asked. Paula thought for a moment. "It was really nice. We were happy, even if my parents were still not quite sure about your dad. But I think the happiest day was when you came into our lives, Stevie." Stevie smiled. "I wish I could have been there for your wedding. Did you dance all night?" Paula laughed. "We stayed up pretty late." She turned the pages and pointed out the wedding guests. Her granddad was there, looking stern, and her petite grandma. Stevie remembered them only in snapshots. They had both died when Stevie was little, leaving Paula an orphan and their property for her to run. They had known Paula would need more support, especially with a husband who had no experience of the land and didn't want to give up his role as a principal at the local primary school. But with Paula being an only child, they had no choice. She had hired a manager, and Stevie had adored her childhood weekends spent on the property. As Stevie was finishing primary school, though, Paula was spending more time at Avalon, while Mark and Stevie stayed at their house in town for the school weeks. When Stevie was about to start boarding school, Mark insisted he could help Paula run the place, and she couldn't say no. It was the point from which everything started to fall apart, Stevie now realised, but at the time all three of them had put on a brave face about their new starts. On a steamy afternoon, Stevie threw her keys down in the entryway with a clatter, shrugging off a sweaty gym towel. Oh no. The Buena Vista Social Club album was playing, a dead giveaway that Jen and Andrew were in the kitchen pretending they could cut it on a reality cooking show. "Oh, yeah, right," Stevie scoffed. No producer in their right mind would select a couple that boring for television. Jen's face peered into the hallway. "You're home! Are you staying for dinner?" "Yeah, but I can just make a toasty if you guys are having a romantic dinner," Stevie offered. Andrew popped out in a kiss the cook apron, the dork, with a pair of tongs in his hand. "We're making fajitas," he said, pronouncing it with a hard J while Jen shuddered. "You've got time for a shower if you like." "Thanks, Andrew," Stevie said, slinking off to the bathroom, wondering how terrible her hair looked. She dawdled in the shower, imagining the pair of them out there in their aprons, a daggy little team. Things had got decidedly more boring since Stevie had become the only single girl in the house. As she sat on her bed to comb her wet hair, her phone buzzed, and an old photo of her dad flashing up on the screen. It was as close as she got to him these days, and she silenced the call. Back in the kitchen, Andrew made a show of pulling warmed plates out of the oven, laying them out alongside cutlery and folded napkins. "Bet he had his protractor out to make sure everything was at perfect angles," Stevie mentally grumbled. But her rumbling tummy betrayed her, and as Andrew brought out a sizzling hot plate of capsicum strips, onion and marinated chicken, Stevie had to sigh in appreciation. "Can I do anything?" "Pour some wine," Jen said, nodding her head towards a bottle of Shiraz on the counter as she carried a bundle of warm tortillas to the table. Stevie topped up the waiting glasses and helped herself to a steaming dinner. "This is fantastic, guys," she said, mouth full, and Jen and Andrew exchanged a look. "So what have you got on this week, Stevie?" Andrew asked, slicing off a bit of fajita with his knife and fork. "Just use your hands, honey," Jen said quietly. "Well, I'm still processing the shots from my last 2 weddings," Stevie said. "I'm down in Tamworth on Friday for another one. Nice little civil ceremony and dinner, and back to Inglewood for a Saturday afternoon church shebang." "That's a lot of driving. How's your car holding up? You know you can claim wear and tear on your tax return since it's a work vehicle," Andrew said. Yeah, tax is the last thing on my mind, unlike you, Andrew." "You're doing a quarterly BAS though, aren't you?" he asked, his voice rising. Stevie grunted in response, reaching to make another fajita. "Is there any more wine?" Stevie asked. "Honey, are you okay?" Jen said, resting a gentle hand over Andrew's fingers, shredding the label off the wine bottle. "Did you master chefs make dessert?" Stevie asked, pushing her plate away, having mopped up every last bit of juice with a final tortilla. Stevie was walking Fred along the river path when Paula's latest dating dispatch stopped her in her tracks. Fred tugged at the lead while Stevie picked up the phone she'd dropped, checking for more cracks before she put it back to her ear. "You can't be in love, Mum." "Stevie, we've been chatting constantly about anything and everything. It's wonderful." Stevie sighed. "You've been talking on the phone?" "No, typing on the iPad, in the app," Paula said. "Have you got any plans to meet up?" "He's all the way in Mungandai, and he can't get away for a while." "Red flags, Mum. You've let the chat go on too long." "We're just getting to know each other. I think he might be a poet, the way he writes. Such beautiful observations about nature." "He thinks I'm beautiful." "Try not to let your imagination run away with you, Mum." Growing up as an only child on a property breeds quite an imagination. You know that. It's the only company you get, the people you make up. Stevie remembered vividly the innocent joy Paula took in showing her the places she'd played as a child. The hollow trees that had been her cubbies, the fairy potions she'd made with bore water and everlasting daisies, the rocks that had been stand-ins for friends. It was something they shared deep in their bones, the creativity of the lone child in the bush, which grew into a dreamy romanticism as an adult. Bit sad that I'm more cynical than my mum now, though. "The conventional wisdom is that you should try not to chat too much online," Stevie said. "Just meet the guy as quickly as you can and see if there's any real chemistry between you. It's too easy to hide behind the keyboard and pretend to be something you're not." "Oh, but Harry seems so natural. Just let me have my fun, Stevie." "Okay, but don't say I didn't warn you. Can you show me his profile? I want to see what he looks like." Paula sent through some screenshots. The pictures were pixelated, but Harry was quite ruggedly handsome and seemed very well dressed. There was something oddly familiar about him, but Stevie couldn't put a finger on it. Paula was sighing happily. Well, darling, was there anything else you wanted? I'd better go and do some jobs. You're just itching to chat to him again, aren't you? Paula was all fluttery. Oh, it's just nice to have something to look forward to, you know? The longing in her voice plunged Stevie straight back to being 14 and flirting for hours on MSN chat with boys who were always vague friends of friends. You were never quite sure what they really looked like. But with the buffer of a hulking beige school library monitor between you, the imagination could really run wild. Sure, Stevie might have embellished her descriptions of herself along with the stars and hearts in her username, but she never outright lied. Not like the charlatan star-bundybear69-star, who, when he actually came to the dorm during one Sunday afternoon's visiting hours, was a full head shorter than Stevie, emblazoned with acne and sweating of palm. The worst betrayal wasn't the disappointing sight of each other in the flesh, it was the excruciating awkwardness of face-to-face conversation. Gone was the witty repartee, the snappy one-liners and sending song lyrics to hint at emotional depth. Instead, she was just a girl, standing in front of a boy with Twisty's breath, asking him to take his hand off her training bra. Let me know how it goes, Mum. Love you. Paula was actually giggling as she hung up. Bless her, Stevie thought. If there is a God, please protect a sweet lady's heart. God must have been otherwise occupied. A few days later, Stevie was cleaning the bathroom, at Jen's insistence. While carrying a bundle of old dunny reading magazines down to the recycling bin, she tripped and lost her grip. As she sprawled on the driveway, a Rivers catalogue fluttered down in front of her face like a mildewed butterfly, landing open on a spread where a ruggedly handsome older gent modelled a series of knitwear against a rural backdrop. It was Harry. Should I tell her? Stevie asked Jen. She was so happy. Maybe they can keep things at pen pal level and live happily ever after, Jen mused. Stevie nodded. I'd be comfortable with that. That Sunday, after the Inglewood wedding, Stevie called in to South Star to break up her drive. Johnno and his new mates from the rugby team were propping up the bar at the Royal. A quick beer soon turned into a college-style Sunday session, and Stevie realised she'd better do the right thing and book into a local motel for the night. As the sun set, Johnno's teammates egged her on to play pool with them. Stevie wished she was one of those girls who could coolly pick up a cue and dominate, but in truth, she'd never got the hang of it. Her confidence that maybe this time would be different rose with each additional schooner, though, and soon she was deep in an interminable game of doubles. Her partner, the cocky's gregarious scrum half-curly Stanton, was now deeply regretting inviting her to join him. The carpet was sticky, the air thick with the TV commentary of the Sunday afternoon rugby league game, competing with Pearl Jam on the jukebox, and Johnno West was keeping her glass topped up. So I can't find a date for the life of me, but my mother's started online dating and she's bloody inundated. Stevie was loudly regaling Curly. If you want to feel single, try giving dating advice to someone in their 60s who immediately has more success than you. As he delivered her a fresh round, Johnno said, I hear you're shooting Tom's wedding. Stevie threw up her hands. And I'm going to photograph my ex-boyfriend's wedding. Curly shook his head with a laugh before lining up his shot. She turned to Johnno, dropping the act for a moment. Is it weird? It's weird, isn't it? Well, it's a bit weird, he agreed. But you're a professional? He said Lily's stoked you said yes. Have you met little Miss Yoga? Stevie asked, regretting her tone almost immediately. I have. She's a bit younger than us, but she's very sweet, Johnno said. Quite proper, but there's a dark sense of humour under the surface. Stevie was chastened. I mean, I shoot weddings all the time for people I know, she said, talking herself into it for the 100th time. And I know the property so well, that was the main reason I said yes. I can picture some of the shots already. It'll be gorgeous. A little awkward, but gorgeous. You and Tom are fine now, though, right? Johnno asked. There's nothing there to worry about? Stevie thought about the last time she and Tom crossed paths. It had been at a race meet in the small township close to where Tom grew up. Stevie was taking social snaps for the Town and Country pages as a favour for a journo friend from Country Life who had the flu. She and Tom had made stiff small talk, and she'd wondered if the politeness was worse than asking all the needy questions she wanted to tally up the ledger of who had come out on top. "It'll be fine," she sighed. "It's just my age paranoia again. He's clearly won the breakup, and I just need to accept my place and eat humble pie while his beautiful wife smiles for my camera." "Well, I'm on the best man duties again for that one, so I look forward to seeing you grovel through it all," Johnno smiled. "And for the record, I disagree with that scoreline on the breakup. Could you have built your life around a job that lets you travel and be creative and party most weekends if you stayed with Tom? He never understood what you were capable of." This last sentence was delivered quietly, with Johnno avoiding direct eye contact. Stevie's beer was frozen halfway to her mouth. She had no idea what to say. They'd exchanged plenty of vague flirtation in the past few weeks, but there was no plausible deniability on a statement like that. Was Johnno making a move? "Stevie! Stevie!" Curly called. "It's your shot!" "Oh, God!" she blustered, attempting to line up a simple shot and barely grazing the ball. "You boys have outgrown nudie run rules, right?" The minute hand had pirouetted around the clock face many times now, getting a little more rambunctious each time. But maybe that was Stevie's imagination. Or the beers, which had turned into gin and tonics an hour or so ago. The chat was rowdy. Their group had full control of the jukebox, and the hits of 2006 were going down like a treat. But suddenly it was midnight, and the bar staff were herding them out into the night. The town's one taxi was working overtime, and people were saying goodbyes and walking off singing into the night. "Johnno!" Stevie called, clawing his attention back from his attempts to bum a cigarette off one of the boys. "Yo!" he giggled, throwing an arm around her. "What's next?" "I'm starving," Stevie moaned. With a 10-beer delay, she watched his eyes light up and a grin split his face. She could just about see the light bulb flash on above his head. "What?" "I have just the thing, but we have to sneak off. I don't want the word to get out." He grabbed her hand and marched off into the darkness. They crept down the main street and turned down a side street until they reached the bakery. "Duh," Stevie said, gesturing at the locked door and unlit windows. "Nothing doing here, mate." Johnno led her down the driveway at the side of the building. It was pitch black, and a dog barked at them through the neighbouring fence. "Johnno, what the hell?" Stevie was starting to worry he was lost. And then a faint light grew brighter as they reached the end of the driveway and Johnno pulled her around the back of the building. The lights were blazing inside, and the radio was playing the latest Insomniacs chat show. "Millsy!" Johnno whisper shouted. Dressed all in white, a kid of no more than 18 shuffled over towards them in unlaced Dunlop volleys. He wiped floury hands on his apron. "Geez, Johnno, you didn't tell anyone about this, did you?" he said, glancing around. "Damo left me in charge, and if all the drunks start turning up on his door when he gets back from holidays, my apprenticeship will be in strife." "Nah, don't worry, Millsy. This is Stevie, we can trust her. Now, got any pies?" Millsy rolled his eyes. "I got potato pies, tomato and onion, or beef, cheese and bacon. Cash only, though." Johnno proffered a $20 note. "One beef, cheese and bacon, one potato and whatever the lady's having. And keep the change." "Potato," interjected a delighted Stevie. Millsy pocketed the cash, shuffled off, and returned with 3 white paper bags, each with a steaming hot pie in its little silver tray. "Now rack off. I've got to get back to work," Millsy said, shooing them away. I'm going, Johnno said, already about to bite into one of his pies. "That's going to burn," Stevie warned, but Johnno was already cursing. "Every bloody time," he said. "I never learn, and they're the best pies in the world. I swear, I've never had better. I used to dream of them in London." He looked at his pie like a lover, blew on it gently and went in gingerly for another bite. They crept back out the driveway and Johnno paused before they reached the street. "Stay here a second," he whispered, checking the coast was clear before directing her to follow him. Stevie could still feel the pressure of his hand on her sternum where he'd pushed her gently to stop. They walked slowly back towards the motor inn where Stevie was staying that night, devouring their pies and trading gossip from the evening and memories of the town landmarks they passed. "Well, this is me," Stevie said. They crunched into the gravel car park under the pooled neon light of the motel sign. Stevie paused at the back of her Pajero, her pie bag scrunched up into a ball in her fist. Johnno still had his second pie, saving it for the walk back to his car, he told her. "Fun night," Johnno said. "One of the greats," Stevie smiled. The street lights flickered, and she looked up for the first time since leaving the pub. "Bloody hell, look at that," she marvelled, wheeling slowly around beneath the velvet blanket of the sky, sprayed with stars so thick in places they looked like dust. The moon hung low, skinny as a fingernail. Johnno's face was as awestruck as hers, but his sights weren't set so high. He steadied himself, stepped in, and gently cupped a hand beneath her jaw, fingers threading into her hair. Her gaze snapped down to lock eyes with his, surprised. Before she could speak, he ducked his head and drew her in to a kiss. It had been more months than Stevie cared to count since someone had kissed her, and after a few seconds of shock, her brain switched off and she melted into the sensation of it. Johnno kissed her deeper, and her hands found his waist, his back. Stevie was vaguely aware of a paper thud, and then his arms were all around her. "Damn, Johnno's got moves," she registered vaguely. "Wait, Johnno, pies." And a giggle bubbled up from within her. "What?" Johnno asked, pulling back and panting a little. She read concern all over his face. "Did you drop your pie?" She giggled again, and he looked blankly at her for a moment before his brain caught up, and they looked down at the wreckage on the ground. The white paper bag was turning translucent, where grease and mince mingled. Looking back at each other, they both laughed. "Fuck the pie," he said, for the first and probably only time in his life. With one hand at Stevie's waist and the other in her hair, he pulled her in again. It was a searching kiss, and his hands were asking questions too, hinting at the hemline of her shirt and brushing over her buttons. And Stevie's body was answering yes, her hands asking some questions of their own, while her brain tried to diagnose exactly why this was a bad idea. "I've had enough small-town pashas to know we're not being discreet enough right now," Stevie said breathlessly. "Where are you sleeping tonight again?" "I'm in no state to drive home. I was just going to bunk in the back of my ute," he said, trailing kisses in a line from her earlobe down to her clavicle. "Got a better offer?" Stevie's moan turned gradually from pleasure to pain. She could already feel the hangover starting, and waking up next to Johnno would bring a whole lot more confusion than she'd be capable of handling. She vaguely remembered having decided this was never going to happen. "I don't know if this is the best idea," she started, although her lips were seeking out his again. "I think it might be the best idea ever," he said, but his breath was slowing. Silence grew awkwardly between them. Finally, his hands gently wrapped her shoulders into a hug, and into her ear he said quietly, "If you're not feeling sure, let's not push it. Just a bit of fun." "Yeah," Stevie said, trying to muster some conviction. But he'd taken the tentative out she'd given him, hadn't he? It obviously didn't mean much to him. A moment of madness between old friends, high on nostalgia and the best pies in the state. "Best pies in the world, I'm telling you," he said, and she could feel his walls going up along with his jokes. "Better let you get some sleep then," he said, bending down to scoop up the mess of splattered pie. Night, then, Stevie said, pulling the motel key from her pocket. She swung in to kiss him quickly on the cheek and hurried off to unlock room 14. Johnno watched her silently, making sure she got in. Once she clicked on the lights, she heard his laconic footsteps recede through the gravel, starting the walk back to his ute parked at the pub. Stevie leaned back against the locked motel door, closed her eyes, and felt a dull ringing in her ears. What the hell had just happened? She pulled off her boots and flopped onto the bed, reaching out blindly to switch off the lamp. Just a random make-out session with an old friend, she thought hysterically. Nothing to worry about. Few too many beers and feeling like we were 20, no harm done. He would have tried it on with anyone. But as she drifted into the welcome void of sleep, Stevie kept hearing the papery thud of a pie dropped from waist height onto a gravel surface, and it sounded suspiciously like devotion. 9. It was a miracle, frankly. It was a Saturday evening, and Stevie was attending a wedding without her camera. She was a guest at a black tie affair at Customs House, no expense spared, and Stevie felt like a school kid on the first day of holidays. Before the reception, Stevie stepped outside the venue to call Paula, who was on her way to a date. She'd been chatting with a divorced dad from Dalby, and given their shared interest in local history, they'd agreed to meet up for an old-fashioned bush dance at John de Ryan Woolshed. I suppose it takes the stress out of deciding what to wear, Stevie teased, when you're dressing up in period costume. Paula was nervous. What if he wants to kiss? You decide if you want to kiss him and do it, Stevie said. I haven't kissed anyone since your father. This was reassuring. So why did it still feel like too much information? Mum, I believe it's one of those skills like riding a bike. You can't really forget how to kiss. Just let it happen, if you wanted to. The same goes for full bike riding. Oh, I'm not ready for that, Paula said. Well, you don't need to share all the gory details with me when you are, Stevie said, and wished her luck. As she hung up the phone, the sun was setting over the brown snake of the Brisbane River. The magical golden hour that made even the muddy waterway look beautiful. She'd treated herself to a floor-length silk gown from a boutique in the valley. It was a deep hunter green, the open back laced with thin straps, and her curls were loosely pinned up with a pearl clip. She felt almost giddy passing through the ornate doors, grabbing a champagne flute, French, nice, and checking the seating chart. She felt like she might float away, dangerously unencumbered. Jen and Andrew had been invited, but they'd pulled out to spend a weekend in Melbourne after Andrew attended a work conference. So Stevie was flying solo and feeling fine about it, particularly since that seating chart had confirmed her hope that another confusing run-in with Johnno wasn't in the stars. She still hadn't told Jen about the kiss. She wasn't quite sure why. She pushed the thought of him out of her mind. There were plenty of other faces she recognised from college, mutual friends of the bride and groom. Evie and James both came from old money. They'd paired off as freshers and hit all the required milestones. Law, honours, clerking, house in Tenerife, a photogenic pair of purebred puppies with their own Instagram account. Saturday night Coke binges, followed by Sunday morning green juices and yoga. There had been one striking face at the ceremony that Stevie didn't recognise, and now she was quietly hoping he too would be on the singles table. This mysterious stranger was a half head taller than her, and his tux emphasised a lean frame. Dark eyes with a twinkle, hair sleeked impeccably in that hipster pompadour style. You could tell he knew exactly how good-looking he was. Traipsing to the back corner of the ballroom, Stevie slowly traced her way around the table, looking for her name card. Stevie? And there he was, pulling out her chair. She took it gratefully, and he sat next to her, switching his card and placing Lou Dillon on the opposite side. I'm so glad to see you, he continued, like they'd known each other forever. Evie warned me there were some scary single girls in attendance. Can I appeal to your chivalrous side to protect me? Perhaps we could pose as a couple and protect each other." Well, hello, Stevie thought, but she made a show of squinting his name card. Well, Charles. Charlie, please. Charlie, I know for a fact there are some very strong hockey players who'll be rounding out our table tonight, and I don't want to get on the wrong side of them. My shins still bear the scars of our run-ins at university, he whimpered. Clearly you're not from around these parts, she fished. So I'll lend my local knowledge to your predicament and act as your bodyguard, but I'm going to need your total commitment. Follow my lead. When I drink, you drink. When I dance, you dance. And when I start making up stories about how we met, you roll with it. He raised his flute to hers and gave a devilish wink. Deal. As the rest of the guests filtered in, Stevie and Charlie decided not to come up with a backstory. They figured it was more entertaining to improvise, a seat-of-the-pants ad-lib. Whenever she looked around the room, Stevie noticed pairs of female eyes angled their way. She bent closer to Charlie's ear with relish and quietly commentated as their table filled out. That's James's rugby mate, not-so-secret gambling addiction. Melanie also studied law with these guys, loves her cats. Ah, the hockey girls. That's Carla and that's Lou with the tattoos. Newly single uncle, definitely on the prowl, coming in hot. Quick, stroke my arm possessively. Charlie went for extra credit and leaned over to silently press a kiss to Stevie's shoulder. It was the kiss heard round the world, or at least the ballroom, as bridesmaids and hockey players alike recalibrated their hopes for the evening. Stevie felt a shower of stars in her tummy that was only partly champagne-driven. I've been wanting to do that all afternoon, he said in a low voice, and took her hand under the table. Stevie cleared her throat. Well, the bridal party will make their entrance any moment. What do you think they'll play? Gangster rap or cheesy pop? Cheesy pop, Charlie guessed. It'll be gangster rap. The filthier the better. Rattle the Nana's pearls. These rich white kids love that stuff. Now, we know the maid of honour and the best man are fellow law students, overachievers, so my money is on them having choreographed a little dance for their entrance. Then we'll have the sexy bridesmaid and the awkward brother of the groom, then the burnouts who know all the words to the song, and then Evie and James will come out to bloody Ed Sheeran because deep down they are basic as hell. At that moment, the house lights dropped and Snoop Dogg clicked and boomed from the speakers. Charlie's eyebrows raised as each of Stevie's predictions came true, one by one. How did you do that? He asked, awestruck. Stevie pointed to the black-clad wedding photographer slinging 2 camera bodies, one from each shoulder, as he crawled backwards to capture Evie and James's entrance. That's me. I'm a wedding photographer. But I'm usually on my own, not flanked by a sidekick and a videographer. Some serious bank has gone into this show. I thought I'd been to a lot of weddings, but I know when I'm beaten, he said. But Stevie was just warming up. Dinner will be a beef and fish alternate drop. The cake will be fruitcake because Mum insisted, and they'll have a trendy dessert. Donuts are a bit played out now, maybe macaroons? And they'll serve cocktails after the first dance, Negronis or espresso martinis. First dance, John Legend or Johnny Cash. I'm not sure yet, but before that, speeches. Everything's going to run a little bit late because the bridal party keeps sneaking off in 2s and 3s to the loo. The mother of the bride will have a meltdown. The father of the bride will make a pointed joke about how much this all cost. The best man will tell some dark stories. There will be tears after the bouquet toss comes to blows, and you, my friend, are going to spin me on the dance floor until they put the ugly lights on and sell this fake relationship like it's your job. I wouldn't dare argue, Charlie responded. Ugh, get a room, you two, Lou sneered across the floral centrepiece. Charlie winked at her sweetly. Ladies and gentlemen, began the MC. Charlie kept hold of Stevie's hand. It all played out as Stevie had described, from the speeches to the cluster of weeping bridesmaids as the final strains of all the single ladies faded out. By that point, Stevie and Charlie had been laughing and whirling around the dance floor for so long, Stevie was out of breath. "This is insane," she grinned at Charlie, who pulled her hips closer to his. He smiled back at her. "Gonna be a great story to tell our kids about how we met." Now that's insane, Stevie thought, but she couldn't deny it was a meet-cute worthy of Nora Ephron. "Oh, sure, little Betsy and Ricky are going to love hearing this as their bedtime story. The chivalrous way you protected me from the pervy uncle, the groomsman's coke binge, the 2 Macca's cheeseburgers you're going to watch me eat when they kick us out of here." "That's right, babe," he said. "It's all about visualizing the future." "You keep picturing it. I'm going to visit the little girl's room," Stevie said. In the bathroom mirror, she was flushed, but not as dishevelled as she'd worried she might be. She reapplied her lipstick and made eye contact in the mirror with Lou as she emerged from the cubicle. "Props, Stevie," Lou said, washing her hands. "That boy's fine. Who the hell is he?" "You know, I have no idea. Some distant cousin or friend of Evie's? I think he might have just moved up from Melbourne." "Well, seal the deal, because he is looking at you like all his Christmases have come at once. You owe it to every other single woman here tonight, God damn you." As Lou left the bathroom, she gave Stevie a not light-hearted punch in the arm. Stevie thought about how long it had been since she'd spent the night with a bloke. Long enough for her to joke with Jen about whether she was a born-again virgin 9 months ago. Too long. Why not have some fun? And how often did she get the opportunity with someone who wasn't already entangled in her world? Someone who didn't know her parents, hadn't known her as a gangly schoolgirl or tipsy uni student or Tom's girlfriend. She strode back out to the dance floor, taking in Charlie's grin as he watched her approach, like she was the only girl in the room. After the next song faded, he held out his hand for hers and pulled her gently towards a nondescript side door. Then they were in a stairwell, climbing the stairs hand in hand, and Stevie supposed he was heading for the roof. Her entire body was suddenly very aware that they were alone. "I don't know anything about you, Charlie, besides the stuff I made up," she said. "What do you need to know?" he asked, looking intently into her eyes. They reached a landing, and he was pushing her backwards, gently but firmly, until the bare skin of her back was against the cold stone wall and he was against her, kissing her hard and deep. The pure physicality of his weight and the sheer arrogance of the move thrilled her. Time lost all meaning, and her hands were moving beyond the control of her brain, roaming his back and his hair, and one fingertip beginning to investigate where his crisp shirt disappeared into his waistband at his hip. Eventually he pulled back and leaned his forehead against hers. They were both breathing hard. "Sorry," he said in a blatantly unapologetic tone. "I've been wanting to do that all night." Even if it was a lie, the sense that she had somehow rendered this man powerless in his desire was intoxicating. "I know I promised you could watch me eat a cheeseburger," she began. "Actually, I think you said 2. "Well, could you hold out for breakfast at my place instead?" she asked. Silent seconds waiting for his response felt like an eternity. Her heart was suddenly pounding in her ears. Could she have misread the signals? Finally, he looked up at her again, and there was that smile like the sun breaking through clouds. Was there anything more bloody annoying than a good-looking bloke who knew it? "I agreed to follow your lead tonight, Miss Stevie, so lead the way." "Just a second," she said, and with a hand at his jaw, leaned in to kiss him again. Eventually, she pulled herself away, with considerable effort, and led him towards the exit. "Now, don't get any ideas. We're just going to have a cup of tea, listen to some records. Actually, I've got a jigsaw puzzle I've been stuck on for ages." Lucky for you, I'm very good at puzzles," he said, as they climbed into a cab, although she had her doubts about his commitment to the jigsaw cause, as he was now tracing the silk shoestring straps crisscrossing her back. "Does it all come off when I pull this?" 10. It was after 2 a.m, a week later, when Stevie let Fred into her mother's tiny backyard and crept in with her spare key. She found Paula dozing on the couch with the lamp still on and a historical romance open on her lap. She'd been working a wedding close enough to her hometown that she'd been able to drive straight from the reception back to her mum's place. Paula yawned as she put the kettle on for tea. "Come on, Mum. You still haven't told me how your date went." "It was okay," Paula said, busying herself with the tea bags. "Don't make me do a full interrogation," Stevie said. "It wasn't that we didn't have anything to talk about. There were no awkward silences," Paula explained. "But he didn't really ask me anything about me. It was all about him." "Ah, one of those," Stevie said. "But what about the kiss? Did he lean in?" There was a long pause before Paula finally said, "He did." "And did it all come back to you?" "I'm not sure." "What do you mean you're not sure?" Stevie exploded. "Well, it was a bit like the conversation," Paula said. "I didn't really get to have a go. It didn't seem like he cared if I was there. He was sort of kissing at me." "Oh dear." Paula gulped her tea. "I'm not sure he's ever had a proper grasp of how to ride a bike, if you know what I mean." "Mum, you didn't go naked bike riding with this man, did you?" "Oh, no. I sort of had to extricate myself." Paula described how, fortunately for her, her date had made his move as they said goodnight in the car park. "I just backed away and got into the car. Thank God you only need to press a button to unlock a car these days. It was like fending off a very weathered, persistent octopus." It was the kind of post-disaster date debrief that reminded Stevie of the table-banging, snort-laughing sessions she used to have with Jen before Andrew came on the scene. Paula wasn't really laughing, though. "I'm sorry it wasn't what you hoped, Mum," Stevie said. "It's a jungle out there. Sounds like you handled yourself well, though." Paula let out a sigh. "It's not easy, is it? This putting yourself out there." "No," Stevie agreed. "You've just got to laugh when you can and hold out hope that every dud gets you one step closer to the big prize. Hang in there, okay?" "I'm going to turn in," Paula said, pulling Stevie in for a goodnight hug. "You sure you're okay on the couch? I'm sorry I don't have anything more comfortable for you. God, what a role reversal, eh? I'm your mum and I've got no comfortable place for you to crash, and you're giving me dating advice." Now the mid-morning sun was streaming in through the filigree gaps in the lace curtains. Stevie smelled fresh tea brewing and stretched her limbs in her cocoon of floral sheets. She could work from Paula's for a couple of days, catch up on sleep, and get some editing and admin done. And since nothing was open in town on a Sunday, she could spend the whole day right here. With a rush of blood, Stevie had a sudden, visceral flashback of the previous weekend. Charlie tugging at the straps of her silk dress, his lips at her throat. The kind of handsy make-out session in the back of a cab that leaves you blushing the next day. Fumbling keys in the Queenslander's front door and saying a silent prayer of thanks that Jen was interstate with Andrew, before Fred bounded across the living room and spent a bit too long inspecting Charlie's crotch. Taking turns choosing songs to play before Charlie really applied himself to the puzzle of her dress straps, and 2 nightcaps of bourbon left forgotten on the bedside table long after their ice cubes had melted. She'd woken the next morning with her sheets in a tangle, a distinct hangover, and a note on the pillow where Charlie's head had been. If not for the sweetly scrawled lines, she would have assumed the whole adventure had been a dream. "Sorry to leave you, babe. Had early plans today I couldn't wriggle out of. Let me make it up to you with dinner soon. Please call me." Stevie had reread those 10 digits so many times she had just about committed Charlie's number to memory. It was a horrible pressure to be the one in control of starting the conversation. Should she be funny, flirty, play hard to get? Should she text him immediately, or did people still wait 3 days? Somehow, she'd been so indecisive that a week had passed and she was still composing the perfect opening message. Idiot. Now it was too late, and she'd never be pushed up against a wall and kissed breathless by him again. She let her mind wander and stretched slowly, minutely conscious of the cotton sheets against her skin. "Morning, darling." Paula's voice came bustling in from the kitchen. Stevie sat bolt upright and resolved to text Charlie today, even if sup was the best she could muster. Fred was one step behind as Paula came in and sat next to Stevie on the couch. He was always Paula's shadow whenever he got the chance to visit, knowing she was a soft touch and would drop food if he so much as licked her hand. "I've made some pikelets for my morning tea, but they can be your breakfast. You'll have to do a blind taste test of Trisha's latest jams. She's taking her entry for the show very seriously this year." "Thanks, Mum," Stevie said with a sigh. Stevie had managed to get some good work done, a solid first Instagram post on yesterday's wedding, and some invoicing she'd been putting off. After lunch, Paula slipped away for her customary afternoon nap, and Stevie pulled out her phone. The reception was patchy, but that was no excuse. "Charlie, this is Stevie Jean. You might remember me from such roles as your stunt girlfriend at a recent wedding. Not to get all dog-ate my homework, but I found your number on a note in Fred's bed, so I hope this is you and not someone trying to crack onto my dog." She took a deep breath and hit send. She felt calm and relieved that she had finally dealt with the situation for all of 2 minutes. And then a whole new level of craziness descended. She paced around the yard until she heard a telltale ping. "I was really hoping to take Fred out for dinner, but when I didn't hear anything, I figured I'd been used." "Ha! Banter, Fred," she said. He wagged his tail, clearly wishing she'd keep scratching behind his ears, but she was already turning her attention back to that phone. "I can do this." "Look, Fred's a bit of a cad. I see this happen a bit, and you should probably just let it go. Maybe go out with someone else, distract yourself." "I see. Well, I don't know a lot of people in Brisbane yet. Would you meet up with me to give me some advice?" "I'm out of town at the moment, but back Tuesday afternoon. Take me out Tuesday night?" "It's a date. I'll hit you up with a plan Tuesday. Kiss." Was this what it was like to meet someone and have a truly blank slate? If so, she could get used to it. She tried to read, but the words kept getting jumbled. "Come on, Fred." She clipped on his lead, and they headed out for a brisk walk along the river. "I saw Johnno West the other day," Paula said as Stevie returned from the kitchen with a bottle of wine. It hit the table with a louder clunk than she intended. "Really? I've bumped into him a few times too." "I think all that time overseas was good for him. He looks well," Paula said. "I bet Rod and Penny are just beside themselves to have him home, finally ready to take over Haven Downs." Stevie felt she didn't know enough to confirm or deny this. She'd got the impression that Johnno didn't feel strongly about his future on the property, and it was creating tension with his sister. The vagaries of succession planning rarely kept everyone happy, and often created fractures that never mended. "He asked about you, Stevie. Is he keen on you?" "No, Mum, we're just mates," Stevie said, ignoring the inconvenient memory of a pie hitting the ground in a motel car park. "Mates who seem to end up at a lot of the same weddings. It's like he's everyone's best man." "Well, he's going to make some girl very happy one of these days. You could do a lot worse." "I think we know too much about each other. He's seen me at all the worst parts of my life. And that includes in October when he'll be the best man while I'm shooting my ex-boyfriend's wedding to a teenage supermodel." "Are you really?" "Yep. I'm glad to see Tom settle down. For a young man, he's always been very traditional, hasn't he?" This was insightful from Paula, but she had got to know Tom quite well over the 6 years he and Stevie were together. They'd always liked each other. Sometimes Stevie felt like the third wheel when they were all together. Tom was a bit of an old soul, or at least an old man in a young man's body. "Okay, Stevie Jean, what's going on? You've been distracted." "I might have a date on Tuesday." A date? Are you on eHarmony too? No, it was quite old-fashioned. We met at Evie's wedding last weekend. Very flash-do. I was on the singles table and so was a tall, dark stranger. There was quite a bit of interest in him, actually. But we pretended to be a couple too. Well, it doesn't make that much sense, now I think about it. Sounds wonderful. What does he do? Where are his people from? I actually don't know much about him at all. We were kind of playing characters the whole night. Barb was telling me you can find anyone on Facebook. Should we have a snoop around? I'd love to see a picture of this chap who's taking you out, Paula urged. Stevie grabbed Paula's iPad and pulled up Evie's profile on Facebook. She already had some wedding pics posted, and Stevie conceded that the photographers had done a solid job, if not the most creative. In the background of one of the wedding shots, she caught a distinct glimpse of a dark green dress and a hand squarely on its buttocks, and she navigated away quickly before Paula could identify anyone. She pulled up Evie's friends list and searched for Charlie, then Charles. Stevie wasn't sure of his surname, but regardless, there was no sign of him. Weird. Maybe he was one of those unplugged hipsters who took pride in having no social media presence. No luck, Mum, sorry. I'll give you a full rundown after the date, promise. All right. Make sure someone knows where you are. Stay in a public place. Barb's been giving me all the tips, Paula shared sagely. Come on, Stevie, we're going into town. Paula called the next morning, jolting Stevie from her latest Charlie-themed reverie. Paula was bustling around the house, putting on lipstick in the hallway mirror and tidying her hair. She had one of her good cake tins in tow. You look nice, Stevie said, admiring Paula's linen dress. Is it a special occasion? Something like that, Paula replied, and taking in Stevie's more dishevelled appearance, said, Could you pop a dress on? And you'd better bring your camera. When Stevie got into Paula's car, Springsteen was playing. So what's the plan? Just heading in to see Nina and Trish for morning tea. It's their anniversary. I thought it might be nice for you to do a portrait for them, Paula said. That's a lovely idea, Mum. Thanks for thinking of it. Nina was an old friend of Paula's from her school days. They'd both married around the same time, not too many years out of high school, and had children around the same time. But when Nina's youngest graduated high school, Nina had quietly moved out of the family home and the town. And after spending a couple of years around Bellingen, she moved back to town with Trish in tow. The town gossips had been beside themselves. While Stevie had been at uni and distracted with her burgeoning adult life at the time, she knew Nina must have faced a rough few years as she re-established herself in town with her new partner. She and Trish had met in Sydney, and while they'd had a wonderful time at Mardi Gras and on some cruises where it felt safe and unremarkable to be surrounded by other gay men, this town was where they'd built a life and made their home. You don't mind taking some photos, do you, Stevie? I wanted to surprise them with something to mark the occasion, but I haven't told them you're here, so you don't have to. No, I'd love to, Stevie said. They can't be any more reluctant to pose than you were last night. Ha ha, Paula said mirthlessly. Nina's just been re-elected to council, so she's more than ready for her close-up after all that campaigning. Nina and Trish's place was one of the larger blocks on the edge of town. Paula turned the car down their driveway past a stunning collection of local flowering gums, acacias, banksias and ironbarks. Dotted throughout the undergrowth were hand-built wooden bee boxes. Since moving to the district, Trish had turned her beekeeping hobby into a thriving small honey business, and she'd also recently branched into natural beeswax candles, which were in high demand online. Maybe we should do the portraits out here in the trees, Stevie thought aloud as their progress down the driveway startled rosellas, kookaburras and wrens from the trees. Don't forget the garden, Paula reminded her, parking. They approached the house through a cloud of climbing jasmine and wisteria, while narcissus and daffodils carpeted the ground around the veranda. Beyond the cottage was a small orchard of citrus and other fruit trees. Stevie breathed deeply. The air was alive with bees and fragrance. Tell me that's your famous carrot cake, came Nina's voice as the screen door squealed. Good thing you take that driveway so slowly. Trish already has the kettle on. And Stevie's here. Nina had been a teacher at the high school for as long as Stevie could remember. While she'd weathered a few complaints from parents after coming out, Stevie knew Nina was keenly aware how vital it was for the local young people to see a grown-up who wasn't straight. In Nina's own high school days, there had been no tolerance for being a little different. She'd come home from school to parents who never acknowledged her bruises and red eyes, just as they never acknowledged her roommate while she was at teachers' college. So Nina had followed expectations and settled down. But in this new phase of her life, Nina refused to be cowed by the town's bigots. It was a point of pride for her to stay, buy a house, serve on the council, and equally for Trish to stand beside her. And as often as they were disappointed by someone's narrow-mindedness, another person's acceptance would bolster them. Nina and Trish gave more back to the community than most, and finally it felt like they were being properly recognised for it. Stevie happily submitted to a hug. Mum tells me it's your anniversary. Congratulations. 10 years together, Nina said proudly as Trish came out and took her hand. We wanted to give you something special, Paula said. Can I take some portraits for you? Stevie asked. It took some convincing, but eventually the couple agreed to sit for Stevie. She tried a few setups. Inside the cottage, in front of a wall-hung salon style with paintings and photos of their family and friends, walking hand in hand amid the fruit trees and natives, and finally, seated on a bench in the garden, manicured beds and hedges before them, and the wildness of the bees' domain in the background. Stevie kept them talking the whole time, bringing out memories of their civil service in Byron Bay a decade ago, the story of how they met, and the things they'd learned over the 10 years. Stevie was struck by the contrast with the young couples she usually shot at weddings. No jitters, only the ease and care of an intimacy built over years. Instagram post by @StevieJeanLoveStories. Nina and Trish, June 2019. These anniversary portraits are a departure from the fresh-faced young couples I usually shoot. They were just as shy in front of my camera, but once I distracted them with questions about their 10 years together, their true love shone through. There was none of the nerves or bravado or stiffness of young lovers trying on their newlywed roles like the suits and dresses they'd never worn before. This is love that is softened to fit, tested and stretched by adversity and change. It's not without a few loose threads and tears, and it mightn't be the latest fashion, but it will last a lifetime. 11. You dirty dog. Excuse me, Jennifer? Stevie said, barely inside the front door. Fred whimpered in protest. You've had a man in here. Stevie tried to do a mental CSI, scrambling to remember what evidence she'd left of her tryst before heading off last week. 2 whiskey glasses, sheets still drying on the clothesline, an errant item of clothing torn off in the heat of the moment and never recovered. Ha! Jen pointed at her like an old TV detective. I thought I was right, but your guilty face confirms it. Get in here and tell me everything. Stevie kicked her bag through the doorway and followed Jen in, Fred skittering across the polished floorboards behind her. Imagine my delight when I returned to our abode, Stevie Jean, to find the signs of a wanton sex fest. You might have thought you'd hidden the evidence when you took off to your mum's, but you can't fool me. Exhibit A. Jen turned to the living room coffee table, holding a plastic cricket bat akimbo as a pointer, while Stevie tried to keep a straight face. The jigsaw shows signs of attempted progress, but very sloppily, almost like it was just a ruse to lure a gentleman to your lair under the guise of intellectual stimulation. Little did he know just what kind of stimulation you really had in mind. Jen, rein it in. Stevie wheezed through uncontrollable giggles. Exhibit B, Jen called with a flourish, venturing across the living room. Signs of a struggle. With a bra clasp. She pointed first to an overturned vase, then hooked the tip of the bat under a lacy bra and hoisted it triumphantly. I'm afraid that's where your case falls apart, Detective, said Stevie, because I wasn't wearing a bra. Damn, that's one of mine. I was wondering where that went. Moving on. Jen strutted past Stevie's bedroom. Too obvious. Ah, here we are, the bathroom. She pointed towards the sink. I can always tell when someone else has used my toothbrush, Stevie. I'd like a replacement ASAP. Oh, and there's a condom wrapper in the bin. I rest my case. Stevie gave her a slow clap, and Jen curtsied. Very entertaining, Jen. Can you at least find me some food before I tell you the story? Fine, Jen retorted, but only because I'm hungry too. In the kitchen, Stevie filled Fred's water bowl and shook out some dry food before sitting at the kitchen island. Jen sliced cheese and carrots and celery and poured 2 glasses of wine. My angel, Stevie said with a grin, and they clinked glasses. Well, where to begin? As you know, I went to Evie and James's wedding solo, since you and Andrew had better places to be. Sorry about that, Jen said. Andrew really wanted me to go with him to Melbourne for his conference. He'd made a whole weekend of it. It was lovely. And it sounds like you did just fine without us. It was just one of those nights. Not that I've had one in ages, Stevie continued. You know when you make eye contact with someone and you just know it's on? Jen nodded. So who's the bloke? His name's Charlie. Charlie Jones, I think. Hot. So hot. Like every girl in the room was shooting me daggers hot. Tall, dark hair, olive skin, nicely cut suit. No one quite knows who exactly he is. I think he's a cousin of Evie's. Anyway, we were on the singles table together and vowed to protect each other and spent the whole night pretending we were a couple. And then we were. I love it. Show me pictures. I tried to find him on social. Mum was asking a lot of questions, but he doesn't seem to be online, Stevie shrugged. Bollocks, Jen said. Give me a bottle of wine and his full name and I'll find him. Any plans to see him again? Stevie relayed the text exchanges and the fact he was taking her to see a band on Tuesday at 8. As in tonight? Jen squealed. What are you doing? Go get dressed. What are you going to wear? Is he picking you up? You don't think these jeans will cut it? Oh, I'm meeting him in the valley. I'd better get a move on. Stevie walked into the Bowery 20 minutes late, and Charlie was standing from his seat at the bar before she even saw him. He kissed her on the cheek, a hand low on her back, guiding her to the stool next to his. Even after his fingers left her torso, she felt heat there. And he was just as disconcertingly handsome as she remembered. Her nerves turned to flutters of anticipation. She hadn't imagined the chemistry. What are you drinking? Stevie asked, feeling the usual nostalgia that kicked in at the bar that had been her favourite since uni. The boys slinging the drinks were still wearing the same bow ties and hipster good looks, but these days she was older than them. Old-fashioned, Charlie replied, tilting the glass towards her, offering a taste. It was cold and bracing, and she was grateful to have so many forms of Dutch courage to choose from. I need tequila, maybe mezcal, she said, running a finger down the list and settling for a Paloma. Thank God these guys were touring. You're really testing me with a Tuesday night date, he said. I keep telling you, Tuesdays are the new Saturdays. Did you have trouble getting tickets? No trouble at all. I'm not sure the rest of Brisbane knows about Tuesdays yet. You're not from around here, are you? Stevie asked. Since we spent our first night together pretending to be entirely different people, we've got a bit of ground to cover. Charlie admitted he'd moved up from Melbourne a few months ago, and she could tell he wasn't crazy about the cultural change of gears. Over a bowl of olives and a couple more cocktails, they traded the basics: uni, career, travel, family. Charlie asked lots of questions and seemed genuinely engaged. He paid the bill and held the door for her as they left the bar. Stevie felt her head buzzing as they waited to cross Ann Street, and that was before Charlie slipped his hand in hers. They queued on the stairs of the zoo to exchange their tickets for wrist stamps, Charlie one step behind her. He was still tall enough to rest his chin on her shoulder. "Your hair smells nice," he murmured, and Stevie thought her knees might buckle. Luckily, it was their turn with the door bitch, who fluttered her rockabilly-lined eyes at Charlie and took her sweet time stamping his wrist. They bought beers and found a spot near the stage as the support act did their sound check. "I thought about doing this kind of photography," Stevie said as they watched a young woman scooting in the press run in front of the stage, shooting the lead singer from each side. A true frontman, he was acutely aware of the lens and subtly turned to give her his best angles as she moved around. "Really?" Charlie answered. "It's a far cry from weddings, isn't it?" "I was so hungry to learn when I was getting started. I'd just got out of a long relationship and packed in a desk job I'd had forever. Getting behind the camera gave me a new way to see the world when I had lots of new time and freedom. Still, it took a few months to realize I might actually be able to make a job of it. I shot a few gigs here, actually," she said. Charlie raised his eyebrows. "I looked at some of your wedding shots online and it seems a lot more," he cast about for the right word, "more rural than this kind of scene. I wouldn't have picked you for a Penny Lane type." "I think I've been waiting most of my life for someone to describe me as a Penny Lane type. Didn't everyone watch Almost Famous and decide to become a music journalist?" "Or a groupie," Charlie offered. But Stevie was already chasing her thoughts down another path. "I reckon it might go back to my mum and dad," she said. "Very Freudian." "No, I mean being comfortable in two worlds. Mum is bush through and through. She'd never leave the land, or my hometown at least. When she and Dad got together, they were quite the odd couple. He'd only been in town teaching for a year, a real Johnny-come-lately round those parts, out from Brisbane. I think it was always a sore spot for them, coming from such different backgrounds, but they complemented each other. For a while, at least." "So you got the best of both worlds?" Charlie asked. "Something like that," Stevie answered. "Going to boarding school really threw me in the deep end, but I think I needed that prod to develop some social skills. By the time I was at uni and had learned how to talk to boys again, I didn't want to be anywhere but the city, although I did always love to visit my friends at Ag College." "And your ex lured you back to the small-town life?" "Tom was always going to take over the family property, so that was the package deal. Get married, get the place, have some kids, happily ever after. Neither of us could pull the trigger, though. It really all worked out for the best. I'm going to shoot his wedding later this year." Stevie finished brightly. "How very evolved of you," Charlie laughed. "Well, I don't think we would have crossed paths out west, so I'm personally very glad you straddle city life as well as the bush." He pulled her close, one hand at her hip and the other in her hair, and kissed her. When Stevie pulled away, the door bitch was glaring. She turned to face the stage and Charlie held her to him. Turning back, she asked, "So you haven't spent much time in the bush?" "Not yet. Will you take me out and show me the ropes?" "I think that can be arranged," Stevie smiled, and they swayed together as the band struck up their first song. A bleating, unfamiliar phone alarm jolted Stevie from her sleep at 6 a.m. She could feel her eyes encrusted with last night's eyeliner and the faint beginnings of a hangover. Charlie was pulling on his socks and jeans, and sensing her stir, he turned his muscular torso towards her. Propping himself above her on lean arms, he kissed her. "Good morning, babe." "It's so early," she moaned. "Want me to make you a cuppa?" "Nah, gotta run. Some of us have work today," he said, grinning and tucking her back in. "Let's do this again soon, okay?" "Okay," she smiled, already drifting off as he eased himself out of her bedroom door with his immaculate RMs in hand. It could only have been minutes before Stevie was awakened again by Jen jumping on her bed. "I met the stud!" she crowed. "What time is it?" Stevie whined. 6:30, Jen chirped. "I was just doing my morning yoga when who should creep through the living room on a walk of shame but one Charlie Jones, who introduced himself very graciously given the circumstances. "Want me to bring you a tea?" "I'd rather keep sleeping," Stevie muttered. "But since that doesn't seem to be an option, yes, I'll take a tea." Jen ran out and returned with a steaming ceramic mug. Stevie cupped it with both hands, inhaling. "We didn't wake you up when we got home last night, did we?" "Oh, no. I slept like a baby and was blissfully unaware of your antics until that strapping specimen let himself out this morning," Jen said. "He's easy on the eyes, isn't he?" Stevie grinned. "But what do we know about him?" Jen continued. "Where's he from? Who are his people?" "You sound just like Mum," Stevie said, wrinkling her nose. "He's moved up from Melbourne in the last couple of months. Accountant, something in finance. I don't really know. We were mostly talking about me. I'll get Andrew to see if anyone in his networks know him. I've done a basic Facebook search and you're right. There's not a trace of him. No Twitter, no Instagram, no LinkedIn that I could find." "He said he'd looked at my photos online," Stevie said. Probably running a Finsta," Jen pondered. "I'll look into it. But judging by his level of grooming, our Charlie isn't short on vanity. It just doesn't add up that he's not on social media. Does he have any weird conspiracy theories? A criminal past? Mention anything about wanting to get off the grid?" "Relax, Jen. It's too early for detective work." Stevie saw Jen's expression turn downcast. She loved a mystery to solve. And then a cartoon light bulb may as well have pinged on above her head. "That's it, Stevie. This could be beyond my capabilities, but I know who we can turn to. The Bush Telegraph." 12. There were certain dates on Stevie and Jen's shared social calendar that they still honoured more than a decade after they'd formed these traditions as tipsy teenagers. Some they'd outgrown. It was far from flattering to attend B&S balls at their age, all the revelry at Mooloolaba around Australia Day, when certain motels on the Sunshine Coast became hubs for families attempting to even out their farmers' tans. But some things had become unquestioned habit. Specific country race meets, an early December Sunday session at Merthyr Bowls Club that always marked the real beginning of summer holidays. A January weekend at a beloved holiday house on Stradbroke Island, and the Blue Tongues Rugby Club's annual Ladies' Day. Stevie had managed to uphold this last tradition even amid all her wedding travel over the past 5 years. This year she'd worked it in with a Sunday ceremony at a property 90 minutes out of town. She'd have to get an early start the next day, but that was unlikely to pose a challenge. Things tended to peak early on Ladies' Day. She and Jen had spent Friday night with friends in Toowoomba and got up at an ungodly hour for the 4-hour drive out. At Paula's, they cracked a bottle of bubbly and freshened up. The local set of next-gen yummy mummies would be there in their uniform of floppy felt hats and oversized sunglasses, chunky rose gold jewellery tingling as they pushed their double strollers. Stevie threw on her a kubra and a scarf in the Blueies colours. The widescreen sky was achingly blue, one of those crisp and cloudless days of winter sunshine. Perfect conditions for day drinking, gossiping, and maybe even some footy. The first grade game was a few minutes in when Paula dropped them off. Stevie had stumped up for a table in the VIP section where ladies were served complimentary bubbles and cheese all day. A rope was all that separated them from the home team sideline, where Stevie was delighted to see one of the local lads already smoking a durry on the interchange bench. The crowd roared as a Blueies flanker made a break for it, but he couldn't sustain his pace and was chased down by the visitors' fullback in a crunching tackle. "Is that—" Jen started. "Johnno?" Stevie finished. He really was settling back in, she thought. As the scrum reset, she looked around the ladies' enclosure just as Kate West walked into the VIP section and caught her eye. "Stevie!" Kate exclaimed and headed towards them. "Pull up a stump, champion." Kate dragged over a plastic chair and plonked her beer on the table. She'd brought her own stubby holder, a move Stevie always respected. "How's your brother holding up?" Stevie nodded towards the field. "I'm impressed he's playing first grade. It's a struggle playing contact sport at our age." Kate giggled. He's locked in this silent power struggle with Cam. Both of them trying to outdo each other with athletic pursuits. It can only end with one of them in hospital. Good thing Cam's out for the season with a back complaint. "Kate, you remember Jen, don't you?" "Of course," Kate smiled. "Are you girls out for the weekend?" "Stevie's shooting the Lord wedding tomorrow, and I've got Monday off, so we'll drive back then. We haven't missed a ladies' day in 12 years, Jen said. "Will you and Johnno stay in town tonight, or are you driving straight back to South Star?" "TBD, mate," Kate shrugged. "We've got the swags with us just in case. The boys are due a win, I'm sorry to say for you Blue Tongues fans." Just then the grandstand erupted again. Even Lewis on the bench dropped his ciggy as the Blueies busted through for a scrabbling try under the posts. "We'll see about that," Stevie winked at Kate. "How are things at Haven Downs? Must be an adjustment having Johnno back there." "The golden boy has returned, all right," Kate muttered darkly. Stevie raised an eyebrow gently, and Kate sighed. It's not Johnno. He's actually been very patient, keeps Cam and I involved in all the decisions. Took the time to let us show him what we've been working on. But Penny and Rod just get tunnel vision when he's around." "That must be tough," Stevie said. "Drinks?" Jen got up to get around, and Stevie smiled up at her for giving them space. "How long have we known each other, Stevie?" Kate asked. "I know you and Johnno crossed paths in college, but I don't think I met you until his 19th. "That seems about right," Stevie said. She didn't remember a lot about that party. She procured a bottle of Bundy rum somehow and got a crash course in the nectar's narcoleptic properties. She did remember being struck by the invitation when it arrived during uni holidays, Johnno having tracked down her address and printed it in his blocky scrawl on an envelope. "I guess where I really first remember you was when we carpooled with the boys to Gunnedah for New Year's." "That dates us, doesn't it? It's been a good 10 years since they stopped having the B&S there," Kate said. "I remember racing around with you like a couple of schoolgirls teasing the boys. Didn't we choreograph a dance or something?" Kate shook her head. "That is a question better left unanswered, Stevie Jean." Neither would admit it, but both could have performed that dance to this day, given the right music and a critical mass of alcohol. "I've bumped into Johnno a few times since he's been back," Stevie said, "and I've been trying to put my finger on what seems different about him. He's grown up in a lot of ways, but he still seems as dreamy and aimless as he was in college." Kate looked thoughtful. "I know what you mean. I love having him back home, but I'm still not sure what it means for us. Mum and Dad intend for him to take over, and that's a lot of pressure for him. Sure, he grew up with Dad showing him everything, but he's been away from the land for years. He's trying so hard to get everything right. I can't quite tell what he's thinking about for the future. If he'd just come out and say he's taking it all on, Cam and I could cut our losses and try to find something of our own. Anyway, it's only been a couple of months. I guess he's still thinking it through." "That's generous of you to see it from his perspective. And it must be tough to have your own future so uncertain," Stevie said. "And his job offer back in London doesn't make it any easier." "What job offer?" "With his old boss," Stevie said, realising she'd put her foot in it. "Maybe he already passed on it. Maybe I had the wrong end of the stick." Kate's face darkened. Stevie tried to change the subject. "Well, the local girls must be delighted to have some fresh blood in the dating pool at least. He hasn't really been putting himself out there, but there are definitely a few interested parties," Kate said. "You know what it's like around here. You pash someone at a party and suddenly the whole district knows about it. So he's treading carefully, much to Mum's frustration. She keeps begging Johnno to take out Sarah Childs from next door. He's held firm so far, but Penny can be persistent." Stevie's exposure to Johnno's parents had been pretty limited to milestone birthday parties at their property and the occasional chat at a wedding. But she vividly remembered Penny's steely eyes and unassailable manners. "You weren't fishing there, were you, love?" Kate asked. Stevie laughed off the idea, but Kate was serious. I think we both know he's always had a soft spot for you, Stevie Jean. Stevie shook her head, mortified. Surely Kate didn't know about the night of the drop pie. Well, he's single for now, but between Penny and his age, I wouldn't expect him to stay that way for long. Thankfully, Jen was finally back with plastic flutes of cheap sparkling wine. Stevie clutched at one and downed it without pause. Kate, what have you done to her? She's like a beetroot, Jen exclaimed, and Kate laughed. Cameron was waving to her from outside the enclosure. You're off the hook, Stevie. I'm going to head out with the plebs. Catch you after the game, Kate said as she left their table. Jen gave Stevie a searching look. Stevie shook her head, cutting off any explanation. If she told Jen now about the kiss, it would only turn into a bigger thing about why she'd kept it secret. Just forget about it. I need another drink, or 4, she said. Back in a sec. I'll hold the table, Jen said, looking disappointed to have missed the gossip. Stevie felt slightly bad about leaving Jen out of the loop, but it wasn't worth the merciless teasing she'd be subjected to if Jen got wind of any kind of crush between her and Johnno. She trudged to the bar, grabbed a flute with each hand, and was just on her way back to Jen when a voice called her name. And there, regally spilling out of a plastic chair like it was her throne, was Mabel. She had gone all out for the occasion, with a flimsy fascinator perched atop her freshly set hair. It made a delightful contrast with her heavy frame. A coterie of retirement-age women sat around her, all looking expectantly at Stevie. Nice to see you, Mabel. Girls, this is my young friend Stevie. She's a wedding photographer. This is Gladys, Peggy, and Dolores. Stevie smiled at each of them, thinking it was only a matter of time before hipster mummies started naming their daughters after them. You must be out for the Lord Do tomorrow. Stevie nodded. Will you be there? Wouldn't miss it. I set them up, you know. Remind me to get you to tell me the story when I have a camera in my hand rather than 2 glasses. Will do. I also need to chat to you about your beau. I've been looking into him. Mabel's nonchalant tone was undercut by razor-sharp eyes. Charlie, said Stevie, thrown. How did you know about that? I always have my ear to the ground, Stevie Jean, you know that. When I heard you'd been seeing a young man, I wanted to make sure he was worthy of you. And how exactly did you do that? I have to admit, this one really tested my skills, as your friend Jen noticed. Damn it, Stevie thought. Bloody Jen had tipped her off. He's not on any of the social media sites. I had to go old school. The suspense is killing me, Mabel. Stevie rolled her eyes. Well, I don't know if I have enough yet, but something's not quite adding up, Mabel continued. Just be on your guard a bit until we know more. I think you know quite enough when it's really none of your business, Stevie snapped. Mabel drew back into her chair. All right, love. No hard feelings. I've got to go, Stevie said, cutting off the conversation and walking away as the halftime siren sounded and the players rushed or limped into the sheds. She didn't notice Johnno's wave as he passed.
By the back end of the second half, the sun was disappearing and the score was locked at 18 all. Johnno steeled himself. His fitness had been improving, but he still found himself exhausted by the final minutes of the game. Subbing off was not an option. With planting, a number of the boys hadn't been able to make the trip, and their one-man interchange bench had been wiped out by a hamstring strain shortly after half-time. Johnno knew he had to rally and take his boys with him if they would have any chance of getting the final critical points on the board. He jogged around the back line, trying to control his breath and bring his heart rate down. As he passed his teammates, Johnno gave them pats on the back and words of encouragement. The Blues were tiring, he told them, desperate to believe it himself. We've got this, lads. I will personally buy beers all night for the bloke who goes over the try line. They ground through the next few phases, just barely holding the opposition off their line. A spat between 2 players nearly blew up into an all-out brawl, but it gave them the breather they needed. As the Blue Tongues tried to reset, Johnno called for a wide pass and handed it off immediately. The winger was already sprinting, took the ball square on the chest, and wrong-footed the defender easily. With only the Bluey's full back looming, Johnno darted up and called for the inside pass, just as the fullback had committed to tackling the winger. Johnno was lined up squarely between the posts with just metres to go. His tiredness evaporated with the promise of glory within his reach, and the final steps felt like slow motion. The crowd was so deafening, he barely heard the footsteps racing up behind him, or the full-time siren. He leaped out, arms outstretched to take the ball over the try line, and he grounded it with his whole body sliding along the grass behind it. Johnno felt like Superman. For a split second, he wondered whether Stevie had seen it, before the defender, an enormous front rower, crashed over the top of him and knocked him out.
The Blue Tongues players were all on their knees or backs on the field, heads hung in the universal posture of defeat. The Cockies had found the energy to sprint to the in-goal to get around Johnno, and it took a few moments for the crowd to realise that he was still face down and motionless on the ground. Stevie found herself running onto the field. As she reached the posts, Kate and Cam were there too. The team doctor had rolled Johnno carefully onto his back and was checking his neck and speaking to him quietly. "Yeah, but did we win?" Johnno sat up groggily. He was surrounded by the battered and sweaty faces of his teammates, grinning their confirmation that he'd won them the game. "God, you scared us!" Kate's voice cut through the noise of the crowd. Johnno smirked back at her, and then at Stevie, who was having none of it. "You bloody drama queen," she shouted, her voice shaking. "You stupid idiot! I'm taking you to the hospital." "All the health care I need isn't a six-pack in the sheds," he joked. "I'm not taking no for an answer," she said. "Stevie, mate," Kate said, "you can't drive." "I'm calling Paula." "You," she pointed an accusing red fingernail at Johnno. "Don't move." Paula arrived in 10 minutes, and they pushed Johnno into the front seat, clutching an ice pack to the growing lump on his head. "I'm fine, you're being silly. Can I get a beer for the road? I don't know if you noticed, but I just won the game." Stevie silently clipped in his seatbelt and slammed the door closed. "Are you coming, Stevie?" Paula called. "Mum, I don't think I can make that trip without murdering him," Stevie muttered. "Can you take Kate with you?" She could feel herself acting terribly and couldn't work out why her rage was directed at Johnno. It wasn't his fault the whole bloody region was gossiping about her love life. "I've got this, Stevie," Paula said. "You and Jan go on to the pub and grab some dinner. We'll meet you back there in a bit. You need to start sobering up." As they watched Paula's car disappear up the highway towards the hospital, Jen put an arm around Stevie. "You okay, mate?" she asked. "What's got into you? You know Johnno will be fine, he's just a bit concussed." Stevie sighed. "Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with me. I freaked out a bit when he didn't come to. It's not his fault he got smacked in the head, obviously." "You were just worried because you love him," Jen teased. "Not this again," Stevie cried. Jen waggled her eyebrows suggestively at Stevie until she cracked up. "I had a weird chat with Mabel that rubbed me the wrong way." "Did you get in touch with her about Charlie? That's messed up, Jen." "It was just a bit of fun. We talked about it," Jen said. She looked surprised at Stevie's reaction. "Maybe not as fun as I thought? Sorry. But did she find anything out?" Stevie scowled. Just a bit of basal suspicion with no evidence. Some keep an eye on him nonsense. "Is that such bad advice?" Jen asked. "We don't know very much about him. I texted Evie to ask why they'd invited him to the wedding, and all she said was that her mum had insisted on it. One of those random family friends. God forbid something happens that isn't public knowledge for everybody in the district," Stevie ranted. "I'm so bloody sick and tired of everyone knowing everything about me. I'm so bored of them all trying to set me up with their weird nephews, trying to set me up with bloody Johnno, everyone acting like my 31-year-old vacant womb is a crime against nature." "Okay, babe," said Jen, eyes wide. "I'm just a bit tired of my business being everybody's business. Maybe I want a bit of mystery. Maybe I need a bit of mystery. And if it comes in a package as hot as Charlie, I'm willing to risk it." "I can't argue with that," Jen said. A shout went up behind them, where the football players were still scattered across the field, drinking cans of beer, congratulating each other and catching up. The boys were lining up for the traditional post-match boat race, a kind of demented relay, where one after another they'd scull a beer and the fastest team won. Stevie and Jen had participated in past years, but wouldn't be throwing their hats in the ring this time. "How about we head over to the pub and order some dinner?" Jen asked gently. "Your mum and Johnno probably aren't too far away."
Paula hovered close by with her arms crossed as the doctor shone a light in Johnno's eyes and asked him to count backwards from 20. Kate and Cam had disappeared in search of vending machine twisties, and Paula's maternal instincts had kicked in. The doctor released him, but told Paula to try to stop him from getting drunk that night. There was unlikely to be any lasting concussion damage, but his judgment wasn't 100%. Paula texted Stevie that they were on their way back, and texted Kate to meet them in the car park. Johnno was walking slowly, childlike and vulnerable, not sure if it was the wind or the head knock making him feel giddy. "Where's Stevie?" he asked Paula. "We're going to meet her for dinner. I don't think she likes seeing you get hurt." Johnno smiled at this. "Always liked your daughter, Paula. Tom was never the right one for her. Makes me so happy to see her loving her work," he babbled, and Paula laughed. "She's great at it, but I think sometimes it's a bit hard for her, spending all that time telling other people's love stories. She thought she would have found hers by now, I think." "Oh, we're still young, Paula." "I know that, Johnno. Well, she seems very taken with this Charlie chap. Do you know him?" Johnno turned to her. "This is the first I'm hearing about it. Have you met him, Paula?" "God, no. They met at some wedding in the city. I don't think he's got any connections in Queensland. No one seems to know much about him except he's very handsome, apparently." "Oh, you all right, Johnno?" He was squeezing his eyes tight, trying to shake the fuzziness from his brain. Charlie. Some mysterious stranger. A handsome, mysterious stranger. Bloody hell. "What'd we miss?" Kate slid into the back seat with a rustle of chip packets. "Let's get some dinner. I'm starving."
New post in Neighbourhood News from the Bush Telegraph. It's a knockout. Our favourite prodigal son's rugby team got a come-from-behind win on the Siren in St George. Was that our favourite not-so-single snapper rushing into the fray when he scored a concussion along with the winning try? I'm not convinced there's nothing between these two, though they both protest. The snapper insists she's saving all her love for the mysterious Charlie Jones. I can't find out a thing about him. So I'm calling on you, my faithful friends, to send me any and all intel about where this chap came from and why he's not locking down our girl. LOL, Mabel.
13. Johnno straightened his collar and checked his hair in the rearview mirror one last time. He parked outside the Royal, having arrived 10 minutes early for his date with Sarah Childs, and he was struggling to find the momentum to get out of his car. His mother had been pushing him to take Sarah out for months, and despite the kiss that haunted his dreams, his crush on Stevie felt more futile than ever. So, when he and Sarah had been drawn against each other in a social tennis competition the previous week, Johnno had found himself asking if she would like to go for a counter meal sometime, as they shook hands over the net. Sarah had blushed to the roots of her honey blonde hair and, after turning her face upwards to thank the umpire, had graciously accepted. They'd made plans in a series of stilted texts. Johnno had ironed his shirt, shaved, and shun his dress boots, and now he was staring down the barrel of at least an hour of awkward chat, with only a few mid-strength beers to numb the pain since he had to drive home. He sighed, heaved himself out of the cab, and walked into the pub. A roar went up at his entrance. You could always count on a handful of regulars propping up the bar each evening, but Johnno had forgotten it was poker night. Almost his entire footy team was already here and charged, and, judging by the cheers, they knew he was on a date. Great. "Pot of gold, thanks, Woody," Johnno said, laying out his cash on the bar mat. Woody poured Johnno's beer into a frosty glass with the practiced ease of a lifelong publican. Heard you're expecting company, Johnno. I've reserved you our best table next to the window, away from the pokies. Woody was so tickled with his own wit, he wheezed from breathy laughter into a coughing fit. Cheers, Johnno said glumly, unsure how everyone knew about his date. He'd barely taken a sip when an eerie silence blanketed the previously boisterous barroom. It was like a scene from a western, when the baddie walks through the swinging doors into the saloon and the piano player stops mid-song. Johnno turned towards the Royals' door to see what had stunned the blokes. And there was Sarah Childs. Tottering on heels she'd clearly never tried to walk in before, and poured into a tiny black dress. Alongside her was her friend, the local beautician's apprentice, Jacinta, who looked very proud of her afternoon's work. Johnno had known Sarah since she was running around naked under the sprinkler in his mum's yard. He'd only seen her break her uniform of jeans, work shirt and a stained cap for tennis matches. Now she was manicured, bronzed, blow-dried and lip-gloss, blinking back false lashes and faltering on her heels like Bambi. Right on cue, some larrikin wolf whistled, and Woody cleared his throat meaningfully and nodded his head towards the entrance. Johnno scrambled off his bar stool and towards Sarah. Jacinta rattled her car keys in hand. You gonna be right to get this one home, Johnno? Your neighbours, after all. She laughed and headed for the door, Sarah throwing her one last desperate look. Sarah, you look stunning, Johnno said, taking her arm. I should have gone to a bit more effort, I'm sorry. God, Johnno, it's a bit much, I know. Jacinta got on a roll and I couldn't stop her. Thanks for holding me steady, Sarah said as they minced towards Woody's best table. Johnno pulled out her chair and she sank into it gratefully. The waitress appeared, a Finnish backpacker Johnno had met at the pub after the last home game, though he couldn't for the life of him recall her name. She sullenly handed them menus, each a single laminated page. Any specials tonight? Helmi, she finished pointedly. Nice to see you, Johnno. The fish of the day is barramundi, and there's also a special of crumb brains. She shuddered. Would you like some drinks to start? I'm going to need a cruiser, Sarah said, while Johnno shook his head. They each stared at their menus as Helmi moved away to get Sarah's drink. Unfortunately, there was not going to be enough reading material there to get them through the meal. I'm going to go for a steak, Johnno said. Get whatever you like, my treat. The salad looks okay, Sarah squirmed. Sarah, you don't have to eat rabbit food on my account. It's not you I'm worried about, Johnno. I'm concerned I'm going to explode out of this dress, she whimpered. Look, I've got a jacket in my ute if you need the coverage, but relax, you look lovely. You've really raised my standing in the rugby team. I'll be hearing about this for months, he joked, sensing her feel more at ease. Thanks, Johnno. I suppose this is new territory for me. Never been on a date before. If I'm lucky, some townie would invite me out roo shooting on a Friday night and try to stick his hand down my pants on the way home. But I bet you went on loads of fancy dates in London. You'd be surprised, he smiled. Not very experienced at this either. Dating in London was pretty cutthroat. I mean, I had friends who were out with Tinder matches every night. They had this whole routine down pat, a script just about. I have a bad feeling they were logging it all in some spreadsheet and calibrating it with every date to try to hack the perfect seduction. That just never appealed to me, you know? I'd rather just try to pash a pretty girl before closing time at the pub. That's about all the moves I've got too, Sarah said with a laugh. Helmi returned with Sarah's bright pink drink and took their orders, and Johnno was pleased to see Sarah had relaxed enough to order a schnitzel. Let's just get this out of the way, okay? Sarah said. I know this whole setup was our mum's idea. It's mortifying, but I just want to be clear that there's no pressure coming from me. It can just be a friendly dinner. Johnno smiled at her gratefully. Thanks, Sarah. That's kind of you. I don't think I'm very good boyfriend material, but let's see how it goes. I've already seen you naked under Mum's sprinkler, so we can save a bit of time on icebreakers. Oh my God, that is not appropriate at all, Sarah shrieked. You were what, 11? I was 3. Your mum was babysitting me, you dirty perv. I think that's partly why this feels so weird. I always felt like a big brother to you. Do our mothers really think this is a good foundation for an alliance? They might be thinking more about the properties than our hang-ups, Sarah said. The girl next door was a cliché, Johnno had to admit, although in this part of the world, she lived half an hour away. Enough of that, Johnno said. Tell me what it was like going to high school in town. I was always curious. Ah, yes, little Lord boarding school, wondering what he missed at the local state school. Would you like to hear about the teen pregnancy rate? Or I could teach you how to make a bong from an apple. I heard there were lots of fights, he said. I mean, we had plenty of jumper pulling and the odd punch-up, but didn't a guy throw a desk out a second-story classroom window once? Sarah laughed. Oh, yeah, that was a great day. Aaron got suspended and then graffitied all the school buildings that night with his own initials, the Bright Spark. You must have been finished uni by then. When did you go to London? I graduated at the end of 2012 and then went to London a year later. I hope you're not imagining something out of a Hugh Grant movie, all billowing white shirts and manicured parks. I was living in a squat with 8 other Aussie blokes in Shepherd's Bush, and it was a smelly time in my life. Worked in bars, cafes, eventually got a research job and moved into a much more civilised share house with only 3 other blokes. I ate a lot of curries, drank a lot of pints. Not sure I ate a vegetable for about 3 years. Sarah had drained her cruiser and was looking around for Helmy, who had just 3 customers and really could have stepped things up. Finally, she emerged from the kitchen with their enormous dinners, piled high with chips and swimming in gravy. It wasn't fine dining, but they both tucked in happily. Sarah drank steadily, and Johnno found himself increasingly relieved of the responsibility for carrying the conversation. Should we do shots? A little Baileys for dessert? She slurred, fluttering the ludicrous lashes towards Johnno. He couldn't help thinking how much they reminded him of a Muppet. Was it Mr. Snuffleupagus? Johnno! Sarah slapped his arm to get his attention. Righto, Sarah, he said, scraping his chair back. I'm afraid I have an early start with Dad tomorrow, and we have a bit of a drive home ahead of us. Do you mind if we make a move? He went to the bar to pay the bill with Woody. Get us some roadies, Sarah stage whispered across the room. The attention of the boys from the footy team, which had been absorbed in the poker game, was suddenly back on Johnno and Sarah. Yeah, get us some roadies, Sandy Gibbons, who Johnno never warmed to, called, Bitch drinks for us all. Sarah looked crestfallen, and Johnno guided her out of the Royal and into his ute. He started the engine and opened the glove box to pull out a family-sized block of dairy milk. Break that up so we can share it on the drive, eh? He asked Sarah, who was looking at him with deep affection. Johnno West, you're the best, she said. Ha! A poem. Do you have any Dixie Chicks? After about 15 minutes of fighting over the stereo and polishing off half the block of chocolate, Sarah fell asleep. She snored gently, her forehead leaving a smeary trail of foundation on his passenger side window, and Johnno cast his jacket over her bare legs with his left hand. An hour later, as the engine slowed at her parents' driveway, Sarah woke with a start. Is it possible I'm already hungover? She moaned. Johnno turned down the volume on Dreams by Fleetwood Mac, a song that always made him think of Stevie. It felt wrong in this context. Oh, I love this song, Sarah said. Maybe I'm still drunk. Thanks for going out with me, Sarah, Johnno said, unbuckling his seatbelt and jumping down from the cab to walk around and open her door. I had a great time. Sarah was fumbling with her seatbelt, so Johnno reached over to help her unclip it. Before he could lean back, she tilted her face up to his, grabbed the back of his head, and went in for a pash. Johnno was so taken by surprise by the sudden mouthful of her that he kissed her back for a moment before gathering his wits. He pulled away slowly. He could already see she felt self-conscious and tried to smooth the situation with a joke. You are still drunk, you wild thing. You better get home before your parents think I'm taking advantage of you. Give 'em my best, eh? And he helped her down from the cab, gave her a hug and nudged her towards the house. He watched her totter to the front door, made sure she got in, and waved to her mother when she answered the door. The ruse hadn't been too bad, so he should be able to make it home within half an hour. When he started up the engine, Stevie Nicks was singing about loneliness like a heartbeat, a feeling he knew well. It hadn't been so bad with Sarah. She was sweet and funny, and it made sense. They'd both be building their futures here. But Johnno still wasn't sure it was the future he wanted. Right on cue, loneliness pulsing in his veins, he wondered where Stevie was and what she was doing. Then he remembered she was probably with Charlie, and she certainly wouldn't be wondering about him. Johnno punched out a finger to skip to the next song and put his foot down. After his day's work, Johnno raced by the homestead to grab his boots and a change of clothes for rugby training before heading into town. It had been a long day. A pump had given out in the distant paddock, which he, Rod, and Cam had seemingly fixed with some tyre wire and prayers. Johnno had spent much of the drive on the phone with his dad about what they'd need to do the next day. So, when Johnno swung the Land Cruiser into the red gravel driveway of the town oval, he hadn't given any thought to the last time he'd seen his teammates. Racing into the change room, he pulled on his jersey and hastily strapped his ankles before lacing his beaten-up boots. The boys were already on the field when he arrived, with the exception of a few stragglers still making their way in from the farms. As Johnno jogged out, their coach, Slim, the town carpenter, whose beach ball beer belly belied his salad days as a handy halfback, limply blew his whistle to gather the team in. As they noticed Johnno's entrance, one smart Aleck's slow clap soon gave way to a full wolf-whistling, knee-slapping standing ovation. "Johnno, pants man, tell us about your day, mate. Did you get lucky?" "Gee, Stanton." Johnno shook his head. "Isn't Sarah your cousin? There's no way to speak about a lady." Stanton looked contrite, and the boys gradually quietened down as Slim fought for their attention. "Right, lads. Dynamic warm-up. Johnno, since you're the team hero apparently, you can lead it." Johnno sighed and corralled the team into 2 long parallel lines. He led them through lunges, sumo squats, skips, grapevines, and a series of half-hearted sprints. Slim lit a cigarette in disgust. "You blokes are hopeless. You got bloody lucky with that win against the Blue Tongues, and they'll be ready to thump you when we host them in August. Don't think I didn't notice how busted you all were with a full 20 minutes left on the clock. I'd better see more focus from you tonight, or I'll have you all doing trials until you spew." It was enough to scare the lads into submission, through a series of passing and kicking drills. For the final session, they broke into smaller groups to focus on rucking, tackles and goal kicks. As he had warmed up, Johnno was glad to feel the soreness his muscles had carried since St. George ease. Physical as his work was, it felt so much better to run around, to push his body into some speed. And once his teammates settled into a rhythm, it was satisfying to feel their quick passes connect and kicks find their targets. They were all breathing hard by the time Johnno wordlessly led them through a sequence of cool-down stretches. In the chill night air, steam rose from their tousled heads, ghostly under the floodlights as sweat cooled on their skin. Someone passed around cans of gold from a carton, and they drank contentedly in silence. Their thoughts all turned to dinner then, and a plan formed to head to the pub for palmy night. "Oh, I could murder some chips and gravy," Stanton moaned. "Who needs a ride? Let's get a move on." "Yep, shotgun." Burly Bill Thompson called. They piled into Stanton's Nissan shitbox and took off for the pub with an explosive backfire. "Coming, Johnno?" Greenie, the taciturn front rower and captain, asked. "We'll see, mate. Gotta hit the showers or I'll be sore before I even make it home," Johnno said with a chuckle. Jogging back to the change room with a wave, his stomach was rumbling, but dinner at the pub would mean getting home closer to 11 p.m. Not to mention all the questions he had faced about Sarah. He had questions of his own. His polite text thanking her for the evening had gone unanswered. He was sure she would have woken with a sore head the next day, but another 2 days had gone by with no response. He hoped she wasn't beating herself up about how things had ended. Johnno made a mental note to text her something funny the next day, to try to diffuse any tension before tennis. The change rooms were empty but for forgotten socks, clumps of strapping tape full of ruthlessly ripped out leg hair, and a flat football. Johnno stripped off and was soaping himself blithely in the shower when Slim staggered in under a giant net bag of balls, fag in mouth. "Good effort out there tonight, Johnno," Slim said out of one side of his mouth while maintaining staunch eye contact with any part of the room that wasn't Johnno's body. Johnno swiveled sideways, mortified, thankful he had such a lather up. "Thanks for trying to get the boys to focus." "It's like herding cats, but you know that," Johnno replied. "I do think we have more wins in the team, but you're right. They won't come without a big improvement in fitness." Slim sucked deeply on his Winnie Blue and exhaled thoughtfully. "Short of showing up with a stock whip, I don't know how to force them into it. They should be running on their own time. But the only thing that could get half these blokes off their asses is the kind of Sheila we just don't have around here. If only we could get Claudia Schiffer to trot around the oval a few times, I reckon we'd have them all doing 4-minute Ks in no time." Johnno smiled as Slim stared off at a particularly hairy strip of discarded tape, clearly painting in the details of his cipher strategy. Johnno wondered if Stevie was planning any visits. He reckoned having her lead the way in her old 501s might be pretty good motivation for some fitness work. He had every inch of those faded jeans committed to memory. Now it was Slim's turn to catch Johnno lost in reverie. He stubbed out his cigarette on the bench. "What about the young Sarah Childs? If we could get her running in that dress she wore for you the other night, we might be in business." Johnno turned off the taps and reached for his threadbare towel. "Not you too, Slim. Kind of bloke get a break. Mum's been at me to take her out for months. I just took her for a pub feed, nothing to it." Slim laughed gutsily like a donkey with emphysema. "Easy, mate. Just taking the piss. You could do a lot worse." "She's a lovely girl," Johnno agreed. "I'm just not sure she's the girl for me. I'm pretty confident I'm not the bloke for her." "I don't know about that," Slim said. "She might be shy, but she's smarter than most give her credit for." Johnno raised an eyebrow to probe for more details as he stepped into fresh footy shorts and a wholly powderfinger t-shirt. "Well, she went all through school with my Jessie," Slim explained. "I'd help out at the school every now and then, working bees and serving grog at the fete, obviously. But I'd also go along to chaperone the odd movie sleepover night, camping trip. Now, Johnno, a mob of teenage, or God forbid, preteen girls is a terrifying thing." They both chuckled. "One movie night they did in the Year 7 classroom, it was me and one of the other dads in charge, and while we were distracted, the little turds got into the teacher's whiskey stash in the staff room. Had them puking all over the place, crying when we busted them, turning on each other. But Sarah always had her head screwed on. Never got involved in that kind of thing. She never ratted anyone out either." "Fair enough, Slim. If you're telling me to let her down gently, I've got the message," Johnno said, zipping the last of his stuff into his bag. He started gathering up the rubbish and detritus around the change room. Slim moved to the door, lit another cigarette, and waited with his finger hovering over the light switch, keys in hand. "Strike me wrong, Johnno. I'm telling you not to let her down at all. Take her out again. Do something where you're not both just sitting at the pub together. Give her a chance. She might surprise you. You might surprise yourself." Johnno nodded, chastened, as Slim locked up the room. They parted quietly in the car park, Johnno promising to think about it. And he did. He thought about it as he drove past the pub, oblivious to the raucous conversation of his teammates inside. He thought about it all the way home, via a stop-off at the BP for a scalding broccoli bomb from the hotbox. He thought about it as he trudged into the homestead at 10 p.m. Penny and Rod were already in bed, a foil-wrapped plate in the oven for him, Rabbit snoring on her towel nest in the laundry. As he wolfed down Penny's chicken curry, he composed and recomposed a text to Sarah Childs. "Fuck my brown dog!" The pliers bounced into the dust as Johnno winced away from the barbed wire and shook his hand to ease the pain. The song blaring from the open door of his ute suddenly felt too loud, and his head throbbed inside his hatband. The winter sun beat down, relentless, and as he wrenched off the radio, the noisy silence of the paddock swelled around him. Cicadas, crickets, the groggy croaks of crows. 11 a.m., and he'd left the homestead at 5:30 to get these fences done before the sun got too high. He should have been done by now, and knowing that his father would express this in no uncertain terms, kept him from the sensible retreat to Penny's tea and scones. Johnno took a long slug from his water bottle and replaced his hat as he resolved to finish this paddock and the next before heading back for lunch. Throughout his years in London, the Akubra had been waiting for him on his designated hat peg in the mudroom. Having worn it in his late teens, Johnno wondered if somehow the felt was messing with his brainwaves, returning him to an adolescent mental state. Maybe it was just being back at home, but he felt as uncertain about his future, his purpose, as he'd done when school finished. There had to be more to life than this. The daily drudgery of fencing, watering, feeding, moving stock from point A to point B and back to point A again. Things breaking down from heat and overuse, figuring out how to fix them with wire and duct tape until you had to bring in a paid professional, always the last resort. He'd only been in the grind a couple of months and the days felt endless, but Johnno could feel them slipping away into years and turning him into an old man. And for what? He'd watched the grim set of his father's mouth turn into something stony and permanent after decades of this. Years of Rod tracking the Bureau of Meteorology's updates and forecasts like others gripped their racing form guides, waiting for the big win that was going to clear the slate of all their failed bets. Years of weighing insurance costs against the rains that had to be coming. Years of debt compounding, of long sunburned days and weary nights when he could hang his hat and take off the dusty work clothes. But there was so much that wouldn't wash off in the shower. Rod wore the weight of all the unpaid bills and long-range forecasts and what-ifs on his shoulders. A heavy blanket that would wake him in the middle of the night. Suffocating. He was far from the only man in this position. Around the country, there were hundreds like him. Some of them had wives they could share their blanket with in bed at night. Others carried theirs alone, by choice or otherwise, until they could see no way out but to walk away. Or worse, like poor Tom's dad. Johnno swung the gate closed and drove off into the next empty paddock. Against everything he'd been taught all his life, he'd left the gate open while working in it. There was no urgency anymore, since there were so few beasts. As the drought limped on, Johnno's parents had gradually destocked until they were down to hand-feeding their breeding stock. The daily work shrank along with the headcount, but the bills, the weight, never seemed to lift. Some properties let go of their managers to cut costs, but then where would those good men and their families go? They'd leave the district and never come back. So the West had kept theirs on until he couldn't handle the tension and announced he was moving his family to the coast. These days, Johnno had noticed his dad's anger finding a growing outlet in outrage about the greenie hippies in the city. Bloody vegans, weak and feeble-minded, and their silly protests. Didn't they know where their food came from? Didn't they understand the decades of inherited knowledge and care he and his family had poured into this land? How he had all but bankrupted his family to ensure no animals suffered starvation, how his heart broke every time he found a broken beast moaning with pain or disease. All this bulldust from pampered city boys with man buns ruining the good name of the honest grazier, all in the name of climate change. He knew more than anyone about the climate of this land, his home, his livelihood. Johnno knew better than to try to argue or reason with Rod those evenings. When he was under the influence of his third beer, exhaustion, and dubious patriotic Facebook groups. The trouble was, Johnno could see both sides. Cam would never let him hear the end of it. "You've been too long in the city, mate. It's made you soft. Both can't be right. No good wearing a barbed wire fence like a G-string. Pick a side, and you know how welcome you'll be here if you choose the greenies." It just made no sense to Johnno. There shouldn't be two sides at all. If you cared about the environment, agriculture was one of the industries that could make the biggest difference to sustainability. And if you wanted to make a living from the land long term, you had to work with the changing environment and take advantage of all the latest science and technology to protect your investment. It was a central value of his family that they were caretakers of this land. So why did it so often feel like they were battling against it to extract an income? And that was without digging into the Aboriginal heritage of the region, where generations of barely veiled slavery and massacres and missions had divorced the most experienced caretakers from the land that was so sacred to them. Surely there was some way to bring all these threads together, to learn from history, to listen to the land itself, and to look to the future and technology to find a way forward that wasn't such a constant struggle. He made a mental note to head into the library in town and see if the books he requested on regenerative agriculture and Aboriginal land management had come in. Maybe he could chat to the local elders about what they knew about long droughts in the past. If his contemporaries could embrace drones for monitoring their vast properties, GPS-driven and remote-controlled ploughing and planting, surely he could propose some new ideas to Rod and Penny. The thing was, farming didn't look like it used to. His generation were largely university-educated in agronomy and agribusiness. Technology was changing all the time, from equipment to seed engineering and breeding genetics to mapping the weather trends. The days of the long-suffering silent bloke running the farm and his little wife focused on feeding him and raising the kids were long gone. Women were running farms, running their own side businesses, or juggling professional careers along with their properties. At this point in the drought, many of them were the ones keeping the income flowing into their households. And amid all the despair, people were still marrying and having babies and moving to the district. Their experiments with what had once been ridiculed as hobby crops were, with the power of e-commerce and smart social media, taking off into viable businesses. Just through the grapevine at tennis, Johnno had heard about a family selling top-notch extra virgin olive oil, women farming native flowers, people blending artisanal teas and reviving bush tucker native foods, 2 sisters cultivating buffalo to experiment with milk and cheese. He knew there were men crafting wooden toys and plaiting leather belts in their idle hours, who could find delighted customers across the country if they could just get a crash course in using Instagram. Johnno clipped the last bit of fence wire and pulled off his gloves. His head was reeling, and when he took off his hat and rubbed his hands through his hair, they came away sweaty. God, it was quiet out here. He'd forgotten how rusty his mind got when he didn't have someone to talk to. Soon Rabbit would be obedient enough to come along, so at least he could talk to her on these endless days. He drained the water bottle and gunned the ute towards home, feeling like he had made some small progress, if only in his mind.
14. How on earth did you find this place? Stevie asked. She should have suspected it when Charlie told her to bring a pair of socks for their next date. But she hadn't put the pieces together then, or when he drove her deep into the northern suburbs. Now she was lacing up a daggy pair of hired 10-pin bowling shoes and trying not to inhale their aroma. "I'll never tell," Charlie teased, making a show of warming up his arms and bouncing around. "I haven't bowled in years," Stevie said happily. "Well, if you can beat me, I'll take you for a fancier dinner than the fast food here." Challenge accepted. The only other people at the lanes were young families, so Stevie and Charlie had a little corner to themselves. The decor was vinyl in various shades of orange and brown. The lighting was relentlessly fluorescent. The music was terrible. The beer was served in plastic cups, and they were having a blast. "Read it and weep, Stevie," Charlie crowed, pointing to the scoreboard after bowling yet another strike. "Weird. It's like you want to have dinner here," Stevie said. "I know how you feel about pineapple on pizza, and I don't think it's within that kid's pay grade to pick it off for you. Or nachos? I think I saw they have that liquid cheese they can pump out of the bottle straight onto your food." "Stop. I'm going to be sick just thinking about it," he begged. Ever the food snob. "Surely we can find some vaguely authentic dumplings or noodles around here." Dumplings," Stevie said, realising the bowling alley beers she'd been pounding had gone to her head. "Finish your last frame and we'll get out of here," Charlie said with a cheeky pat on her bum. Half an hour later, they were grinning at each other across a plastic table loaded with steamed pork dumplings, Chinese broccoli, crispy shallot pancakes, and BYO beers. "Where's the last place you travelled to?" Stevie asked him. "You mean aside from my trip scouting the strangest spots in Brisbane's suburbs for our dates?" he asked. Stevie nodded. If his face kept doing that thing with the dimples, she was going to have to switch to sitting on his side of the table. It was too distracting. "I was in Europe last summer. Well, European summer, you know." "Of course. One would never bother with Europe in winter." Spoken like someone who's never had a hot chocolate at the Christmas markets in Geneva, or seen Paris lit up in the snow. "Only seen Paris in the spring, like a yokel," Stevie admitted. "Don't worry, I'll take you on a real winter adventure." "Sounds great." "So, where did you go on your summer trip? Greek islands?" "They're gorgeous, but so overrun with tourists, you know. Even Croatia is a zoo these days. But there are some fantastic beach towns and lake resorts in Slovenia that the idiots haven't discovered yet." "I've just booked a destination wedding on a Greek island in a couple months. Have you been to Sifnos?" Charlie hadn't heard of it, which was satisfying. But the entire evening had once again been thrilling for Stevie. She couldn't remember the last time she'd been able to talk to someone where everything was new and unknown. Even trading the simple details of growing up and daggy first jobs was fascinating. At no point had he mentioned a school or workplace or town where she could ask if they had common acquaintances. They had no social overlap whatsoever, and he had no preconceived ideas about who she was. That might be the best part, Stevie thought. With Charlie, she could actually be the person she always wanted to be. Where would you love to go that you haven't been yet? He asked, changing the subject. Stevie thought for a minute. I haven't been to South America at all, and I love the sound of Argentina and Cuba. Have you been there? Not Argentina, but I did do Machu Picchu a few years back with some mates. Great people in South America, if you can stomach all the tourists. I've also never been to Italy, which seems like an oversight given my interest in pasta and pizza. I once rented a villa in the countryside of Tuscany, which was divine. We had a local chef give us a cooking class and spent our days biking around the local villages. You wouldn't believe the produce in their markets. The best tomatoes you'll ever eat. Sounds amazing. You'll love it. I'll take you there too. Can't wait, she giggled. You don't think I'm serious? I mean, it's our second date, but I'm game. When do you want to go? It'll take some time to plan, and I figure you're pretty booked up for the rest of the year, right? Wouldn't want to go before May. Make sure it's nice and warm over there. How do you know you'll still want to hang out with me in May next year? Charlie stood up and moved around to slide in next to Stevie. He held her face with both his hands and stared intently into her eyes. Stevie prayed she hadn't slopped oyster sauce on her chin. I can't imagine not wanting to hang out with you, Stevie. You feel this too, don't you? Thankfully, he didn't wait for an answer before kissing her tenderly. Stevie wasn't sure what exactly they were feeling, but it was intoxicating. Have you had enough to eat? He asked. Because I want to get you home immediately. Yes, sir, Stevie said, and he kissed her again before sweeping off to pay the bill. Later, in her bed, Charlie asked her if she planned on continuing her work on bush weddings. Well, I love it, and there's enough demand for me to fill the next couple of years, Stevie said. Have you ever thought about staying closer to the city? I'm going to go crazy with you away every weekend, Charlie murmured, stroking her hair. I've thought about it. Stevie trailed off. It must be exhausting, all that travel. It is. But you travel for work too. Sure, but they're neat little plane trips to other capital cities and 4-star hotels. How many hours are you driving on an average weekend? Are you getting paid extra for that time? And what about when you have kids? He was asking all the questions she'd asked herself when she woke up sweating in the early hours of the morning. She didn't have the answers then, and she didn't now. What do you think I should do? It's not up to me, but you're so talented, you shouldn't limit yourself. You could do anything. You could be a photojournalist, or open a portrait studio, or start a gallery and have exhibitions, or publish a book. Stevie laughed. Why not? He asked. Why not? She repeated. Her heart felt like a caged animal that had finally found some space to stretch for the first time in years. Why not indeed? Think about it, Charlie said. You'll be amazing at it, whatever you decide to do, and I'll be right beside you, cheering you on. Hey, she said, feeling brave. Are you not a fan of social media? Did you try to stalk me? He joked. Not exactly, she said, laughing. But if I did, would I find you? No, I'm not on social media. It's kind of a long story and I don't want to freak you out. He let a dramatic silence hang before continuing. I had an ex-girlfriend who got a bit intense when things ended between us. She was pretty persistent in trying to make contact when I'd made it clear that we were over, and it just didn't feel right or safe to have an online presence where she might find me, or even just torture herself looking at what I was up to. So I just shut it all down. It's pretty liberating, believe it or not. Wow, I'm sorry you had to deal with that, Stevie said. Sounds a bit scary. Is everything okay with her now? Yeah, nothing for you to worry about. He yawned loudly, making it clear the subject was closed, and snuggled in to spoon her. Good night, babe. He has a stalker? Jen squealed. Oh, this is juicy. He didn't say she was a stalker exactly, Stevie said, just that it was better, maybe even he used the word safer, for him not to have a presence online. She and Jen were having a back veranda debrief. Jen smoking while Stevie threw a tennis ball into the yard for Fred, who was growing tired of having to climb the stairs to return the ball each time. It had been nearly 2 weeks since Stevie's bowling date with Charlie, but between her work and Jen spending time at Andrew's, this was their first chance to catch up about it. "It's a bit convenient though, isn't it?" Jen ventured. "Is it convenient to have a stalker? I wouldn't have thought so," Stevie said. "No, you're right. I'm being silly. So it's all going well then?" It was indeed going well. Stevie mightn't have seen Jen in weeks, but Charlie had been relentless in demanding her attention. She detailed for Jen the other dates they'd been on, the sweet texts he'd sent, and just a choice of selection of the compliments he'd lavished on her. "He's smooth, I'll give him that. And his taste is obviously good if he's picked you." "I know he sounds a bit too good to be true. Believe me, I pinch myself all the time. But maybe this is the big romance I've been waiting for. Maybe I deserve it." "Of course you deserve it. More than anyone. I'm happy for you. I'm just looking out for you. Has he introduced you to any friends or anything?" Stevie sighed. "Jen, enough with the suspicion. Ask him yourself if you want, because he's coming over tonight." "I'll be polite, don't worry. God, you're so in love, it's ridiculous." "Shut up." After the unsuccessful date and the fake photos, Stevie hadn't pushed the subject when Paula stopped giving her regular updates on her escapades. A small part of her felt a little vindicated that she wasn't the only one to struggle to find a real connection through the apps, a feeling quickly chased by a rush of guilt. Didn't her mum deserve to find some happiness? Instead, Paula was throwing herself into family history research, judging by the multiple follow-up trips to Arcadia she'd sheepishly admitted to. "Mum, you're not being a pest, are you?" Stevie asked gently. She was sitting at her desk struggling to focus on edits, so she'd called Paula for a distraction. "Of course I'm not." "Do you just keep turning up there unannounced?" "If you must know, George has been inviting me. We've been seeing each other." "The manager?" Stevie was reeling. She had a flashback of her mother giggling on their trip to the property and the lingering handshake George had given her. "How long has this been going on?" "Stevie, don't take that tone like I'm your wayward teenage daughter. We're two consenting adults getting to know each other." "Consenting adults? Mum, are you—" "Well, let's just say you were right about the bike riding," Paula said breezily. "It's not something you forget how to do." "Oh, God. Are you being safe?" Paula snorted. "For the first time, I can say that being this age does have some perks. Thank goodness I've been taking those yoga classes, though, and got a bit of fitness back. The bike riding has been quite vigorous. Goodbye, Mother. I'm off to bleach my ears." "Love you," Paula trilled. "Love you too," Stevie grumbled before hanging up and hurling the phone across her bed. That night, Charlie came over and kept Stevie and Jen's wine glasses topped up while they cringed and laughed at bush bachelors. "I can't tell, do you girls actually enjoy this reality TV stuff, or do you watch it as a post-feminist gag?" Charlie asked in one ad break. "Truthfully, a bit of both," Jen admitted. To Stevie's relief, she had kept her word and refrained from interrogating Charlie, and he seemed to be winning her over. When he left the room to find them chocolate, Jen hissed, "Fine, he's a dreamboat." Jen ignored Charlie massaging Stevie's shoulders and playing with her hair, but said a hasty goodnight as soon as the show's closing credits started to roll. Charlie kept up his attentions until things suddenly, urgently, needed to be taken to bed. Later, as he slept beside her, Stevie wondered if it was crazy to be in so deep with someone she'd known so briefly. Sometimes she thought she might have conjured him up. Everything was so perfect. Recounting the actual events of their relationship to Jen had sounded like a montage from a romantic comedy. He always seemed to know exactly what she needed. There was this time he showed up while she was deep in an editing binge, just to drop off a hot chocolate and lunch, and told her he'd be back to make her dinner that night. Or the way he'd stop to pluck a flower and tuck it behind her ear as they walked through New Farm Park, on a sunny morning of kissing in the grass in between reading the papers with takeaway coffees. All the night, he'd somehow tuned the dusty guitar in the living room and serenaded Stevie with a song, his voice low and clear. It was incredibly romantic. So why, when Charlie closed his eyes to hit a high note, did Stevie find herself stifling a giggle? When he opened his eyes again and locked them on hers, she didn't know where to look. When Charlie got like this, with the dizzyingly romantic acts, it was easiest just to kiss him and let things run their course. Later, while he slept beside her, she'd find herself staring at the ceiling, thinking of Johnno, of all people, and how hard he'd laugh if he'd been a witness. Johnno with a guitar would be an entirely different kind of performance, the kind that would leave her rolling on the floor laughing rather than rolling her eyes. He started every speech and thought with his tongue firmly in his cheek, forever self-deprecating, putting everyone around him at ease, even if it meant making himself the butt of the joke. Charlie wasn't big on jokes. But then, Johnno had probably never sent a girl flowers. He would never presume to buy her a dress and have it fit perfectly. Romantic was not a word in his vocabulary. Stevie sighed, turning onto her side in search of a cool spot on the pillow. Charlie's arms immediately wrapped around her again, lean and muscular, smelling vaguely of expensive sandalwood. How ridiculous to be thinking of her bogan friend Johnno while this spectacle of manhood was spooning her. A very handsome, gainfully employed adult male was not only continuing to pursue dates with Stevie, he was showering her with affection, gifts and orgasms. After how many years now of bad dates, dud blokes and dry spells? Not to mention the stares from other women whenever they walked into a room together. She was lucky. She should be blissfully enjoying the romance. It was perfectly normal to feel a bit disbelieving after all her years in the wilderness, she reasoned. But it was time to stop overanalyzing and worrying about what might go wrong and just enjoy the moment. She snuggled back against him and tried to slow her breathing into sleep. Maybe she was the weird one, and she should be coming up with the romantic gestures for him. God forbid he got bored with her. Someone that good-looking would never be short on offers. Stevie knew the girls would be lining up as soon as Charlie was back on the market. A gift? He was so assured in his style she wouldn't know where to start. He said he had no time for books, and while a home-cooked meal might be nice, Stevie was no Nigella. Maybe it was time to take him out west. They could have a little road trip adventure. She could make a great driving playlist, show him all around her old haunts, even introduce him to Paula. Christine and Gavin's wedding was coming up out that way. Charlie stirred and rolled away, and Stevie finally felt cool air on her skin. With the beginnings of a plan, Stevie's mind slowly started to unknot and her body to relax, and finally, mercifully, she fell asleep.
15. On Thursday afternoon, Johnno's drive into town passed quickly. He'd unearthed a dusty case of burned CDs that had been his pride and joy in the early years of uni. It was amazing the power music had to transport you back in time. Singing along to Weezer and Offspring and Elliott Smith, Johnno felt the same strange mix of insecure and bulletproof that had been the hallmark of his early 20s. If he avoided his eyes in the rearview mirror, specifically the crow's feet around them, he could pretend he was cruising back to college after a weekend at home. Wondering what would be dished up at the dining hall, who pashed who at the party he'd missed. The bubble of hope in his throat that Tom and Stevie might be off again for good this time. The deflation when they weren't. He realised with the start that Sarah Childs was the same age now that he had been when he had made some of these later mixes. After Year 12 graduation, she had headed straight to UQ's agricultural-focused campus at Gatton and knocked off her ag science degree in the allotted 3 years. No time wasting for her, and she'd gone straight back to the Childs' property to get to work afterwards. No wonder Penny and Rod thought the sun shone from the rear of her Wranglers. She was everything they'd hoped he'd be. While they weren't drawn to play in each other's teams, Johnno knew Sarah would be at tennis that evening. He felt an odd stirring of nerves at the prospect. They'd been texting steadily for the past 24 hours. Johnno had broken the ice with a gag about Rabbit snoring, and Sarah had sent back a long string of emojis. On a summer evening, the sun would set late, the nets casting long shadows across the astroturf, but this was midwinter and the floodlights were on before Johnno arrived. "Hi, Johnno," chorused the club secretary and her bestie. "Evening, Lorna, Doris. Perfect night for a day." "Oh yes, nice and crisp, no wind at all," Lorna agreed. He signed in at the clubhouse, where the older ladies had already set out Arnott's assorted biscuits, giant tubs of Nescafe instant coffee, and tea bags next to a steaming urn. The cups were the same malted ceramic blue and green ones Johnno remembered from childhood, when he had played at the clubhouse with the other kids while his mum had her weekly hit. "Bicky?" Doris offered. "No, thanks. Got to change before the first round," Johnno said. "Ah, yes, you've got Dr. Don first. Then your mixed doubles," Lorna read from the draw sheet. "Sarah's already out there for her first match." Good news travels fast, Johnno thought. He went to the bathroom under the grandstand to change. It appeared Penny had shrunk his shorts in the wash, but since the only other pants he had with him were jeans, he had no choice but to head out and start warming up in this extremely short and tight pair. Johnno danced from foot to foot, bouncing a ball with the racket as he waited for Dr. Don to take the court. He hoped the constant movement would render him a blur to anyone paying attention, and the fact he was smuggling budgies would pass unnoticed. Finally, Don, the new locum, he'd only been in town 18 months, jogged onto the court and took up his position opposite Johnno, swiping showily to warm up his arms. They played a quick set of singles, Doris scoring as Johnno handily beat the puffing doctor. Only after they'd shaken hands across the net and the women from their teams walked on for their singles match did Johnno realise he'd attracted something of an audience. "Looking good, Johnno," Lorna sang out, raising her mug of instant coffee in salute. Her coterie of old biddies snickered, and he could have sworn he caught the phrase, "puppies fighting in a sack," but he didn't have a chance to heckle them back. No sooner had he latched the gate than Johnno found himself face to face with Sarah Childs. Compared to the last time he'd seen her, she was blessedly fresh-faced. Her blonde hair was scraped into a high ponytail, all the better to display the blush that had swept from her neck across her face like a weather pattern. "G'day, Sarah. How'd your first game go?" he asked, clapping her on the back in a way that he hoped wasn't too brotherly, but just brotherly enough. She grinned. "Smashed Rebecca Burton, didn't even let her win a service point." "Ruthless. I love it," Johnno said, offering his palm for a high five. Sarah lunged to oblige with such force that her hand barely grazed his, before continuing its trajectory all the way into Johnno's snugly wrapped crotch. The slap prompted a fresh round of cheers and jeers from Lorna's lusty old friends, and Johnno wondered, not for the first time, whether there was more than Blend 43 in their mugs. Before Sarah could sputter out an apology, he burst out into a deep belly laugh and she soon joined in. "Well, that's one way to break the tension," Johnno said. Sarah rolled her eyes at him. "Shut up, I've been so bloody nervous about seeing you again, it's ridiculous." "Nothing to be nervous about," Johnno said, despite the queasiness he'd felt on the way into town. "Did I sing Dixie Chicks when you were dropping me home?" she asked, eyes fearful. "Just a few songs," he said. "You wouldn't even take requests." "Ah," she grunted, rubbing her face in embarrassment. "Same stunt I pulled when Tyler took me out. Bloody drunk Sarah. I'm going to have to ask people at the pub to start refusing me service of breezes. Hell, any drink stronger than a 4X Gold." Johnno chuckled and tried to figure out why he felt a stab of jealousy that a townie and God knows who else had experienced Sarah's drunken alter ego before him. The rest of the night passed quickly, and Johnno and Sarah's chat was cut short when her next match came up, and then it was time for Johnno's mixed doubles game. It was nearing 10 p.m. by the time they had another chance to talk, and to Johnno's chagrin, all the biscuits were gone. "I've got to make tracks," he shrugged apologetically. "Early start." "Me too," Sarah said. "No stress, but hey, have you got a two-way in the cruiser of yours?" "I do. What do you have in mind?" Sarah looked at her feet for a moment, then visibly summoned her courage and met Johnno's eye again. "Well, we're going the same way for nearly the whole drive home. We don't have to be in the same cab to have a chat." It was so simple, and yet it would have never occurred to him. He smiled. "You're on." "Channel 2, she called over her shoulder as she swung into the high cab of the Prado. The truckies tend to be on a different channel, so there shouldn't be too many people listening. The Prado had no chance to idle. She'd no sooner turned on the ignition than she was roaring out of the gate. Johnno gunned the cruiser and caught up with her just as she hit the bridge to leave town. His stereo was still blaring hits of 2002, and while he decided to let Sarah take the lead, he turned down the volume so he wouldn't miss her when she did come on the two-way radio channel. Darkness had fallen hard, and Johnno drove for a while with the window down. The night rushed in, sharp and cool, drying the sweat on his skin. Beyond the beams of the headlights and the glow of Sarah's taillights ahead, there was only navy blackness and the humming of cicadas. It was prime time to hit a kangaroo, but if one did veer out on the road and catch him unawares, the bull bar at the high-set cruiser would prevent any damage to the vehicle. The Roo would not be so lucky. Moths and dragonflies flung themselves at Johnno's headlights, the age-old doomed romance between filament and fly. Above, the moon was waxing, a fatty yellow, and a faint ring of cloud around it gave every farmer a glimmer of hope that rain might build up the next day. "Night Cruiser, you on channel?" The two-way radio crackled. "This is Dixie Chick. Come in, Night Cruiser, over." Code names. Cute. Johnno picked up the handset. "Yep, this is Night Cruiser. Roger, Dixie Chick. You're making good speed there, you maniac. Over." "I would have thought you'd be in more of a rush to get home to your little rabbit. Who's taking care of your bunny girl tonight, Night Cruiser?" "Over." It was a great ploy, he thought, teasing him mercilessly in a conversation that could be overheard by anyone who happened to be tuned into the same channel. If anyone was listening, odds on it would be a bloke, a truckie on a late-night run, a lonely farmer listening out for human contact, and she was making him look like a big softy. His mum was looking after his puppy in his absence, but it wasn't the kind of thing he wanted to admit in this context. Yes, Dixie Chick, I had to knock her out for the evening while I was away. Sprinkled a little crushed-up Valium on her dinner. By the time I left, she was sprawled out on her back, snoring gently with her tongue hanging out. Over. You sure know how to treat a lady, Night Cruiser. They drove in companionable silence for a while, and Johnno was starting to think she'd tired of the conversation when the two-way roared to life again. Sarah was pumping a Taylor Swift chorus on her stereo. When that cut out, he had countered with some particularly crude Bloodhound Gang that happened to be playing on his mix. The silence stretched out again, and he began to worry that he'd offended her. But no, there was Miley Cyrus at a party in the USA. They'd have to make this chick a mixtape if they're going to have any chance at a relationship. As Sarah's turn-off approached, Johnno picked up the receiver again. Dixie Chick, you on channel? Over. This is Dixie Chick. Go ahead, Night Cruiser. Over. You got any plans this weekend? Over. I was going to go roo shooting. Dad's been having some issues at the top paddock. Over. Want some company? I haven't been out shooting for ages. We could take out some food, couple of beers. I can play you some decent music. Over. A loaded silence dragged out for what seemed an eternity. Johnno felt like a massive idiot. Or maybe that was exactly what she wanted him to feel. Jesus, Sarah, say yes and put him out of his misery, came a deep voice that cracked into a guttural belly laugh. Bloody Cam. Just messing with you, Johnno, Sarah laughed. Meet me at Mum and Dad's place at 9 on Saturday night. Yippee-hoo, bloody ray, Cam hollered. Penny's dessert, an old-fashioned jam roll served with custard, was so good it obliterated any conversation after the West Sunday night family dinner. Only as spoons scraped the final morsels from their bowls did anyone start to verbalise thoughts again. So good, Mom, Johnno moaned, leaning back in his chair and rubbing his tummy like a satisfied toddler. Bloody delightful, Penelope, Cam said, and Kate nodded her agreement. Well, you can wash up, Penny said. I've got the new Rachel Treasure and I'll be reading it in the bath. After she left the room, Rod added, and I'm not missing this opportunity to catch up on Top Gear. See yous tomorrow. He practically skipped off. Kate reached for the wine bottle and drained the dregs into her glass. Well, in that case... Cam turned away from the table, rummaged through his bag and emerged holding aloft a bottle of OP rum. Johnno said a silent prayer that he'd be able to prize himself away after one round. The alternative, and the hangover that would go with it, was too grisly to countenance. He got up to fetch 3 glasses and ice from the kitchen, planted one in front of each of them, praying Cam would let him pour his own. "Bloody beautiful," Cam said, slopping 4 fat fingers of rum into all 3 glasses. Kate laughed. "Hun, it's a school night." "Oh, old night cruiser here doesn't let a little thing like work in the morning stop him from indulging in his appetites. Hey, Johnno?" And there it was, the dig Johnno had been waiting for all night. Cam had been shockingly discreet all through dinner, even as Penny pumped Johnno for details about his date with Sarah and their trip roo shooting the night before. Johnno had arrived home in the small hours of the morning after a night he had to admit was a lot of fun. He hadn't been shooting in years, and once he got used to the rifle's kickback in his shoulder and got his eye in under the spotlights, the satisfaction of executing an old skill had washed over him. He felt content in a way that he hadn't since returning to Haven Downs, like he knew what he was doing. And with the task to focus on, he and Sarah fell into an easy rhythm together. One of them navigating the ute and directing the spotlight as the other took aim. Slim had been right. Without the pressure of having to look at each other across a table, they teased each other's histories and short stories, and after a while, they were doing a lot more talking and drinking than shooting. This time it was Johnno's turn to wonder if he'd put his foot in it at the end of the night. He'd felt himself staggering a bit as he got back into his own ute outside the child's homestead, insisting he was fine to get home on the back roads. He hadn't tried to kiss her, he knew that much, but there had been a moment where he knew he could have. And as long as it had been since he'd had any intimacy, it was his newfound respect for Sarah. Her simplicity, her earthy sense of humour, her sweetness. That stopped him from initiating an easy hookup he'd have to walk back later. Of course, the recap Penny got was much briefer. But it was enough to have her fluttering around, planning what work the garden would need to host a wedding reception next spring. And Johnno knew Cam would have more to say about it. So now, with a sharp, Christmassy smell of rum tweaking his nostrils, Johnno changed the subject. "Have you ever heard anyone breeding donkeys out this way, Kate? I was reading how some blokes in Western Queensland are using them to protect their stock from wild dogs. Might be a bit of demand given how dog numbers just keep going up." "I feel like I've heard Dad talk about having a donkey when they were kids," Kate said, stretching out her words as she searched her memory. "You'd have to ask him where they got it." "Yeah, I will. Cheers." Johnno steeled himself for another sip. Cam was already topping up his own glass. "Did you ask Johnno what he reckons about the Drought Masters?" he prompted Kate. "We haven't had much a chance to chat, have we, Kate?" Johnno said, acknowledging all the time he'd been spending in town. "Don't worry, Dad'll be on to you about the fuel any day now," she smiled. "But I was going to see what you thought about trying some Drought Masters stock in the spring, especially if these forecasts hold and we don't get any rains. I found a bloke out past Moree who can give us a good price." Johnno realised she was nervous about making this suggestion. Rod had traditionally run the softer European Angus, but the changing weather had meant tougher, locally bred Drought Masters might be a smart way forward. "Kate, you're the one who's been to Ag College. You're way more of an authority on this than me. I think it's a great idea. Have you raised it with the old man?" "You know he won't listen to us," Kate said quietly. "If it comes from you, he'll at least consider it." "I think you should talk to him," Johnno said. "Why let me take credit for your good ideas?" "Because he doesn't give a stuff about our ideas," Cam said gruffly. "Haven't you picked up on that yet?" Kate laid a hand on Cam's arm, and both men turned to her as she gathered her thoughts. "It's hard, Johnno," she said finally, "to see how much faith he puts in you, how ready he is to let you have a go when we've been suggesting things for years and he always says it's not the right time or to wait and see. We've been waiting and now we're still waiting for you to make up your mind about what you're doing, and it seems like you're more interested in rugby and books and Sarah bloody Child." "It's not that I'm not interested, Kate," he pleaded. "I just don't know what I'm doing. I need a bit more time. I know—" He could sense both their shoulders tense up when he talked about taking more time. "I know you're both sick of waiting for me to work out what I'm doing. I just think there has to be a better way for all of us. Just let me think about it a bit longer." "Think about it right up until you piss off back to London again, you mean?" Kate said sharply. "Wonder why you've kept that one close to your chest. You've got choices, and we just have to wait for your crumbs, eh? Well, we can't wait around forever. She grabbed Cam's glass and stalked off to put it in the kitchen. Come on, Cam, she called over her shoulder. Mummy's boy can handle the washing up.
16. Stevie was kicking herself. She hadn't booked flights, and now she was stuck doing an 11-hour drive to her next wedding in Blackall. She hadn't booked flights because Charlie was supposed to go with her, but he had pulled out at the last minute. He had a perfectly reasonable explanation, but it stung that they wouldn't get to have their outback adventure. And it really stung that she now had no one to share the driving with. She did have company. Fred was farting up a storm in the back seat, with Jen away on her Europe trip with Andrew, but Fred never pulled his weight on their road trips. Finally, she turned the Pajero into the motor inn. Her room was far bigger than she would have booked for just herself, and she cursed Charlie again as she flopped ruefully across the king-size bed. She had a few hours before the rehearsal dinner to do recon around town for locations. Her phone had buzzed solidly when she finally reached town and its reception, but it was mostly Instagram notifications, panicky dating site screenshots from Paula, and a dutiful email from Jen about the sights she and Andrew were seeing in Scotland. At last, Stevie found what she was hoping for, a text from Charlie. It was sweet, but short, and no substitute for his actual presence. She swiped away to another app, disappointed, but returned to the text. She read and reread it, turning it over, searching for the kind of tenderness she'd become accustomed to. He must have been having a bad day. Stevie dragged herself off the bed. If she went to sleep, she'd be going into the next day unprepared. Instead, she hauled her tired bones into the shower. Over the running water, she heard a text ping and fought the urge to leap out to check it. She fantasized about a declaration from Charlie. I miss you. I made a mistake. I'm getting on a plane. She imagined picking him up from the airstrip at sunset, him grovelling for her forgiveness and showering her with kisses before charming everyone at the rehearsal dinner, and then making proper use of the stupid, enormous, overpriced bed. But when she'd toweled off and padded back out to her phone, it wasn't a text from Charlie. It was a cheesy selfie snapped in the cab of a Land Cruiser in the afternoon sunshine, an adorable chocolate and tan Kelpie, and Johnno, with his work hat pushed back off his grinning, bloody face. Look at Rabbit, it said. She's already a better working dog than Fred. Johnno's text infuriated Stevie for some reason, but her rage gave her the energy she needed to drive around town looking for potential locations for the next day's shoot. She had a list of addresses, where the bridesmaids were getting ready, where the groomsmen were staying, the church, the reception venue. And she just needed to time how long it took to drive between each and scout for good backdrops for photos of the couple and the bridal party. It was Stevie's first time in the town, and her overwhelming initial impression was of its flatness. It would make for some dramatic wide shots, especially if the weather was cloudy. Stevie couldn't remember if the bride was wearing a veil, but that could make for a good visual feature if there was wind. The ceremony was at 2 p.m, so they'd be doing bridal party shots in the afternoon sun. Flat light like that wasn't ideal, but if she could drag it out, they could get a couple of shots in the golden hour before sunset. Stevie had had some initial conversations with the bride, Millie, but they hadn't given her much to work with. Some brides had been planning their big day for decades and had every shot of the wedding album visualised. They sent Stevie-bound documents and Pinterest boards of inspiration, along with precise details of the dress, the makeup, the hair, and the floral arrangements. Some brides knew their best and worst features and, she was seeing this more and more, had a hard time letting someone else take the shots when they had their own preferred selfie angles. Sometimes it wasn't the bride. It was the maid of honour, the sister, the mother of the bride, sometimes the mother-in-law or a really domineering grandmother who would be the one to spell out for Stevie what they were going for. Very rarely it was the groom who had the vision. But all Millie had been able to tell Stevie was that she wanted to look pretty and natural. Millie was young, 20, and so was her husband-to-be, Blake. They had a limited budget and Stevie knew they'd invested a large portion of it into her services. So she was determined to do a good job, and it was refreshing to have a client with few demands. The public pool was promising, lots of primary colours and the ubiquitous sans serif lettering that all the mid-century Queensland public institutions seemed to sport. There was a historic mural at the Black Stump that might make an interesting backdrop. There was also a giant ram monument, which could be fun if the bridal party was up for some jokey shots. Millie and Blake didn't strike her as a humorous couple, but you could never discount the influence of a few wild ones in the bridal party to liven things up. Stevie noticed a public park as a possible backup. Even the bowls club could be okay, but the best thing would be to chat to some locals about picturesque spots just outside of town, where she could play up the colours of the landscape, that huge sky, and get Millie and Blake to relax without townsfolk gawking. The rehearsal dinner was a mass counter meal at one of Blackall's pubs, a chance for all the visitors to catch up with the local guests. Stevie introduced herself to the publican, who pointed out Millie and her parents, and that led to a round of introductions to various family members. Stevie tried very hard to retain people's names, since it helped disarm people in front of the lens, but when all else failed, a warm mate usually did the trick. "Miss Stevie Jean!" a loud voice called from across the bar. She whirled around to see an unexpected familiar face. "Father Lachlan, fancy seeing you here." The priest had been one of her favourite customers during her stint pulling beers at the Argyle Hotel in Dalby. He had a penchant for poetry, and not just biblical verse. After a certain number of rums, he was renowned for reciting long runs of Banjo Paterson and Henry Lawson. And if one was very lucky, Father Lachlan might share his own brand of earthy bush poetry. "Aren't we a bit far afield from your parish?" "Yep, I had to find a replacement to all my sermons this weekend. But I did a few years out here as a young deacon, and Millie's family were very good to me, so when they asked me to do the wedding, I jumped at it." "I'm so glad to see a familiar face, and one that knows the area," Stevie confided. "I'd love your advice on good spots for me to take portraits tomorrow." "Of course," the priest replied. "There's a nice little clearing near the creek about 10 minutes out of town where people would like to picnic. That might work well. And, I suppose that's a silly idea." "No such thing, Father. What were you thinking?" "Well, it could just be my nostalgia. See, Millie and Blake were just tiny little grade 2s when I first met them. But the playground at the convent primary school could be a bit of fun." Stevie beamed at him. "I think I owe you a rum, Father." "Glory be," he smiled. Later in the evening, after both sets of in-laws had given stilted but heartfelt welcome speeches, after the plates had been cleared from the long, joined-together tables in the bistro, and as Father Lachlan was approaching the critical mass of rum consumption, the night turned to conversation. Stevie spent some time with Millie and Blake, who were sweet and silly and chaste. They weren't at all hung up on the ceremony itself. "Talk me through how you two met," Stevie said. I can't even remember," Millie replied. Her cheeks had flushed after a half-glass of bubbles earlier, and, with the golden ringlets she had sprung around her face in the humid evening, she reminded Stevie of a cherub from a toilet paper ad. "It just feels like we've known each other forever," she giggled. "Our families went to the same church," Blake explained. "I remember Millie in her little dresses, sitting so prim up the front in the classes they do for the kids while the adults were at the start of the Mass. The angelic demeanour was mainly for the nuns' benefit, apparently, because as soon as they were out of sight, Millie had dacked Blake and stolen a stash of lollies from the nun's desk." "And that was love at first sight?" Stevie clapped with delight. "Oh no, she bullied me relentlessly for most of primary school," said Blake, and Millie nodded earnestly. "But then he had his growth spurt in grade school and I realised he was cute." Stevie subtly pushed a glass of water towards Millie. "So did you make a move, or?" "I knew something was up because she suddenly started ignoring me," Blake said. "I couldn't talk to him. I had such a terrible crush," Millie said. "We had our end-of-term disco and I was dying for him to ask me to dance, but I think he thought I was messing with him." I left the hall and was sitting on the swings out the back in this playground, and next thing, Millie came out and sat on the swing next to me, and I don't know what came over me. I just gave her a little kiss. And that was it, Millie said. Stevie had heard they'd dated all through high school, but this was even cuter than she'd expected. Father Laughlin's suggestion about the playground was perfect, but she'd keep that as a surprise for the next day. Stevie went to say goodnight to the priest, who was chatting with Blake's mother about the readings for the ceremony. Waiting to catch his attention, Stevie pulled out her phone. Still nothing from Charlie. She reopened the text from Johnno and tried to remember what had got her so annoyed about the picture of his adorable puppy. "Is that Johnno West?" came Father Laughlin's voice over her shoulder. "I heard he was back from overseas. Can you say hi for me?" "I'll do you one better, Father. Let's send him a pic," Stevie said, and pulled him in for a selfie. She sent it off to Johnno with a quick, "Look who I found," then drained her drink. "Well, I better head home. See you at the church, Father," she said, and they hugged goodnight. When Stevie's alarm went off at 6 a.m, she groped for her phone as if through mud, disorientated in the unfamiliar motel room. She put on the kettle to make instant coffee. Those tiny motel mugs somehow always made her wish she still smoked. And as her brain slowly awakened, she scrolled through her phone. Text from Charlie. "Babe, good luck for the wedding today. Not that you need it. I'm so sorry I'm not there with you. I'll make you dinner tomorrow night when you get back to the city and make it up to you. Kiss, kiss." Text from Johnno. "Is that Father Lockie? I need a video of any poetry recitals, please." Email from Jen. "Just ate a meal that was 90% butter. I love Prague, even if Andrew can't shut up about how everything is overpriced. What was the name of that street you mentioned with the antique stalls? How's Blackall? Don't forget electricity bill due Tuesday. Kiss, kiss." Stevie walked around town, a playlist of dreamy electro in her ears. She wanted to get a feel for the day, the light and the temperature. Eventually, she found herself in the playground of the Catholic primary school. There were movable mini grandstands for tiny people to watch assemblies, in striped primary colours. There were brightly coloured forts and activity playgrounds, a huge sandpit blanketed in a tarp to protect it over the weekend. And in a corner near the school hall, framed by jacaranda trees, an old-fashioned swing set. That'll do nicely, Stevie thought. She snapped a quick selfie, fired it off to Charlie. "Game time. Missing my assistant. Kiss, kiss." The day passed in a flash, refreshingly low on drama. Millie was true to her word about being unfussy, and any potential power struggles were avoided by Millie yielding immediately to any opinion expressed by anyone else. A bridezilla she was not. Her dress was simple and modest, sewn by her mother. A wreath of baby's breath around her strawberry blonde curls added to her angelic look. And while Millie would have been satisfied with no makeup at all, her maid of honour managed to talk her into some blush, mascara and lip gloss. Millie and her maids and Mum were settling down to a very civilised pot of tea when Stevie left them to check in on the groomsmen. There, too, the proceedings were unusually dignified. In fact, it was only when Stevie looked back at her shots to check some compositions of group shots of the lads and dads doing up one another's ties that she realised not one of them was gripping a stubby or can. Was this a dry wedding? There was a first time for everything, Stevie supposed, but she'd honestly never expected to see the day she shot a wedding with no alcohol. Beer, wine and rum were the lubricants that greased the gears of Queensland social life, and, particularly in rural and regional areas, a few drinks went hand in hand with letting one's hair down. But it tracked, both Millie and Blake's tight budget and their church-going families, that drinking wasn't a priority for them. Stevie wondered what it would mean for her usual chaotic dance floor photos after the reception. What would this crowd do for Eagle Rock? Millie rode to the church with her parents, their freshly detailed sedan festooned with white ribbons. Nobody ran late. Nobody was tempted to speak now or forever hold your peace. Stevie tiptoed cautiously around to get her shots during the ceremony, feeling God's attention on her more than usual. All eyes in the church were moist as Millie and Blake beamed at each other, both looking freshly scrubbed and not so much older than when they'd met here as kids. Father Lachlan brought the house down with his homily, connecting the bond Millie and Blake had shared as kids, the faith their families raised them in, and the way their new family would become the next generation of the church's community. As the ceremony wound down to its conclusion, Millie and Blake having solemnly made their vows and exchanged rings, Stevie took her position for the kiss. She found this the hardest thing to predict about couples. Who would chastely peck? Who would go for the big Hollywood kiss? And which couples would just go for it and scandalise the nanas with tongues and groping? If Stevie's theory about Millie and Blake saving themselves for marriage was correct, this one could really go either way. Would it be nerves and decorum, or years of lust on the verge of spilling over? "I now pronounce you husband and wife," Father Lachlan boomed, ever the showman. "You may kiss the bride." Blake took Millie by the shoulders and gently put his lips on hers. Millie melted into him, and Stevie thought she might detach her jaw and swallow Blake whole. She dropped her bouquet in order to get a grip on Blake's backside and might have gone for a full straddle if Father Lachlan hadn't cleared his throat loudly and handed back the bouquet. Millie looked dazed as they triumphantly walked out of the church. Stevie knew she'd have to get her shots of the bride and groom at the reception early because these two were going to be retiring for their wedding night as soon as the knife hit the bottom of the cake. She'd have to see if Father Lachlan wanted to take a bet on what time they'd bail. The reception was held at the very school hall where Blake hadn't asked Millie to dance all those years ago. Stevie was very excited to see a trestle table heaving with sweets, from pies and pavlovas to tiny tartlets. "Good thing there's dessert, 'cause none of us are getting sauce tonight, eh, Stevie?" came the unmistakable croak of the bush telegraph. "Can you believe it, Mabel?" Stevie said. "I thought dry weddings were just a myth. I've got no idea how I'm going to get any colour shots when everyone's sober." "We'll be all finished here by 9, you mark my words," said Mabel. "And that won't be a moment too soon for our newlyweds." Stevie gave an earthly laugh before she realised a group of older women setting out teacups were staring at her. "I'd better circulate, Mabel. Gotta work fast if you're right." "Of course, love. Don't go without saying goodbye." It was barely dark before the speeches were done. In contrast to the many brides she'd seen trashed on an empty stomach, Stevie watched Millie clean her plate at record speed. She was ready to cut the cake before some of the guests had even been served their mains. The girl had an appetite. Finally, the couple took the floor for their first dance to a sweet country song. Stevie could see Blake quietly crooning the words in Millie's ear, an adorable moment she could capture forever. She was careful to crop the shot from the waist up, though, editing out the investigation Millie's hands were doing around Blake's waistband. The second the song ended, Millie squealed and threw her bouquet and started dragging Blake out the door without so much as a backward glance at the young woman who'd caught the flowers. "What a turn-up for the books," Mabel said, giggling, as Stevie sat down with a plate of pavlova. She tried to take a video of the car's headlights fading off into the night with the bride and groom, but Millie had taken the driver's seat and left the church with an acceleration that would leave Formula One fans begging for more. "Young love," Stevie sighed, digging into her dessert. "It's really in the air," Mabel said, clearly itching to share some gossip. "Go on then," Stevie said. "Let's hear it." "Well, I usually get tips over the phone, but my old two-way came in handy a few weeks ago when I heard a young couple flirting. It's a match that will make both families very happy. But maybe not you, Stevie." "What are you talking about, Mabel?" "Johnno West and his young neighbour, Sarah Childs. They've been on a number of dates, and by all accounts things are really heating up. His mother had been on at me for years, wishing and hoping Johnno would pay Sarah some attention, but he never seemed to notice her. Well, finally things are looking up, And she's an only child. It would be a huge coup to unite the properties. Oh, but didn't he used to have a soft spot for you, Stevie? I hope I'm not speaking out of turn. Stevie could feel Mabel's eyes boring into her. She just needed to swallow this bite of pavlova, but it was like a wad of cardboard in her mouth. What was this reaction? Was she jealous? Of Johnno and some kid? Of course not, Mabel, she finally managed to choke out. Johnno and I are just old friends, although this is the first time I'm hearing of this. I'll have to ring him and get all the details. Would you excuse me? My boyfriend's calling. Oh, is that Charlie? Mabel's eyes grew wide, but Stevie was already bolting from the room with her phone pressed to her ear, praying it wouldn't ring while she was faking a call. Instagram post by @StevieJeanLoveStories. Millie and Blake, July 2019. It feels like we've known each other forever, said these young lovers. Forever's not such a long time when you're not long out of school, where these two met. It wasn't quite love at first sight, but now they only have eyes for each other. Judging by their passionate wedding, they couldn't get started on the rest of their lives fast enough. New post in Neighbourhood News from the Bush Telegraph. Desperate and dateless. I recently attended a lovely wedding in Blackall, a beautiful young couple who couldn't wait to lock it down. Bumped into an old friend, our not-so-single snapper, taking photos at the reception, very much on her own despite a supposedly red-hot romance with her new beau. Trouble in paradise? LOL. Mabel. 17. The robotic bloops of the Skype ringtone filled Stevie's room. She'd been trying to get a hold of Jen for the past few hours, desperate to dish on Johnno and Charlie developments. Stevie, is everything okay? Jen's concerned face filled the screen, her hair mussed up into a bird's nest. Andrew moaned next to her and pulled a pillow over his head. What time is it there? Stevie asked, realising Jen must have been worried to Skype her from bed. Jen squinted at the phone. 6 a.m? This better be good. Was it good? Oops. All the urgency suddenly deflated out of Stevie, despite the 2 hours she'd spent working herself up into a state. Sorry, Jen. See, this is why I need you. I feel calmer already, she said. But you're okay? What day is it? Did you just get home from Blackall? A couple of days ago. Yeah, I'm fine. In fact, I should never have woken you up. I'm sorry. Stevie had spent a restless night in the oversized hotel room after Millie and Blake's reception and checked out at 4:30 a.m. to start the long drive home. 11 hours was too long to spend alone in a car with one's flatulent dog and thoughts, especially when one's current love interest was being elusive and the old friend you didn't think you were interested in was suddenly very interesting because you just learned he was going out with someone else. Come on, Jen said, holding the phone ahead of her as she got out of bed. Tell me what's on your mind. How was the wedding? How did Charlie go in the outback? Charlie didn't go anywhere near the outback for a start, Stevie said, pouting. He bailed at the last minute, so I got to enjoy the 22-hour round trip by myself. Sorry, hon, that sucks, Jen said, poking around in the pantry, for tea probably. Did he give you a good reason? There's always a good reason, and then I feel like an asshole for being disappointed, Stevie said. And then I think I'm going crazy looking for something suspicious when maybe I should just trust that he's being honest. Have you seen him since you got back? Yeah, he cooked me a gorgeous dinner the night I got back, rubbed my feet, blah, blah, blah. I was a total bitch to him. But things are good again. Stevie thought of how she hadn't been able to fully relax with him. Yeah. That's not a good pause. It's fine, I'm just overthinking it. Anyway, enough of my petty drama. You're on the trip of a lifetime. How's London? It's great. I've always loved the summer here. It's weird though. I had all these places I wanted to show Andrew, the secret spots and off-the-beaten-track experiences, and he just wants to ride the double-decker buses and look at the Big Ben and stuff. And That's been fun. I guess it just reminds me that the touristy stuff is great for a reason. I don't have to be a snob about everything. But I love when you get all snobby and possessive of your hipster bars, Stevie teased her. Jen giggled, and Stevie saw her glance towards the bedroom, where Andrew was hopefully still fast asleep. But I do want your Paris tips, please. We'll probably split up for a day there, so I could go to as many bookshops as I want and smoke way too much at cafes. No worries, I'll email you some links. So, can I tell you something weird? Jen's eyes lit up at the whiff of an imminent drama. I'm going to have to light a fag for this one, hold on, she said, carrying her teacup out onto the Airbnb's tiny balcony. Stevie waited for the click and flare of Jen's lighter, the inhale and sigh. Okay, go. So, I had another run-in with the Bush Telegraph at the Blackall wedding. You remember Mabel? I remember, Jen said. Wait, is this doubt about Charlie coming from what she said? Well, it certainly didn't help. She didn't have much to say about Charlie this time, but she went out of her way to casually mention that Johnno's going out with someone. Aw, Johnno. I wonder how his poor little head is, Jen said. Is it serious? Who is she? It's the bloody girl next door. Did you ever meet Sarah Childs? Was she the one at Johnno's 21st? Stevie had a sudden flash of memory of Sarah as a coltish teenager, hovering around the edges of the party Penny and Rod had hosted. Horsey, sweet, the kind of girl they'd love him to end up with. Yeah, what do you remember about her? Thinking she'd be one of those women who never has to worry about getting fat. Well, the parents are all very excited about it, apparently. Do you think she's not good enough for him? I honestly have no idea, and I can't figure out why I can't stop thinking about it, Stevie said. Really? Jen deadpanned. You've got no idea? Stevie avoided Jen's pixelated eye on the screen. Stevie, Jean, there's a vibe between you two, you know it, Jen said. He's always had a thing for you, and now he might have moved on and, what? You're sad you don't have your backup plan anymore? All while you're already dating someone tall, dark, and handsome? Stevie? What? Jen, I think I'm losing you. Bull, Stevie. Sorry, it keeps breaking up. I'll have to call you back another time. You know it's true. Love you. Love you too. It was a Wednesday afternoon, the kind of time when Stevie should have been knocking over some admin tasks, preparing for the weekend ahead. Instead, she had 37 tabs open in her browser to various online shopping carts and half-read New Yorker articles, realising bleakly that every minute that ticked over, that she had wasted an entire day putting off the invoicing and editing she'd sat down to do at 9 a.m. A heavy dread sat on her chest, which compounded every time her phone vibrated to life. One bride, from a wedding 3 months earlier, had grown impatient enough to see her final gallery that she was calling Stevie multiple times a day. Stevie knew screening the calls was not helping, but she couldn't bring herself to face her. It was her worst habit, procrastinating, and it could get out of control very quickly. She knew nothing was going to make her feel better until the work was done. She knew she could do the work well, and the bride would ultimately be delighted. She knew the exact steps she needed to take to get this work done. And yet, still, she put it off. Right, Stevie murmured, walking away from the desk. Time to reset. Fred, she called. The poor mutt had grown so accustomed to her ignoring him, he barely moved even when Stevie grabbed his lead. Come on, mate, it's time we got outside. Fred realised it wasn't a mirage, roused himself from his bed and shook himself to life. As soon as they were out on the footpath, Stevie felt better. The winter evenings were mild in Brisbane, and she guided Fred towards the pathway along the river, breaking into a jog. The moon was hanging heavy and low, bobbing above the Chopsticks Bridge, and Stevie felt like she could run all the way to New Farm. 2 minutes later, she pulled up, red-faced and sucking in gulps of air. She had a sudden flashback to a path not far from here. A February day back in college when she and Johnno had, for some reason, made a New Year's fitness pact. It had lasted all of 2 days, and they'd done the same pathetic attempt at running, going too hard too early until they had to stop, gasping and panting. Before they could even breathe properly, they'd caught each other's eye and were overcome with laughter, prompting a coughing fit from Johnno. They'd both said bugger it at exactly the same time, walked to the nearest pub in their shorts and joggers, and spent the rest of the night getting silly drunk and dancing to a cover band. And now the bastard was a runner. He looked a lot better for it, and his heroics on the footy field at Ladies' Day suggested he was in better shape than most of his teammates. How did he do it? They'd spent hours that night proclaiming all the ways that running was ridiculous, boring, repetitive, pointless, but he'd cracked it. Stevie again felt the urge to text him, as she had multiple times in the past few days. "Good thing we left the phone at home, eh, Fred?" she said, scratching behind his ears as he drank from the doggy dish under the water fountain. Over the river, the sky was blushing and the first stars were flickering on. Stevie knew darkness would fall quickly, and Fred would need his dinner. "Okay, mate, better head home," she said. The walk had done what she needed it to, shaken loose the stuck feeling. She could get home and start tackling tasks, or she could binge another series on Netflix. Why was she so useless without Jen around? A few days later, Stevie raced up to a chic cafe on James Street. She had come straight from a yoga class in a sweatshirt she'd owned since college, her dirty hair scraped back into a bun of desperation. She was pretty sure her car was illegally parked, but she was so late she couldn't look for another option. It was the perfect storm of circumstances in which you'd least like to meet your ex's new fiancé. Stevie barreled up to the hostess, jittering her keys in her bag and catching her laptop just before it fell. "Sorry, hi, I'm meeting someone." Even if she hadn't been stalking Lily on Instagram for months, even if Lily wasn't now waving serenely at her from a prime table, Stevie would have been able to pick her based on how inadequate she made Stevie feel. Lily was seated in a leafy corner, where a beam of sunshine seemed sent from heaven itself to illuminate her immaculate bone structure to perfection. She was cool and poised in a beige linen dress, the kind that would make Stevie look like a Depression-era depressed housewife. Stevie knew this because she had ordered a dress just like it after seeing it on an Instagram influencer and returned it a day later. Lily's shiny hair fell straight and sleek, past simple gold hoops in her ears. As she stood to welcome Stevie with a kiss on each cheek, Stevie clocked the gigantic heirloom diamond on her left hand. The pride of the Caruthers family, Jenny Violet's rock. "It could have been mine," she thought before she could stop herself. "Thanks so much for meeting me, Stevie," Lily cooed as Stevie tried to pull her chair closer to the table and knocked all the glasses off balance. "I'm sure your schedule is crazy, so I really appreciate getting the chance to start discussing the vision for our big day. Can I order you a drink?" "I'd love a coffee. Cap, full fat." Lily gestured to the waitress. "We'll take a full cream cappuccino and a green tea. Is that organic?" Lily asked. The waitress assured her it was. "Could I get a chocolate croissant as well, please?" Stevie looked pleadingly at the waitress. "Sure. Anything for you?" the waitress asked Lily. "No thanks, love. Intermittent fasting," Lily said, faintly glowing with smugness. "Stevie, I can't tell you how thankful I am that you could fit us in." "It was a lucky break," Stevie admitted. "The weekend had just opened up when you emailed me." "And thank God, planning a wedding in only 8 months is stressful enough. I might have lost it if I didn't know we at least had the photographer of my dreams locked in." Against her will, Stevie felt herself blushing and was grateful for the interruption of the waitress plonking a pastry in front of her. "So, do you have any ideas for the photos and the wedding in general?" Stevie asked through a mouthful of croissant. "A theme?" Lily sipped her tea, then reached down to her designer handbag and pulled out a book bound in creamy leather. "I'm a bit old-fashioned," she said, opening the cover to reveal page after page of heavy paper stock collaged exquisitely with images of dresses, flowers, and cakes. "I love a mood board, but I can't get into Pinterest. So basic, you know?" She wrinkled her nose. "Totes," Stevie said thickly before gulping her coffee. She made a show of wiping her hands on her napkin before reaching for the book. "May I?" "Of course," Lily said, turning it to face Stevie. "I haven't found the dress yet, but I want something classic. A Carolyn Bessette-style slip, probably. Simple hair, probably just down, maybe with some flowers, minimal makeup. I'm trying to talk Tom into a Tom Ford suit. I want everyone in black tie, no matter how rustic the setting is. A proper party." There was something unguarded and joyful in the way Lily said proper party, something childlike that made their age gap feel even more vast to Stevie. This girl would have been pulling up the socks of her school uniform while Stevie and Tom were muddling through their mid-20s together. And here she was, at the same age Stevie had been all hangovers and mascara tear stains, all grace and ease and green goddamn tea. Stevie was struck by the realisation that both Tom and Johnno were with girls 10 years younger. Girls who no doubt carried much less baggage and cellulite. What was left for the likes of her when the blokes her age were faced with these girls, so taut and full of energy and desperate to please, not messy and demanding? They were chalk and expensive cheese sitting on either side of a cafe table, and only one of them was wearing the Carruthers diamond. Trying to still her racing mind, Stevie flipped through pages dedicated to table settings, floral arrangements, and lighting. Lily was still talking about fireworks and string lights and long tables in the paddock. "I love black and white, and the palette I'm going for is fairly monochrome, but we'd need a few shots in colour given all the work Tom's mum is putting into the garden. I don't want anything too posed, you know? I like how you tend to capture more candid moments, when people are their real selves, not fake smiling." Stevie had to admit Lily's taste was impeccable. Alongside photographs from Truman Capote's black and white ball and Helmut Newton's fashion shoots, she recognised a few shots from other great wedding photographers, clipped from high-end magazines. And, to her delight, she recognised a few of her own that Lily must have printed off from Instagram. "I'm a bit of a fangirl." "Lily, this is amazing. I can see you've got a really clear picture of what you want the day to be like." She sighed. "I'm a lawyer. I get off on the details. I had a 4-tab spreadsheet going within 2 hours of Tom proposing. It's just what helps me feel in control. Obviously, there will be plenty that I can't control, so I'm just trying to organise what I can and make peace with the rest." "Yeah, try not to think too much about Johnno's best man speech," Stevie laughed, and then choked as concern swept across Lily's face. "Oh, I'm kidding. He does a beautiful speech." "Why the hell did you bring that up?" Stevie chastised herself. Now they were going to have to address the elephant in the room, and she was thinking about Johnno, tanned and laughing in his tux, right when she needed all her wits about her. "Lily," she started. "Look, Stevie, I'm obviously aware of the history between you and Tom," Lily said, her unflappable calm finally seeming almost the tiniest bit flappable. She took a deep breath. "He speaks highly of you, and your work speaks for itself, so it's not an issue for me, as long as you feel comfortable working with us. But it will be an emotional day, so if you think it could be a problem, I'll understand if you want to pull out." Was she actually being patronising, or was Stevie just hyper-defensive? Either way, something clicked in Stevie's brain. There was no way she was backing out now. "I don't see there being any problems," Stevie said. "I've shot more than 100 weddings, and I'm going to make yours look beautiful. I was thinking it's actually an advantage that I know the property so well. I'll know what to expect in terms of light and locations, so we can really make the most of it." Lily sighed in relief. "Oh, I'm so glad. Thanks, Stevie. Now, did you get the deposit okay?" "Hang on, sorry." Stevie could have sworn she saw Charlie walk past on the street. The same Charlie who'd begged off yoga that morning, saying he'd had to fly down to Melbourne for an urgent client meeting. She raced out of her seat and past the hostess. "Charlie? Charlie!" The man's shoulders might have tensed up by a millimetre, but he didn't turn around, striding on down James Street and out of sight. Couldn't have been him. "Oh, sorry about that," Stevie panted, sitting back down across from Lily. "Thought I recognised someone. False alarm." "Same thing happened to my girlfriend just the other day," Lily sympathised. Look, I can't really stay much longer, Stevie said. You can send me visual references whenever you like. I'll give you a call a few weeks out to talk through timing for the day and any last questions you have. Sounds perfect. Lily stood, but Stevie was scooting away before she could be pressed into any more perfumed kisses. So, Stevie asked, manoeuvring the Pajero back towards home. She'd dialed her mum to distract herself from the parking fine she'd found on the windscreen. How's George? He's good, Paula said. Stevie could hear the smile in her voice. He cooked me dinner last night. It's quite refreshing dating a younger man. Stevie, they don't have the same hang-ups about... I'm going to stop you there, Mum. I'm happy for you, but there are some things I'd rather not know. Division of domestic labour is what I was going to say, Stevie Jean. Anyway, I've barely seen him for weeks. He's been flat out now they've finally listed Avalon for sale. He told me last night he's planning to make an offer himself. Wow, Stevie said. I know, Paula replied. He said he's always loved the place. He's worked there for years now. But he said seeing my connection to the property took it to a new level. What does that mean for you? I don't know. George is quite serious. He said he'd like me to be involved. It's crazy. It's the kind of thing I dreamed about, being able to go back somehow. Now I have the chance. I can't quite believe it. You've only been going out a couple of months, Stevie said. She couldn't pass her feelings. Incredulous, jealous. Her mum had only been dating for a few months and had found someone who wanted to build a life with her. What's wrong with me? George says when you know, and it will be another few months before the sale goes through anyway, if he even makes a successful offer. No use fretting about it just yet. How are you? How's Charlie? That's right, Stevie thought. I have Charlie. So why wasn't that thought comforting? Stevie had been meaning to look up when Jen and Andrew's flight home was landing, so she could offer to pick them up from the airport. But the week had sped by in a blur of editing and a midweek trip to shoot some family portraits, and now Jen and Andrew were due home any minute. Stevie was not at the airport waiting for them. Instead, she was still ignoring calls from a pushy bride and also screening calls from her accountant. There was an email in her inbox from him with a scary red exclamation point, which always seemed a tad overdramatic, and she was waiting until she felt calmer to open it. I can go over your books for you, Charlie had offered the previous evening when she complained about the accountant's pursuit. Stevie didn't have the heart to explain that her books were non-existent and her tax records and invoicing were months behind. He had resurfaced after his Melbourne trip, and he liked to have all of Stevie's attention when he was around. So she'd spent the evenings leaning on the kitchen island with a glass of wine while he cooked, or wondering if she could pick up a book while he serenaded her with his guitar. Their involvement had plateaued in recent weeks. Stevie found herself relieved that things weren't escalating at the same wild pace of their early dates. Charlie had become so intense so quickly, it was unsustainable. At that rate, she'd been worried he'd propose within weeks. As it was, there was poetry, singing, cooking, dancing in the kitchen, and a fusion of affection in every possible medium. She swallowed love, spelled out in blueberries in her pancakes, drank love, foamed on top of her lattes. Bouquets of love dropped their petals across her house, her phone lit up with strings of love emojis like haiku. She had romance, drama, all the grand gestures she'd ever dreamed of. Charlie left her in no doubt of what he was feeling, and Stevie thought that might be the most confusing part. Had years of entanglements with the emotionally stunted men of Western Queensland left her stunted herself? What was she, a romantic bonsai? Why would she second-guess the most emotionally available babe she had ever hooked up with just because no other man had ever been able to express his feelings with her? And there was no faking their chemistry between the sheets. So why did she have this niggling feeling that she couldn't let her guard down? You're a head case, Stevie Jean, she had told herself, self-administering tough love in the absence of her best friend. Just let yourself enjoy it. She thought of Charlie leaving for work that morning as she dozed, brushing his lips to her temple and, when she stirred, whispering, "Don't move, I want to remember you just like this." It was perfect. He was perfect. She'd just been starved of romance for so long that such a rich, indulgent helping wasn't sitting right. She just had to readjust, like someone coming off a fast. Between psyching herself up about Charlie and frantically trying to log her expenses in a spreadsheet, Stevie didn't hear Jen's keys in the door. She didn't hear the suitcases rolling down the hall or even notice Jen's tired but beaming face peek around the doorframe of her room until Jen yelled her name. "Thank God you're back!" Stevie jumped out of her chair and wrapped Jen up in a hug. She could even have hugged Andrew, but he was already rearranging the mess in the kitchen. "Busy day?" Jen asked, waiting for Stevie to ask some questions about the flight or their last few days in Paris. But Stevie was already back in front of her screen. "I met up with Lily. Can you believe she had the audacity to ask if I was going to be too emotional to shoot the wedding? Nothing like being patronised by a 22-year-old wearing a giant diamond that could have been mine. And my phone just will not stop ringing. Oh! I guess I'll leave you to it. I'm going to take a shower, unpack. We'll have a cuppa later, catch up," Stevie said, without taking her eyes off her screen as Jen dragged her feet away down the hall. 18. Stevie and Jen had been dreading this afternoon, but they couldn't get out of it. Liz had planned the baby shower for a weekday specifically so Stevie could attend, so she couldn't use work as an excuse. Celeste was hosting the do at her Queenslander in Ascot, all polished floorboards, high ceilings, and white walls that even her toddlers didn't dare stain. It was a beautiful home, presented with the same effortless snobbery as the platters she wafted out from the butler's pantry. Stevie could only dream of entertaining like this, and she didn't have 2 kids. The decorations were aggressively tasteful. White flowers, eco-friendly confetti, absolutely no pink or blue. When someone made the group play the game where you eat Nutella out of a nappy with a spoon, Celeste seemed quietly incensed at the tone being lowered. To Stevie, it didn't feel that long ago that these women had danced on tables and held each other's hair back in the bathroom stalls of Brisbane's finer establishments. Now, they sat like a jury on Celeste's impeccable leather sectional, peering over their pastel-clad bumps as if Stevie was a hopeless case, the single and childless 31-year-old woman. "You really don't know what love is until you have one, you know?" Little Otis said the most precious thing the other day. "No soft cheese for me, thanks." Stevie felt compelled to share her wildest single stories, only a little embellished, just to see some shock on their faces. While they bemoaned their sleepless nights, she flaunted her freedom to stay out and sleep late. When Stevie sensed an eye roll coming on, so big she couldn't blink it away, she dragged Jen into the laundry for a moment of privacy. Even this room smelled of lavender and fresh cotton as Celeste's top-of-the-range appliances blinked at them. "They should serve stronger drinks at these things," Stevie whined, draining her champagne flute and brandishing a fresh bottle she'd swiped from the kitchen. "At least we don't have much competition for this. Sorry, did you want to go outside for a smoke? I haven't seen you have one in ages." Jen shook her head, pointing to a patch on her arm. "Quitting." "Ah, that's why you've had a face like a smacked ass since you got back. Well, good for you, babe." Stevie topped up both their glasses. "Thank God we can walk away from this and keep living like lesbian aunts in peace," she muttered. "Stevie, I have to talk to you about something," Jen started. "And what's with wearing activewear to a party? They're all in the same bloody puffer vest and pearl earrings like they've just come from Pilates." Stevie's Instagram was one long procession of these women swinging their ponytails over designer strollers and takeaway coffees in parks with their angelic toddlers, who had no doubt been eating dirt or screaming minutes earlier. God, the judgment in that room, just dripping with disdain that I dare to be single. "If anything, you're the one judging them," Jen said when she could finally get a word in. "That's ridiculous. Stevie, for someone who spends so much time thinking about what other people think of you, you're spectacularly unconcerned about how your behaviour makes other people feel." Stevie laughed, still catching up to the conversation's change in direction. "I'm moving out, Stevie," Jen said. "What?" "Andrew asked me while we were in Europe." Stevie's mind reeled. But you got back a week ago. I've been waiting for the right moment to tell you, Jen said, not quite meeting Stevie's eye. You've been so busy and distracted. Jen, her best friend, had been slinking around the house they shared, unable to find the words to tell her she was leaving her. Stevie felt the back of her eyes prickle with the hot thread of tears. Was she that much of a mess that Jen felt bad leaving her? How would she handle the house on her own? She'd need to advertise for a housemate, in her 30s and incapable of living like an adult, and the person she'd thought was her ally was leaving her, vaulting towards the game of life milestones like everyone else. What about Fred? Stevie asked. Andrew doesn't have permission for pets at his place, so you're going to have to take full custody for a while, Jen said. Oh, Jen, Stevie sighed. You could have told me. You could have just blurted it out without having to strategize how to manage my stupid feelings. Stevie, it's a big change for us, and I know it's a bit of a sensitive spot for you. It's dumb that I feel like I'm letting you down by just living my life, but there it is. I can't put off normal progress in my relationship, in my life anymore, just to make you feel okay about your choices. Jen's tone had risen and her cheeks were flushed. Stevie couldn't remember the last time Jen had spoken to her like this. She was wringing her hands, fiddling with her fingers in a way Stevie suddenly realised she'd been doing since she and Andrew got back from the airport. Stevie grabbed Jen's left hand. Is this an engagement ring? The words were out before Stevie realised she was shouting. Jen was crying now. You didn't even notice! God, did he get down on one knee in front of the Eiffel Tower or a gondola in Venice? How cliched! Stevie hated every word spilling out of her mouth, hated herself for how she was reacting to this when she should have been joyful for her friend, but she couldn't seem to stop. You know what, Stevie? It was really nice. He'd thought of everything because he cares about me. He'd planned it all and he stuck to the plan even when he had food poisoning and I was being a bitch about the crowds. Maybe it was cliched, but it made me so happy. And I couldn't share it. I couldn't even post a lame, bloody Instagram that every other person in my life would be happy about because I knew you'd take it as some kind of slight against you. How ridiculous is that? In a moment of ashamed silence, as Stevie desperately tried to think of something to say to make things right, there was a fluttering noise outside the door. Every woman in the house was straining to hear their drama. Jen wiped away tears and smudged mascara. I'll have my stuff out of the house over the weekend. I'll stay at Andrew's tonight until you go away on your next job tomorrow and email you about the bills and paperwork. And she walked out. Stevie stared and stared at Celeste's lacquered floorboards, but despite her best efforts, they did not open up and swallow her. Stevie picked up the call and Paula didn't wait for her to say a word. Stevie, he got it. Hi, Mum. George, he got Avalon, Paula crowed. Not only that, he found the old sign. He invited me out for dinner last night and he set up a picnic in the back garden and he gave me the old sign. He said he'd found it a few weeks ago but wanted to clean it up. That's very sweet, Stevie said. Another engagement on the way, I suppose. Sorry, I can't really talk right now. Less than a week later, Stevie parked her car after a long drive home from Mullaney in end-of-the-weekend traffic. She dragged her bags up the Queenslander's front steps, searching for her house keys as always. She could hear Fred snuffling in the backyard, but the lights were all out, and in the gloom it took her 3 tries to get the right key in the lock. Finally inside, she switched on the hallway light and immediately wished she'd just stumbled in blindly in the dark. The floor was freshly mopped, the walls bare of Jen's art prints. The house even sounded different, somehow both ringing with the silence and echoing in the newly empty spaces where Jen and her stuff had been. Stevie had last seen Jen as she was walking out for the Mullaney wedding on Saturday morning. She had no doubt the timing was intentional. Andrew glared at her as he passed her in the hallway, a stack of packing boxes under his arm. Stevie didn't know what his problem was. He was the one who got to keep Jen. Jen was trying to stand casually at the door, waiting for Stevie to exit. "I can't stay, I'm sorry," Stevie started, trying not to tear up again. "I know," Jen said. "We'll be out of here soon. I'll leave my keys here on the hallway table. Lock Fred in the backyard and leave him plenty of food to last until you get back." Everything felt wrong, but Stevie was running too late to put it right. She would regret not trying to hug Jen then. "Drive safe," Jen called down the stairs, and Stevie barely held the tears until she got the driver's side door open. Over the weekend, Jen had sent a guttily courteous email listing the bills she had transferred into Stevie's name. She had paid her share of the rent for the next 2 weeks and said she'd be in touch when she was ready and not to call or come to Andrew's before then. Stevie's footsteps reverberated as she looked in Jen's empty room, then the living room, stock-taking all that had departed along with her. On the kitchen bench was a bottle of red wine and a small wrapped gift. Stevie opened it to find a lured decorative corkscrew. A card read, "Found this in Paris and knew it had to be yours. Here's some wine so you can make sure it works. Kiss, Jay." Exhausted down to her very bones, Stevie fed Fred before uncorking the bottle and pouring a large glass. She raised it in a silent toast to Jen's unwavering thoughtfulness and started drafting an ad for a housemate. The last thing Stevie wanted was a stranger in the house. Actually, that was the second last thing. The last thing Stevie wanted was to have to talk through a series of interviews with randoms, putting on a front like she was fun to live with, but also very responsible, clean and quiet. Housemate interviews were like job interviews or blind dates, but without the promise of money or sex. But putting out a call to friends on Facebook would raise too many questions she didn't have the heart to answer. She'd written 2 very lackluster sentences. Wine glass is empty. Stevie heaved herself out of the kitchen chair she'd slumped into, realising from her stiffness that she'd been sitting for a long time, and discovering once she was vertical that she hadn't eaten anything for hours and was quite drunk. It seemed insurmountable to start downloading the photos from the Mullaney wedding. Much better to do it in the morning when she was fresh. She opened the fridge door, suddenly ravenous, but of course Jen hadn't left her any food. Never mind that the only food of Stevie's in the fridge was mouldy. Pizza! Yes, she needed pizza. Where did all those coupons go? No coupons. Bugger them. What if she called Charlie? Then she could get dinner and dessert delivered. Charlie! Charlie! I'm sorry, I can't talk now. His voice was muffled, like he'd stepped into a wardrobe to take the call. Stevie thought she heard a voice in the background asking who he was talking to. Look, I can't really go into it now, but I'll get in touch in the morning, okay? But Charlie, I need pizza and my house is so empty. Stevie wailed until she realised the thudding in her head was a dial tone and Charlie had hung up some time ago. I am an independent woman capable of getting my own pizza, Stevie said sternly to her reflection in the microwave door. She pulled her boots back on and was halfway out the door when she realised the walk to the pizza cafe would be much better if she had some wine on the way. She poured what remained of the wine into a sports drink bottle and headed down the stairs, holding on to the banister just to be safe. It was only 3 blocks from Stevie's house to the pizza shop, but it felt like an epic journey. The sports bottle had got her thinking about more athletic pursuits. And Stevie decided that, like any exercise, some music would help. Her headphones were pulsing with her favourite British girl band pop songs from her workout playlist, which really put a spring in her step. She mouthed the words subtly, or at least that was what she thought she was doing. But those who passed her would definitely have heard the whisper-screamed lyrics of Girls Aloud. While it felt like the wee hours of the morning to Stevie's starving stomach, in reality it was 8 p.m, and in a neighbourhood full of uni students and young couples, it was prime Sunday dinner date time. The bouncy grooves of S Club 7 luckily kept Stevie feeling positive and distracted her from the scowls she wanted to direct at every hand-holding twosome she passed. Finally, the pizza shop loomed before her, the pimply youth behind the counter angelically bathed in the store's fluorescent lights. Stevie paused her one-woman silent disco to order a pepperoni pizza and some garlic bread. "So you having a good night?" Despite Stevie's best efforts at conversation, the kid was not up for a chat. When her third attempt at tapping her card finally succeeded, she turned to realise the shop was now full of queuing customers, all glaring at her. Shrugging, Stevie sat down to wait at a plastic table facing out onto the street and resumed her tunes. Accidentally meeting her own reflection in the shopfront window brought a harrowing sight. A wild-haired, wild-eyed woman bopping vacantly, her face haggard in the blue-grey cast of her iPhone. Stevie shuddered, and an even worse vision swam before her. What looked like a freshly barbered Johnno with a young, lanky blonde holding his hand. Great. Now she was hallucinating her own version of A Christmas Carol. But the Johnno apparition was still there, and now waving. Oh, God. It was not a ghost at all. He was coming in. No. "Stevie, I forgot this was your local." "Hi, Johnno. What the bloody hell are you doing here?" she asked, trying not to slur and surreptitiously lowering her drink bottle to the floor behind her. Really, she thought, why are you here? "I've been doing some research and wanted to meet a bloke at UQ to ask a few questions," he replied. "We figured we'd make a weekend of it, do a bit of shopping and go out for dinner somewhere other than the Royal. You remember Sarah?" "How could I forget?" Stevie glowered. "What's that?" Johnno said. "Yeah, I think I remember meeting Sarah at your 21st, Stevie said, wondering if she was just verbalising all her thoughts with no filter now. "And now you're all grown up. Nice to see you." "Hi, Stevie," Sarah said shyly. "You pull up okay from that concussion?" Stevie asked Johnno. "Yep, no worries. What's a few more brain cells after the ones we killed at the RE?" he chuckled. Paula's voice popped into Stevie's head, a sing-song. "If you can't think of anything nice to say, don't say anything at all." Good idea, she thought. The conversation ground to an unceremonious halt, and as the awkward silence lengthened,